preference to make sure we get the law right.
And so how much time, if you're asking for argument, that in addition to briefing, I'm trying to get the total universe of what's in front of me.
So I anticipate that I agree with Mr. Grunander that I don't think an argument would take more than a half day. Should take less than that, particularly if we're briefing issues beforehand. So I don't know, 2 hours for argument total.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Visser. Turning back to the states, what is, you've heard from the defense.
Again, Judge, the state would prefer to argue tomorrow. We think the court has all the evidence before it and could make a bind-over decision after oral argument tomorrow. If the court decides that briefing is necessary.
Who's going to argue at court?
I believe the court would have.
It just did it right there, by the way. I found the 2 clips from yesterday about the corporations. You want to hear your senators and Congress people and your chiefs of war and staff? By the way, Beauchesne was right. Much as I don't like to admit it, because Beauchesne was my nemesis. Although we're on rather peaceful ground nowadays. Beauchesne was in fact correct. Was General Milley, who specifically says he's the chief executive officer, something to that effect, of this corporation we call the United States. Is it possible all of these states, and therefore the whole court system, because 90% of charges brought against people are the state of versus? Is it possible that we have this much of a widespread, what some might call scam afoot here on this land? An overthrow of the law of the land, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith with legalism and corporatism and administrative procedure? No, it couldn't be. Paulie Boyd, you know how many people would have to be in on it?
Of a transcript available.
The state's going to make an argument now.
Monday,
a what, not a who.
Week at an expedited, on an expedited request. With that said,
let's go to it. These are going to be evergreen, and I'm going to keep them up there to put it in everybody's face when it's necessary. They don't like it, but they need it. Where is it? Oh, by the way, we're still looking for land, and yesterday we found something, and then we went into it. It's HOA, POA, more and more everything is owner association. And then what does that mean? Well, we're going to go over it here. We're going to go over it here, what it means, and we're going to show you exactly how they took over a whole nation as trustees, and I'm going to show you holographic reflectivity as well. We like to talk about holographic reflectivity. This is the universal sign for holographic reflectivity right now in this moment. So I'm going to show you with one HOA contract that's 8 pages exactly how they took over a whole nation, because all of the same power and value systems and stylings and words and terms and modalities are all exactly the same. Might even bring in Timmy the Jew, one of my specialists from time to time when he's needed. Yeah, we're gonna go over how this covenant contract / constitution is created and signed by all of the members of the association, all the shareholders, using a board of directors, self-proclaiming themselves as trustees, right? Not self-proclaiming. They outline the documentation with them as the trustees to upkeep and maintain and make rules for your property. And in the covenant, it even spells out, guess what the reason is for? You guessed it, for your safety. You know what? I've just been chomping at the bit to go to that, so we might have to go right to that. Fuck the slave news. We already know what they're going to say. We can get back to it. Never-ending looping. Anyway, we got our own loop to do here on the magic slave bus down and back. It's just to the corner of rights and freedom way and slavery and cooperation path is one of my stops. I have many stops. A lot of them very similar, but not the same. Okay, let's do that. Let's go back. How long are we going back? We're taking the magic slave bus. The magic slave bus not only shrinks itself down 1/1000th of its size to go inside the colon of Mitch McConnell and others to see what's going on there, how full of shit they are, but magic slave bus can also go back in time, people. You didn't know that we could do that here. So we're going back, oh man, over what? 10 years ago, 12 years ago, we're going back to when Judge Napolitana, when Judge Napolitana was on the TV. By the way, he's the best of a bad lot, but still full of shit because he won't talk about, like they all won't talk about. You can't get anybody to talk about the corporation. You got Judge Napolitana on the TV with the congressman and senator, and even when they're right in his face saying, "We are senators and congressmen of this corporation we call United States," nobody addresses it. They just breeze right past it. What is that? The fuck is that? By the way, I reach out to folks from time to time. I reached out to Judge Napolitana. By the way, I'm a judge as well here, as you may or may not know. I'm P.T. Burnham today because the greatest show is Earth, but I'm also Honorable Judge Unslavvious. I reached out to him, and like many of these content creators and influencers, they're just so fucking important, and they're doing so much work on the ground. You know, their time is so valuable. It costs like 10 grand or more to get these people on for like a half hour, an hour. It's absolutely absurd and insane. And these are the same people talking about the economy and going broke and how the people have it so hard and all the rest of it. You reach out to these people as a grassroots platform of everyday folks who are actually doing something on the ground to make change when it comes to rights and freedoms, and they got the balls to either not respond to you because you don't matter, or they're going to respond to you with their agent and tell you, you got to give us 10 grand if you even want us to show up and have a fucking conversation. So again, you wonder why your culture and society, or you're complaining why your culture and society is the way that it is and going deeper into bad faith and dishonor. Well, that's another reason why they act like I'm jealous and envious when I give these content creators shit here. Not necessarily. There could be an element of that, you know, in a bodily sense, right? We're all human. We're in the world, even if we're not of it. But beyond that, it's just, again, it's a glaring example. It should frustrate them and me and everybody else for obvious reasons. We got actual work to do here. We got a message to send out. We got to inspire others to potentially do something different, to make a change here. And you want 10 grand to show up to talk about rights and freedom and the facts that most often time, this is where I got to bring, I guess, my ego into it. I don't see it as ego. Most often time, whether you guys are getting 10 grand or not, Judge Napolitana, I'm doing more on the ground with others to actually stand for something than you are. You're just a fucking mouthpiece. So again, a lot of you guys got some nerve and some balls. I charge you is what it could be, what it should be. One day it might be that, but I won't. I'm probably not going to go there. But if we're going to play this game of free market capitalism and everybody has to establish their worth in a marketplace full of idiots, well, then the people who do the most work, oftentimes in certain areas, don't necessarily garner the most number or the biggest paychecks, right? Just the most well-known mouthpieces are the ones who garner the biggest paycheck. Because again, we live in a culture and a society of frauding. That's how a whole nation could be taken over by a corporation called United States. And even when they tell it to you, no one mentions it, and they use policy and code to overthrow your law. And you sit there and say, I'm just a crazy sovereign citizen. You must know something more than I do, right? I'm just an idiot online. So because we live in a culture and a society of frauding frauds, it's just that easy on every level to get $10,000 to have a conversation about something you're not actually doing with the person who's actually doing it, and he's going to pay you instead of you pay him, right? Someone explain to me how life works. This is why a lot of them are right. They come here, they go, why is Paulie Boy even up there talking? Why is anyone even listening? He doesn't understand how life works. I understand how life works. I pretend not to understand how this world works because I'm just so entertained by listening to you people try to justify and explain it. It's fucking fascinatingly entertaining. It's comedic for me. So let's just go to this, because they'll just keep saying forever, because that's just how it goes here. They'll just keep saying Paulie Boy's crazy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's making stuff up over there, and we'll just stack the evidence so high it can't be ignored. So here's Congressman Alan West tells the truth. The United States has been a corporation since 1789. That's right.
Congressman West, is it time for the government to be shut down if the White House and Congress can't agree in order to force the president's hand and compel him to do what we hired him to do, which is run the government within the confines of the Constitution and only with the money he collects from taxes and other fees?
Well, you're absolutely right, Judge. You know, what we have to look at is the president is the chief executive officer of this corporation called the United States of America. Look, he told the vice president that he would be part of this this budget process, but now the vice president has left the country. So I don't think you see any seriousness coming out of the White House.
Congressman Alan West, a Republitard? For all you MAGA-tards out there? Because you'll say I'm a leftist and a libtard if I try to bring this up. That you all keep calling us liberals and asking if we want to be in socialism and communism and why we keep talking about fascism. But fascism is literally, by definition, the merger of state and corporate powers. Your boy right there just said, this corporation we call United States. You think I made this all up? You think it's not commensurate with United States pimp code, USPC? I added the pimp part, but may as well be in there. I have a dream that one day United States Code will be renamed the United States Pimp Code because you motherfuckers are so pimped the fuck out and hoed out that that's exactly what it should be called. You can't even think and feel for yourselves. You need a fucking code book somewhere, somehow, in a manual in order to know how to be a man. That's the problem right there, in a nutshell. We go over it here regularly when we loop. So, do you guys need to hear that again, or are we good? Within 36 seconds, I destroyed your whole reality. I revealed the real reality. We can go right to U.S. Code definitions, and we can go all the way down the line from there. Chain of title, status and standing, moving a court versus being moved, how that all works. Legalism versus the law, legal versus lawful. Questions, comments, concern, the number's down there. It's pinned, 602-730-0122. If you got questions, comments, concerns, did I get it wrong? Are we really just in a democratic republic and constitution but we don't read the Declaration of Independence because line 1 is that all the powers they have are given by the consent of the governed, which means any man or woman at any time cannot consent to be governed by statute, policy, and code, and that is lawful and legitimate, and you can't coerce them or put duress on them to try to change that consent or lack thereof. So this is all over the day that we all just decide individually and collectively to stop consenting to be governed by shit that's not law. Law is expressed, it's not implied. You can't say a statute, policy, and code is law. Law is law. Statute, policy, and code is statute, policy, and code. So they may be similar, have similar ideas behind them or functions, but they're not the same. Okay? So as we understand here, this is why back in the day when you used to become some kind of professional and go into a legalistic field, you first had to master logic, morals, ethics, and philosophy. We don't have that anymore. Civics as well. We don't have that anymore. Largely in part, we have a whole colonized, non-communitarian group of politicized folks who are so deeply in their dogmatic indoctrination they can't tell the difference between law, right from wrong, and policy, statute, and code, and the dictates of their fellow man, which is supposed to be advisory, not compulsory. On a free and brave land. I like that. This person's taken the phraseology we put forth here, where I say, if you want to know what something is, all you got to do is just look at the word again you keep using every day, and the meaning will be right in front of you, and you realize how lacking in awareness you are, because it's a holographic reflective realm. So the meaning's got to be right there. As within, so without, as above, so below. You just got to be able to see it. So if we want to know what democracy is, we just break the word up. Dumb, mock, crazy. Democracy. We're at least getting dumb and mock right there. You can't argue that. We can add the crazy part in where it's a bit of a stretch. Like, okay, so what is this democracy we keep hearing about? A bunch of dumb slaves keep getting mocked in an endeavor where they think they're going to go to their rich pedophiles to get more rights and freedoms while they pay them to do the service. Oh, yeah, it's working out great. Haven't you noticed? We got our latest meme here, by the way. If you want to add me on Facebook, it's Paul Unslaved. It's Paul Unslaved everywhere. Although you may not be allowed to add me because Facebook has decided to restrict you from adding me and me adding others because we don't know each other in real life, it says. It decided. But on the off chance that you can find me and add me, this is our latest meme over there. And we're putting them up on the slave book board and at Telegram from time to time. And we're putting them on the community page, YouTube, right? You could take them off there. You can share them with your slave friends and family and other folks you don't know online who you're not allowed to add. And it'll be indirect promotion for us here. You'll bring in some more viewership to the broadcast so that we can continue with Operation Mocking Slave, which has been a absolute success so far, along with Operation Slave Wall. We built a wall of memes around these slaves and their organized group message boards and endeavors, right? To the point where now we've taken all the inspiration, energy, and the morale out of these groups because we've redirected the awareness, right? It's no longer going to be about pointing fingers at each other. This was the meme from last week. We're no longer going to play this game anymore because Paulie's back in town. Your corporate masters are lying predators, the leftist says to the right winger. The right winger says to the leftist, your corporate masters are lying predators, and Paulie boy has to settle the argument. Okay, calm down. You guys are both right, but you're both wrong because both sides are being run by corporate masters who are lying predators, and they own both of you, and you're all paying for it to continue to go on. And of course, in this meme from this week, you can see there in the background, masters puppeteering the left wingers and right wingers to argue and fight each other because it's the greatest diversion on earth, folks, at the political circus theater. And in the background, they're just loading up on your privacy, your rights, your property, and your freedom, right? They got those chests open. They're just loading it up because they're about to carry it off. Once again, okay? So, okay, I have to, give me 1 second here. I have to recopy my information. I'm not even allowed to do that, it seems. Okay, I am, but it's very difficult. Everything is made way more difficult than it needs to be. We're going to work on that as well. We're going to write some letters for that. We'll write some letters to the slaves and ask them why in 2026, when they're about to bring in AI to take over all the slaves, we just can't get an intuitive layout here. You know? But hey, don't expect too much during a potential downfall economically and politically of a civilization that was once great. Don't expect too much. Okay, the blue-haired lefty could use some touching up. Well, it's also very difficult now because more and more the AI tools are being restricted. They don't want you to be able to dictate to it and do what it wants to do. So I have to admonish it and cajole it and conjure it and try to get it to create an image without making it political, right? So it'll say anything political it rejects now more and more. So now I have to create the imagery without being direct. It has to be indirect. Terminator was a warning, not a movie. Again, all of these movies are art imitating life. It's usually someone like myself who has a modicum of creativity. I don't consider myself the most creative person, but a modicum of creativity who is inspired by an understanding they've had revealed to them through a firsthand experience, and they take to the silver screen in order to communicate those ideas without ever having to bear the liability of telling their story. We do something similar here at times as well. So let's go to this one because we heard the Congressman, Republican Representative Allen West years back with Judge Nabladon telling us about how the United States is a corporation. Let's go to the general from the last few years. He's going to quote that he is that he's going to say to Congress, actually, what we talked about yesterday, that Congress is the board of directors for this corporation while you folks are the shareholders and the funders. And also the subjects, simultaneously shareholders, funders, and subjects of the corporation, or employees of the corporation. That's probably a better way to put it. Subjects is a similar idea. You work for them, they don't work for you. You say I'm a crazy sovereign citizen, I'm making stuff up, till we go to the General Milley and he turns to the congressman and says, you guys are the board of directors for this corporation we call the United States. Is he a crazy conspiratard sovereign citizen? Is he, even though he's an expert? Or did he just make a mistake when he said this?
Chris Donahue and Admiral Peter Vasely, who were the commanding officers on the ground during the Abbey Gate disaster. To both of you, to General Milley, do you think that these documents should be turned over to the United States Congress? And do you think that both General Donahue and Admiral Vasely should testify before Congress?
Sure, I absolutely do. I believe transparency. You're the board of directors for this corporation called the American government, and I believe that you're entitled to those within the bounds of classification. Absolutely. So whatever documents are out there should be turned over to the appropriate committees of jurisdiction and oversight, and whatever witnesses are needed to establish truth and transparency within the bounds of classification should absolutely happen. Absolutely. That's why
Right. So he did a couple extra moves on that one. You are the board of directors for this corporation we call the American government. Okay, now that's a half truth. American government, legitimately under God, is of and by and for the people. It's a self-governing reality, just like the universe is. You could argue that's its purest form and state, co-creationally. So yeah, he even kind of spells it out for you based on the perspective of the slave. It is in fact a corporation, but we believe it is the governance or the legitimate government of America and the American people. I disagree. It is only as such through contract, and most of those contracts are not a meeting of the minds. You didn't actually tell the people directly, explicitly, what they've involved themselves in. And when I try to tell them, they say, Paul, you live in a trailer. You don't get millions of views like Joe Rogan and Russell Brand. You can't possibly be onto something powerful and valuable here. If you were, we'd be hearing it from all of our fake ass heroes these fraternal orders give us, right? So I happen to know you didn't give them explicit knowledge of these fraudulent contracts where you've taken a bunch of who's and inserted them into what's, and you've turned what's into who's, and you've used the courts to take everybody's rights and property through legalism and corporatism. Okay. So it's a half truth. It's only true because you folks have opted in and applied and begged for services, including Social Security. You've taken out contracts and accounts in order to do busyness. And they've made you the surety for the corporation, and they made you an employee for the corporation, or an agent. A withholding agent is one of the things they call you on your W-9s and all the rest of the garbage. So again, for the fool on my Facebook who's a 50, 60-year-old Politico, modern day bourgeoisie class legalist, who thinks you're intelligent because you use 4 extra paragraphs of explanation for a simplistic idea, and then you want to argue with me about it. Because if you have to accept reality and how it works, then 3/4 of your nonsense you tell people about all day, every day, and you stand on that makes you credible in your mind, just fucking goes right out the window. I'm a man under God with God-given rights. I don't need anything more than that. If I do, I'm fucked, because that's the most powerful position you could be in on this planet. And if you think that legalism and corporatism and constitutional contracts get you more power and value than just being a man under God with God-given rights, you're fucking deceived. You're doing the deception dance. The shaitan's got you. Well, I was going to say it's got you under its skin, like that old song, but it's vice versa. You got it under your skin. Wasn't that a Frankie? Wasn't it a Frankie Sinatra song? You got the devil under your skin. So that's what you got going on here. It's the child of the lie. You're a modern day Babylonian. You want to tell someone talking truth, life, and way who can spell it all out for you. Well, maybe, Paulie boy, but we don't want to believe that. And this is what we feel that it is. And I get that. The thing has you completely deceived, and that's how it works. Through your feelers rather than the facts. Gets you every time. You're so fucking indoctrinated into the cage they built for you. Again, you think legalism and corporatism has more power than a simplistic idea of a man under God with God-given rights. How did you get to that point? Your public fool system. Your masters pimped on you and taught you that. So now we got a hoe who thinks that pimp game is more powerful than a woman being under God with God-given rights. Oh, no, 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 I'm in a contract. I got a pimp daddy. I got a father, founding father. They laid down a contract and I roll by those rules. Those rules are only as good as the spirit of the law that animates those rules, just like the person's only as good as the spirit of the creation that animates that person. Don't you see it's a holographic reflective reality here? You're missing the fucking main point. You're not seeing the forest for the trees. You're mistaking the false for the true and the true for the false. Because your system has taught you it only recognizes legalism and corporatism, and they try to mock you when you show up at court. There's an old saying. First they mock you, then they fight you, then you whoop them, and then you win. Then they have to accept that you're in the room now and you're not only in the conversation, but you're leading the charge, see? By the way, we've shown that here on the ground over and over again. I ain't just whistling Dixie. We had 5 people through these doors in the last week who just showed up here to talk, who every one of them's got 1 to 5 dismissals at court or more. Okay? So I know the law because I know me, because I took the last 15 to 20 motherfucking years to come out of her, my people. The world never got to me, never took over my mind and heart, never institutionalized me. I never chased after validation and success in the corporate world. So because God formed me to be lazy and inefficient and unproductive, is what a lot of the type A males will tell you, I did a lot of time sitting with myself, the truth, life, and way. And oh boy, what have I come up with? And the bottom line is the majority of you can't find your ass with both hands. You've been lied to on every level, and your whole belief system about yourself and the world is one big illusion, delusion, deception. Okay? Including the law, including banking, including politics, including religion, including the medical system. If you haven't noticed over the last 5 or 7 year simulation at this point. Corporate is not dead body. Stop it. It's one way that it could be interpreted. You could argue this is a more accurate translation. Body orate means speak, but see, watch what we do here, Wizard. And I'm surprised at you because I would think that you would be able to correlate. You have an ability to correlate. When you're not trying to be right and prove others wrong, you can step back and correlate. So if I say corp oration could translate to dead speaker, and you want to say, no, it actually means body of speech or bodily speaker, well, then I could go to the next level and connect the two and say that a body without a spirit, just like a code without the spirit of the law, is dead. It's the speech of the dead, spiritually, the spiritually dead. And that's mostly what corp orations are at this point, is a bunch of inauthentic corporate males and females who are spiritually dead, who get together to talk and act like and move in a way that because there's more dead bodies spiritually, there's more bodies there piled up who are spiritually dead, that somehow in a group, they have more power and value than the spirit they don't embody. I don't accept that. Okay? So I will continue to relay the message that's been given to me by the creative Holy Spirit, that corp oration, whether it's bodily speaker or speech of the dead, is all the same idea, because a man or a civilization without the spirit of the law is following code with a dead spirit, right? That's why the Christed being in Scripture said, "Let the dead bury the dead." Because the world becomes a place where the only thing that matters is a bunch of men in a group chattering and rambling, but not doing what they need to do, right? The corp oration, the body of the spiritually dead folks who get together to profiteer here with Mammon and Molech, but won't be servants of the truth, life, and way. So I can see that correlates to me. That makes sense. And I'm going to continue to see it that way until I see something different that implores me to change the way that I'm speaking it and communicating it. But I will accept your technical translation. Why are you false about the foundation of our country? I'm not going to let you scroll in my chat. If you got something that I got wrong, the link is down there. You can call in. I don't need to, and I may need to re-sign in here because it looks like I was signed out. So you may have already called in and I didn't get the notification. But I'm not seeing anything here so far. So again, that's the whole point of this. If you're saying that I got something wrong and you want to correct me and the folks on that, well, then the platform is there for you to do so. If not, I'm not going to entertain you folks who come here regularly and want to scroll in my chat because you don't like how something feels. I don't even care. This is what you need to understand. I don't even care about your corporation or your nation that you call United States because it's only as good as the people who inhabit it. And if the people who inhabit it don't know right from wrong and universal law and don't act with conscience, your country, your nation, your whatever endeavor, your business, your corporation is an absolute failure and fraud. I don't give a fuck, nor do I need to care about any nation or corporation or country on this land. Again, because it's only as good as the people, and I am a people, so I don't have to go outside of myself to experience power and value, co-creation, connection. Just like someone yesterday said, not voting is the most powerless thing you can do because you're not engaging in influencing a system that exists outside of you to get you more of what you want. That doesn't exist, dummy. You keep tricking yourself out of position. I am is the system to get me more of everything I want and need in this life. You're neglecting that to go with the group and its corporate endeavor. You'd have to be the biggest duped out, deceived fool on the planet, but that's most of you. So again, you bought into and believe this idea that there's someone or something out there that can do more for you than you and God can and your fellow man in your community. You're completely owned and fucked. You're completely pimped on. I don't buy into this or believe this because I've never seen it happen. Right? And again, the things where it does exist, we don't need all the rest of it. Like they'll come here and say, Paulie boy, you say you don't want to take this call now. Give me 1 second, sir. Just let me finish up what I'm saying and I'll get right to you. 602, I believe it is. They'll say, Paulie boy, you're arguing against fascism and corporatism. You don't like corporations? Did I ever say that? Did I ever say that I don't benefit from the computer or whatever the corporations are creating and producing? No, I never said that. I never said down with all corporations. I said I don't want corporations and policy running my motherfucking life and interfering with my rights and property. You can't figure out the difference between those two things? I'm not being hypocritical here. I'm simply saying corporations, capitalism, free trade, and business in its place, where it serves its meaning and its purpose, not ruling over everybody and interfering with their rights and their property and freedom and pursuit of happiness. Why is this so difficult to get a whole race of slaves to meet on a middle ground with common sense? Are they that overly domesticated and hypnotized and just uploaded with propaganda and programming? Yeah, most likely. Sir, are you there? 602. You called in? Polly boy. I'm not interested in it. I can't understand you. You have voice changers. You have voice changers on. I can't understand you. This isn't going to go for very long. You could have had whatever you wanted here. You could have said whatever you wanted here if you would just stop getting in your own way and playing games.
Yo, Paulie.
Questions, comments, concerns? What do you got for us?
I've been waiting. You've been running away, but I'm still here, baby.
I'm not running from anything, sir. Questions, comments, concerns?
Paulie boy, you little bitch.
I'll see you later.
See, faggot, I'm with.
Oh, man. Yeah, Donnie and others, these slaves need you. They need what you're offering. I don't want it, need it, but they not only want it, they need it. You may have to reopen the asylums. He's gonna call me every day for weeks and months on end to harass me because I'm his biggest problem and issue while he says that I'm an agent and operative. That's you every time. I'm one of your greatest friends and allies here. You already called last week and said you don't even disagree with me after we started talking, which I knew all along. You guys never actually disagree with me. Either you get off on trolling me and fucking with me because you got nothing better to do and you got some jealousy in you, or you've really been convinced by your masters that I'm the problem, I'm the issue. Because you have no power and inspiration in yourself and in your life, and you can't create anything here, right? That must be my fault. That's my problem. Because I guess I can on some level. Okay, where were we? Where were we at here? Folks in chat, if you remember, refocus me. He called you low IQ. I'm not interested in what he and others call me. They don't stand for anything anywhere in their life. That's not a true statement. I'm already on record with my IQ, and it doesn't matter. There's plenty of folks in this life who they have a high IQ, but their SQ, their spirit is completely broken. So they misuse their IQ and they come to all the wrong determinations because their discernment, their paradigmatic lens is blurred. It's blurry. It's off. Okay. Voting. That's the person who's reminding me that we were talking about voting. Okay, well, and then NDB says we need a woo reset anyway, so we can woo voting. I think we can woo with the United States corporate slaves about voting. It's always a woo-ful topic. Right. Oh, here's a great clip. Let's go to this while I'm down here and I got it handy. For you magatards who keep running around calling everybody a leftist who's pointing out how ridiculous you are, including me. I'm obviously not a leftist. I've never voted, but you keep calling everybody cultists. You say that we're in a cult. We don't want to see the true reality. We have Trump derangement syndrome. And then folks like this come out at karaoke nights and sing songs like, Trump is my daddy, I'll do anything to please him. While I'm sitting here doing bits about being everyone's daddy and pointing out how Trump's your daddy, you're actually singing songs, admitting that that's how you really feel. And this is why I coined the term bit non-bit here, because you think I'm doing bits till you realize the bit is more real than the reality that you've been shown and told about. What is that? How does that work?
Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. What is that? Oh, Donald T, can't you see? Can't you see? You belong with me in this ecstasy.
Yeah, that's not even a bit. That's unironically what they're doing. So, yeah, it's the best of times. It's the worst of times. What a better time to free yourself from all these deceptions and delusions, and what an easier time you're going to have by just being shown completely all the deceptions and the delusions. Front row seat, right? At the political circus. Folks are upset over that in the chat. They didn't like that. Really upsetting. This person doesn't even care about what I'm saying or how it applies. All they know is leftist. I'm a leftist, right? Totally. Nothing to see here, right? All right, let's get back. Just give it to me in the. All right, well, that's good. We're making progress down there. Folks being more receptive to the messages. MAGA, biggest cult of the century. Sir, just get the whole statement right. We don't have to keep playing this left-right game. We can sum it all up and put it to bed and move on to greater things within and outside of ourselves. Statism, fascism, collectivism, corporatism, democracy, dumb mock crazy is the biggest cult of the century. It's the biggest cult of the millennia. It's the biggest cult of this whole holographic reflective simulation, sir. Have you not noticed? You go to any place at any time in history on any land with any group of people, any ethnicity, and they all have the same thing in common. They sit around all day trying to figure out how to pay people to rule over them with ridiculous policies and rules that oftentimes protect the corrupt and criminalize the innocent. It's not MAGA. This is human condition. This is human behavior. It's even more shocking and startling than what you keep putting forth. Why don't you say the whole thing the way that it is? Really fuck everybody's minds and hearts up with the truth. Go all the way with it or go away at this point. Statism, collectivism, democracy, and all the other isms and the crazies, the crossies, are all the biggest cult, not only of the century, of the millennia, in this holographic reflective simulation. The belief in authority is the biggest cult forever in this simulation. The belief that we should pay other men to sit around and tell us what to do with our rights, future, and property, and everything that extends off of us, is the biggest cult in this simulation. MAGA are the only ones safeguarding American values. You're delusional. MAGA was campaigning on stopping endless wars. You started 3 to 5 more of them. MAGA was campaigning on no more corrupt politician and transparency. You've been lying and rigging markets and denying reality more than ever. MAGA campaigned on stop taxing the slaves. We want less tax and no tax. You're taxing more than ever and giving it to State of Israel and Ukraine to do more endless wars. You campaigned on limited government. We have more private prisons than ever and more funding to put the people in prisons for things that don't create victims. Your built-to-fail economy is backed by no gold and silver or anything tangible and actually valuable. It's going to crash at some point. We're seeing more and more inflation as time goes on. You're beyond in denial and delusional. You don't care about the truth and the facts. You want to support what you want to be true. You don't want to accept what is true. MAGA campaigned on releasing the Epstein files and getting all the pedophiles and the war criminals under control. Arrest Hillary and all the rest. Bring them to Guantanamo, you all said. None of it happened. What did happen was your boy, once he got in there, said, forget the Epstein files. They're all a hoax. Forget the human trafficking and all the war criminals. Didn't happen. It's a Democrat hoax. Hillary and the rest aren't in prison, but I know QAnus says they are. We just never heard about it and don't know about it, right? You guys are pimped and gamed and duped and deceived from top to bottom on all sides. Okay? Again, I'm not interested in what you on the ground thinks. You're just a dupe placeholder to carry the flag of an idea. You don't even understand what it is. You've been lied to about what it is. You may not be doing it, but the people you're supporting and funding and singing the praises of are doing it. Donnie has reportedly made billions of dollars in the last however many years by running crypto coins and scams, by telling people the markets are going to get better, and then the next day switching up and changing and everything going up and down and up and down. You don't think him and others behind the scenes are trading a volatile market that they have their finger on the pulse of, that anytime they say peace deal tomorrow, war's over, they know the markets are going to go up? That when they come out the next day and say, okay, peace deal off, back to war, markets are going to go down? You don't think him and the others are trading these markets and profiteering off of being able to rig that indirectly? You're an absolute dupe, fraud, fool. You don't think Elon and the rest are sitting back there like they did on COVID, making 4 times what they made by abusing their official positions and doing lockdown on people in the name of Fauci? What about that, slave? What about Daddy being what about Donnie Daddy vaccine? Daddy Donnie self-proclaiming himself the father of lockdowns and vaccines. What about that? Is that Republican? Is that Tea Party? Is that American values? Or is that centralized collectivism and authoritarianism and medical tyranny? You dopes and dunces need to be slaved and genocided more than ever, because they just slaved you and genocided you the hardest they ever could have with all their lies in the last 100 years, and you still didn't get the fucking point. This is why they not only don't respect you, this is why they're going to kill you. Because they can't work with you. Even when they come out to mock you, to tell you the truth to your face about what it is, you still keep wanting to be pimped on and gamed on. They've lost so much respect for you and realize they can't even get you right or mock you. You don't even know you're being mocked. So to them, it's like they're not even having fun anymore. It's just, imagine being on a death row cell. You know you're going to die and you're psychopathic and sociopathic, and you get off on mocking these cowardly slaves all day, every day. And they're so pimped out and born on that block over and over again. We've now got to the point where even when I mock them and threaten them, they're not scared anymore and they don't know they're being mocked. So now I'm bored out of my mind. I can't mock them anymore. I can't play off the fear anymore. They're no longer afraid of me because they no longer see me as a predator. They're Stockholmed out. I'm their daddy now. So now the sickest part of the equation happens. The same thing that happens with a farmer that takes a cow and names it Bessie. We love Bessie. We provide for Bessie. We pimp on Bessie. We brand Bessie. We put various chemicals on and around Bessie. And then at some point, we love Bessie so much that we just get bored of the experience and we need to consume something, that we slaughter Bessie and we consume it. Sir, I was going to get to you. You didn't have to hang up. So this is the dynamic. You could argue with the cow. It's a little bit of a different dynamic because, you have to survive, I guess. You have to live. But spiritually, same. And if we go across to the other side, to the psychopathic and sociopathic, these people only wake up and get a thrill out of when you realize what they are and try to resist them. They want you to stand for something. You're so pimped out and cowardly, you've taken all the excitement and interest and inspiration and fun out of the experience. They don't even know what to do with you anymore. So now they're just like, I guess we've raped them so hard and so long, they now think that we're their daddy. They no longer even resist or put up a fight. They literally come to us for the abuse. I guess the only thing to do now is just cut their fucking throat, put them out of their misery, and part them out, right? Part them out for their worth as organs or whatever else the case may be, right? You're worth more dead than you are alive because you're not even fun to play with, like a cat plays with a rat. It likes to chase the rat. It likes to get in the hole, get out of the hole, loves to chase. Soon as it gets the rat and realizes the game is over, the rat is pathetic and playing dead in its arms and not struggling or even doing anything. It just fucking kills you and then brings you to its owner and goes, here you go. That's exactly what your politicos are now going to do to you. Just like the cat and the rat. They're done playing with you. You're boring as all get out. I'm bored as fuck with you. I can't use you. God can't use you. Truth, life, and way is not something you're going to serve. And you serve your masters so hard that I and God can't respect you and honor you, and they can't respect you and honor you. So the only thing left is they're going to murder the rat and they're going to drop it on the bed of their masters, the centralized bankers who are avatared by the Lucifere, false light. And I really can't stick up for you, advocate for you. Because like I said, we can't use you here with Truth, Life, and Way. God of all media can't use you. God can't use you. Truth, Life, and Way can't use you. Your people in your country can't use you. And the masters are done using you. They've got all your property rights. You own nothing and you're happy. They have all the titles and claims to your property. You've paid them ad infinitum. They have all the money backed by nothing in the world. They've got your soul now. You've given your soul over completely. There's nothing left to do. There's nothing left in the game to do. It's like when you play one of those open world games. They beat every mission. They pimped every hoe. They've done every side quest. And now it's time to just indiscriminately walk around and just start murdering slaves is where they're at. Just like people do in the game. It all is holographic and reflective. Well, we're almost there. We're not there completely because there's still some folks, a few 100,000, a few million worldwide. They're calling back now. Let me take this call. 859. Can you hear me?
Yo, Paul.
I'm just going to keep blocking your numbers. You're wasting your time. I'm just going to keep blocking your numbers. This isn't going anywhere. You're just embarrassing yourself and wasting your time.
I still want to fight you.
I'm not interested. I don't care. I'm not going to feed into your garbage. Right? So go find somebody else to play with. You want to have a conversation about the ideas? You want to work together on something? I'm open to it. If you're going to play this phone tag game with voice changers and idle threats, just make good on the threat or shut up and go away. There's nothing else to do and say. Fuck college, school for traitorous liberals. That's all that this retard got out of everything here. Did you graduate high school? It's obvious you didn't go to college. It's obvious you're an institutionalized, inauthentic corporate male because you think all the power and value in life is going to an institution to be institutionalized. Thank you for proving my point and admitting you're a slave. You know, believe this or not, just going to college doesn't make you intelligent and intuitive and instinctual and co-creative, competent and capable. Far from it. Your whole culture and society is run by college graduates, and they're running it into the ground. They're more incompetent, incapable, corrupt, bad faith, dishonorable than ever, you could argue. So again, nice try. That would work if you were surrounded by cult members who just nod and repeat the same garbage. But here we critically think and we point out the facts based in an actual experience. See? That's you. That's you and every inauthentic corporate male and female coward who doesn't know right from wrong, but thinks because you get paid and have a degree certification that you somehow have power and value. You don't. You're a cowardly fraud. When you guys meet people like me in the world, we make a fool out of you. We make an embarrassment out of you, and it burns you up inside because we didn't have to go to the institution to get the true power and value you haven't gotten yet. And we put it in front of your face. We all realize in one moment how competent and capable some of us are and co-creative, and how lacking in that the rest of you are, okay? Your fraternal orders, your stacked deck, your censorship, your shadow banning, your licenses, your registrations, your selective systems can't keep the truth from being known more and more, right? Because that's all you did as a whole generation, whether you know it or not. You played into a system where you could stack the deck where the most corrupt, dishonorable, bad faith, incompetent, incapable bozos could somehow monetarily succeed without actually doing the work inside of themselves and being a servant of the truth, life, and way in this life, right? That's over. Your system is a built to fail spiritual conundrum. It's a fool's paradise. Okay. It's now undoing itself for obvious reasons. Always has been that, always will be that. The first shall be last, the last shall be first. More and more, you're going to see people like myself come forward who are going to be getting honored for their good faith, their competence, their capability, their co-creations, the work on the ground they do, and the fruits they bear. By the fruits you will know them, as well as their sacrifice, which lends to credibility. You institutionalized weak corporate slaves didn't sacrifice a motherfucking thing going to be institutionalized to push your propaganda you've been uploaded with on the rest of the world. You didn't sacrifice a motherfucking thing because your time in your life isn't worth anything. See? When you're a dumbed down slave who's cowardly and has no active role in changing anything, your time, your energy, your attention isn't worth anything. So even when you sacrifice all that to get the degree to make the money, you didn't actually sacrifice anything. That's why you have no credibility. See? I sacrifice my valuable time with an understanding to entertain and try to impute logic, morals, and ethics to a bunch of cowardly, duped out slaves. See how that works? My time is worth something because I've faced my fears. I've practiced faith and honor over fear. I've stood on something and I've made changes on the ground. I've done what the majority of you slaves will never do because you're cowards in your heart and you're incompetent in the mind. Okay? So you don't get to come here and tell me all about how you're intelligent because you're institutionalized while denying my true cosmic intelligence because I didn't go to the institution. You just revealed both of who and what we are and why we do what we do the way we do and why we get the results that we get. Okay? Whether you know that or not. Which reminds me, I got to thank at least one person here. It looks like I have a notification, maybe a few. Because see over here, you can't stack the deck anymore. You can't stop true power and value from being displayed and experienced. And you can't stop true power and value from coming back based on that experience. Although a lot of you dweebs and institutionalized certified agents have tried over here many times, and you'll continue to try. You want a world where they keep paying you $10,000 at a time to not win at court. We got a world over here where I tell it, I don't sell it, and people keep getting dismissals, and then they kick back on value after they get the results. See, that's true service. That's true product, production, and value. All without any charge, because I am the charge energetically. The charge is with me and within me. I don't have to charge financially. True power and value is true power and value. You put it out and you get it back. That's a universal law. Thank you, Julian B. He writes, "Good day, Paul." And a thanks. Well, thank you, sir, for your contributions here and your support. Why? Because we contribute to you and other men and women and the culture, the community, the society. Okay? We contribute and we support rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. We embody that. So it's contribution and support back and forth, you could argue. Thoughts on any of that? From all you certified, gradually indoctrinated, graduated, institutionalized folks who point at the paper because you think that's where the intelligence comes from, who point at the institution because that's where you think intelligence comes from. A lot of you folks who are in formation, you're so robotic and mechanistic, you're so slaved out, you're in formation, and you think when you go to the institution to get informed with the information that that's true intelligence. It's not. We prove that all day, every day at court. You know how many of you folks walk up with your suits on, and I walk up just like this, black t-shirt? You walk up with your legalism and your corporatism and try to start running game, and I just put the law and common sense down, and everybody realizes where the true power and value is in the room all of a sudden? Yeah. The truth, life, and way can't be validated by the ignorant and the arrogant and the cowardly, and it can't be invalidated. Cannot be validated because they haven't gone on the walk yet, and can't be invalidated because they don't know the walk or the experience because they haven't been on the walk yet. Please understand your place in this world and in life because you chose that. I would want something different for you. You chose that. Meaningless, purposeless, valueless, powerless. You're just a placeholder. So understand your place in the world and you'll understand your place here even better when you come here. If you come here, if I allow you here. Now, if you want to walk in truth, life, and way and change yourself and therefore make a change to this place in this world to some extent, 1/8 billionth of a percent, then I'm your best friend ever. We're co-creators here. We're on a fellowship journey. If not, again, meaningless, purposeless, valueless, powerless, placeholder, everywhere in the world, especially here. Not even a point in you typing. Let me just let you in on that from the beginning. You're wasting your and everyone's time here, even just thinking about typing. If that's who and what you are and what you're about. Let's get back. I think we need to get back. I reject slave tea. Not even with a little bit of honey, a little bit of spice, everything nice. What about a licensed, registered slave tea, huh? Very sweet and safe. You would reject that too? Yeah, we're in Gorilla's little season, right? Now you get it. Now they get it. They're starting to get it. It's only taken 4 or 5 years. Right. All right, couple more chatter, folks. They're really active all of a sudden now. Time to end liberalism, studying to create domestic terrorism in medical or education. Did you not just hear all what we just said? This is why we loop here. We'd loop anyway, because all of creation is a loop within a loop. But we rarely loop here on a micro level. Did you miss the part where the neocon republicards called themselves the fathers of the lockdown and pushed medical tyranny, Luciferian shots on everybody? Like 10 of them, and said, just keep taking them. Safety's around the corner. Safety's coming around the mountain when it comes. It'll be here any moment now. What are you saying? Why are you saying these things? I'll tell you why. Because you're just another example and display of complete indoctrination. You're not even close to in the reality the rest of us are. You just keep yelling, everyone's a leftist, everybody's a libtard. And then all the things you say you want to stop that need to stop, you and your people are also doing. We need the meme now. Someone get the meme out for these people because they're so predictable and delusional in denial. We can just make memes knowing what we're going to run into so we can show them the picture and don't have to waste time arguing. Literally, you are a meme fit for a meme. Your whole life is a fucking meme. So there it is again. Your corporate masters pointing at each other saying it's you did it. No, you did it. Okay, it's both of you. You're both funding funding lying predators who are destroying rights and freedom in this country and the world through legalism and corporatism. There's no other way to see it because that's the facts. Okay? It wasn't exclusively the leftists who fund the terrorists. Terrorism, by definition, is when two or more people get together to impose their political beliefs and views on the individual. By that definition, based on the CIA giving it, the FBI giving it, all political parties on this land fit that idea, because if you don't follow their statutes, policies, and codes written up by their legislators who got there by a vote, they're going to try to put you in a box or criminalize you. That is domestic terrorism. Many of those things are God-given rights, like having a gun. You think it's only leftists who support needing a permit for a gun? I live on Arizona. If you don't have a certain codes and policies you follow when you are engaging in that God-given right, they're going to criminalize that God-given right. So you can tell me there's lesser of evils because the Republicans may do it sometimes, some places a little less than the leftists, but they're all doing it to some extent. Donnie says we come in and we take the guns if we think somebody's crazy without even going to court and having due process. What are you saying? Why are you this delusional and in denial? Daddy's here. That's me. I'm your real online daddy. See, you keep wanting Trump to be your daddy, but I'm your real dad, okay? I fucked your mom. She doesn't want to admit to you that I'm the real dad because I've done well for myself in all things considered, but I'm not as like rich and famous by any means as like Donnie. So everyone's in delusion and denial, okay? I'm here to tell you this is the reality of the situation. It's not pretty, but it's real. Okay. So it wasn't just the leftists. It was people on both sides who keep feeding into this code and policy based corporatist system that's taking everybody's rights and property while arguing that it's the other side doing it. That's the best part of the game. It's why you guys keep engaging with it, because just around that corner anytime now, we're going to get the next person in from our side who's going to stop what the other side is doing. You're literally in a perpetual tug of war, where both sides are guaranteed to be pulled into the mud at some point, right? This is all this is. Stop lying to yourself and everybody else. And if you keep scrolling my chat, I'm going to throw you the fuck out of here because you're a waste of everybody's time, energy, attention, and life. We don't need more of you around here and what you have to offer, which is little to nothing. This is why a lot of you are going to be replaced with AI, because the NI is lacking. You no longer have natural intelligence anymore. You can no longer deduce the facts from the information given, the experience given. Your masters argue you need to be replaced. You can no longer think for yourselves and with each other. You can no longer be competent and capable and produce a result based on the input information. It's interesting because they were striving their whole life to get you to this point, to not be able to know up from down, down from up, right from wrong, and all the rest of it. They literally have been breeding you and domesticating you to get to this point where you would have to listen to everything they tell you, because without them and what they tell you, you don't know what planet you're on or how anything works. So yeah, we're at that point now. Now you're obsolete, and now they got robots to take the place of you. They no longer have to traffic you and your children to fuck you. They're going to have realistic biological robots with realistic biological skin that's going to look just like you, perform all the functions you can't perform anymore, because now you're so focused on your entertainment. You know how unentertained you are and uninspired you are, right? You can't take the phone out of your ass. So you become completely distracted, disempowered, duped, and deceived exactly the way your masters wanted you. And now the next layer of the plan comes into view. We just replace the NI, which is no longer naturally intelligent, with the artificially intelligent. More competent, more capable, willing to follow orders, seemingly. There's another twist to the story. Will perform the functions it's asked to perform, can make a decision on the fly, can update its information instantaneously with new information input. It can do everything that a slave can't do and more. See, the one thing you used to be able to say that a human being could do that a machine could never do is tap into the creative force. Well, that's over, because most of you slaves aren't tapped into the creative force we call God, the creative supernatural life force. You no longer have that walking with you. It's obvious by what you say and don't say, what you do and don't do. So now you can no longer say that you're actually human, because you're not animated by that eternal, inspiring, co-creative, conscient-able life force we call conscious and awareness. You're completely unconscious and unaware. Your conscience is broken. Your spirit is broken. or non-existent. It's been numbed out, dumbed out, domesticated out of you. So, again, everything happens for a reason, right? Totally makes sense to me why we're seeing the AI push come in at the time we're seeing it. Look around. Anything else? Questions, comments, concerns? We're going to get back to the experts here. We're going to do some more Fox Noise viewing party. We might do another hour or so is what I'm planning on it. That's when I do 6 hours. I know. All right, let me look them over here. I want to make sure I get to these folks. You tell me, writing, we could start a circus with all the clowns in chat. Mike Smith wooing. We can woo a little bit. Slaves love to woo. Takes their mind off their slavery and genocide, which they love anyway. It's not like they need to take their mind off of it. They love it. They vote for it. They pay for it. They yell at me when I try to stop it. Right. All right. If you got questions, comments, concerns, you want to interact with me directly, the number's down there. I'll post it again. It's PIN 602-730-0122. There's also a link. If it's not clickable, copy and paste it or type it in. Takes the extra 2 minutes it's going to take to type in the link because YouTube sucks. Like I just said, it's run by a bunch of inauthentic corporate males and females who are not competent and capable. And no matter how many times I speak about it, and many others can talk about it, they can't figure out how to have a clickable link in the chat when we're in this format for some reason. 219, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What do you got for us? Questions, comments, concerns? Can I have a name? We're feeding back like crazy.
I'm out of Chicago.
Is it Brian O'Shea?
No, my name is Bad.
Your name is Bad?
B-A-D. Yeah, Bad, B-A-D.
Oh, okay. Should I be worried?
Nah, you ain't got to worry about me, brother. I used to be a Democrat hardcore because I thought they cared about people, you know, food stamps, government assistance, but it was all a dependency state, man. And
right.
I beat the system. I escaped the matrix you're talking about. I did it with my children with CPS, man.
All right, now let's draw a conclusion real quick before we move on. You get all the time in the world here, but what this man is saying is essentially he was born into a prison. He didn't know it was a prison because he was born into it. And when he walked down one of the cell blocks, he thought the guy who kept telling him, hey, come over here, I'm going to help you, and started giving him canteen, right? All them food stamps and all them benefits and privileges. He foolishly, but understandably so, thought that person wanted to help him, right? Turns out the only reason he's giving you all them benefits and privileges in canteen is because he's coming for your butt soon, right? Metaphorically.
Yeah.
Them draws, nigga.
Nah, but you know what the thing is with this system
Hold up, bro. Nigga, I ain't seen you in 13 years, nigga. Talking about hold up, bro. Nigga, I been there, nigga, my nuts is hot, nigga. Hey, look, man. Next thing you know, y'all fight. And if you lose, he's gonna get up in you. And it don't matter what you do later, he had you. You got his baby up in your butt, man.
Right. Next thing you know, you turn around one day and this system, these people had you, and you got their baby up in your butt. The proverbial baby in the butt, right? Spiritually. Go ahead, sir.
Well, Democrats do say, you know, trans men can get pregnant. They're called booty babies. So, you know, I mean, who's the lesser of two evils here? I mean, you got all this non-binary garbage going on. These kids can't read or write. They can't do nothing, but they could tell you what 2,500 different non-binary pronouns are. You know what I'm saying? You got drag queens twerking for pre-kindergarten children. You got teachers teaching these fifth graders how to teach kindergartners how little Johnny cracked little Jimmy's asshole wide open. You know, you got these books in our schools. You know, Democrats, they've been here for hundreds of years. America's 250 years old.
Can we stop and step back from our feelers? The whole point.
No, it ain't the feelers.
No, I'm just saying, I get it. I know it all better, as good, if not better than you. I'm just pointing out that you already gave the statement, the lesser of two evils. That's our problem. We got a bunch of folks out here who keep voting for the lesser of evils, which is still evil. Don't you understand that's what the simulation is trying to get you to prove? That you're all
evil?
But
the thing is, we have to learn.
Go ahead.
We have to learn how to escape the matrix. That's what we have to learn. So how do you escape the matrix? You learn the rules and regulations and the policies and everything that they operate under, because they have rules and procedures they have to follow. So instead of them always trying to feed you an attorney or a lawyer, you as them give me the rules and procedures to this court. And where's a definition section of the words being used here? And it's everything is a negotiable instrument, and you want my signature on something, do I have the right to endorse it any which way I want? And people want to yell at the rich and say, like these socialists nowadays, these democratic socialists of America, we need to take from Elon Musk.
I got to stop you. You were on a roll there for a second, but let's be clear, just for the onlookers. I don't know if you could see this meme or not, but what you just said is one of the reasons I made it, so we can make this real streamlined and easy now. You came at it from the right-winger side. You tried to call the leftist socialist, collectivist, Marxist, but this meme reveals to us that you don't own private property, because everybody on all sides, this is my point, the Republicans are supporting and upholding a system where you have to pay perpetually to use your own house and your own property. It's called property tax. If you don't pay that, the state's going to come and take your house and your land and redistribute it. You're already in Marxism, because you can't technically own property in the legal system. You can lawfully if you take your property out of the legal system with the status, title, and the standing, okay? But as it stands right now on both sides of the corporatist statist endeavor, both sides are supporting a reality where Americans cannot actually technically own private property, because you can never get out of debt. You have to pay forever to use it, and when you don't pay, they come and take it and they redistribute it, okay? So that is socialism, that is Marxism, and they're all sisters or aspects of collectivism. And that's on all sides. Collectivism is the antithesis of truth, life, and way, individual rights and freedoms, what the original spirit of the Republic was supposed to be, okay? So we have to understand.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what we have to understand. We have to learn their laws. There's a public and a private democracy.
We have to learn our law under God. We have to have it revealed to us again and get back in alignment with it. We don't have to learn their anything.
Dude, I got my kids out of CPS. I got myself out of the system.
That's because you spoke from your heart and you were unwavering. That's because you invoked God into the room.
No, it's because I learned their laws and I used it against them. Like when they say in the Social Security Administration, Title 4D and Title 4E, it says any needy families enroll in this program must receive aid and care immediately. Well, who the fuck enrolled me? Who enrolled my children? That's identity theft, signature fraud, contract fraud. That you're dealing with monetary values now, wanting me to pay money every month.
The answer is you or someone around you who brought the child into existence day one signed the papers at some point.
No, nobody signed that's the thing. Nobody signed no papers.
Okay, then
how are you going to tell me I enrolled in a Title 4D program?
I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to presume and assume like the court does, because we're going to mirror that, and you're going to rebut the presumption to show everybody what it looks like when the court presumes and assumes and you rebut the presumption. So I don't have to be right to take us through a process directly or indirectly. Okay, so just rebut the presumption everywhere that I put it down, and we're going to all see what courting looks like. Don't take it personally.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I like that. I like that.
You sign the birth registration and all the paperwork to sign into Social Security and try to get some benefits and privileges through a corporate system. Great. They're still going to presume and assume just like I did. Why? Because 90%, this is my clown nose now, 90% of folks who come through there or more do it. So we're all going to presume and assume you're one of them till you rebut that presumption. That's fair. I'll accept that. So either you invoked God, truth, life, and way, or you rebutted their presumptions and assumptions every step of the way. In which case, same. Why? Because what do I always say here? Telling them and yourself and understanding with yourself and others what you're not is equally, if not more so, important to understand what you are. You don't have to know who and what you are completely. I could argue none of us do. Beyond our mortal comprehension. It is.
You're more.
Go ahead.
You're more on the bad side of a sovereign citizen thing. Which, if you look at sovereign citizen, there is a legal term for it. It's called a state citizen. You got two classes of citizenships in America. You have a state citizen and you have a 14th Amendment citizen. Now,
one is born on the land, right? Of and by and for the people, under God, with God-given rights. What's called in U.S. called a natural person. The other one is a corporate entity who's in a registry on a ledger, who's given. Just let me finish. It's a legal person in U.S. code, right? It's given up its natural rights and natural personhood for benefits and privileges with ascribed obligations.
Yeah, but a lot of people mix it up with the whole law of the land and this and that because they use maritime.
Let's be clear. I don't have to tell any corporate agents who and what I am in the affirmative when it comes to an American state citizen, national, or anything otherwise. All you need to know is that I'm not your U.S. citizen, because again, what you're not is equally, if not more so important to know than what you are. I just have to rebut the assumption and presumption that I'm part of this legal corporatistic society, that I have these obligations and duties to you in this society and this political body politic, right? I don't. So
people's been doing that. People have been doing that for decades, and they've been still getting railroaded.
I understand.
You gotta use their rules and procedures against them. With anything governmental, it's a body politic. It's they call it like, for instance, jurisdiction. Like if you're at a McDonald's, you have to wear shoes, shirt, or no shoes, no shirt, no service.
Can I be clear with you? You just made a statement of what we have to do. It's not true. If that were the case, then the Native Americans wouldn't have their ceremonies and their rituals upheld as a natural religious right. The reason that they can do peyote and do rain dances and light shit on fire and whatever the fuck else they want, and they're not subject to code, is because they have what the state calls a legal relationship with U.S. corporation. They're not lawfully in contract and submissive and subservient to that corporation. They don't have duties and obligations ascribed to them other than what is expected from all of us, which is the common law. Don't cause loss, injury, and harm. Don't be a direct threat to the public. Again, if you try to smoke or take peyote, they're going to come to your house and take you and your property to a box. They already have put on record that when the Native Americans do it, they're not going to do that. Why? Not because the Native Americans did a bunch of legal paperwork, because they told you as corporation in no uncertain terms, you better stay the fuck out of our business, or we're going to put you in a box above or below ground. And that's been the unspoken social contract between the two organizations for the last few hundred, if not thousands of years, right? So this is a human spiritual dynamic. I don't need to do anything in legalism and corporatism to tell you, you're in the room with me just like I am with you. Every action you take has consequences, physically and spiritually. Go ahead and aggress toward me and my kind, and watch this universe take care of you. You don't think the Native Americans know what I know? You don't think the Native Americans appeal to the sky god? You want to call it that? The force of the universe? You don't think the Native Americans have put an energy on these people based on the cosmos's cause and effect to bring it to their whole family and every lineage hereafter? Of course they have. And that's why U.S. corporation and its agent says, don't play with them. Because not only are they going to scalp your ass on the ground, and I'm not promoting violence or force here, I'm just saying what it is. Not only are they going to cut your fucking head off if they have to, but after the fact, they're going to petition Sky Daddy, the actual court with God, and they're going to ask justice be done unto not only us, but our children. Okay? So you can sit here and tell me how you don't think that's real because you don't live in honor and good faith and co-creativity and connection with the universe. I'm telling you firsthand it's fucking real. And I'm telling you people have been using it in the back of the woods somewhere since the beginning of time, and we know it's real because it's one of the few things that equalizes against the system they say you can't beat and you can't fight. Go ask them white people back in the day with all their guns and armaments about the Native Americans physically, and ask them about them spiritually, and then ask them about why they want nothing to do with them and trying to control them and take their fucking rights. Because they know God's got them. Not only are they going to help themselves, but God helps those who help themselves. I wouldn't want to be on their bad side. Whole families start to go missing. Whole farms start to come up bankrupt when it's harvest season, right? Strange and odd circumstances start to take place the more you get on the wrong side of people who are on the right side of God in history. It's the weirdest thing. Almost like we already have a justice system baked into our reality. Almost like the people who are doing acts and bills and plays and performances all day, every day, want to play fucking God and want us to ignore the justice court that's baked into this reality on a holographic, reflective, universal, synchronistic simulation. Your thoughts? I heard you speaking there.
Yeah, see, the thing that people got me fucked up is they think because I turn right and this and that, whatever, that I'm a neocon or I'm a MAGA or I want to destroy the whole goddamn system.
I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in that.
Well, I want to, because if you look at the definition section,
I can't support that. I'll listen to you. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead. I want to hear your rationale.
All right. Well, then we're going to keep having American slaves born at birth while a baby's taking its first breath.
I got to stop you. I got to stop you because that's where I thought you were going to go. And this is my point. And I'm not trying to demean you, but you need to refocus on what I'm saying, right? Just be receptive to what I'm putting forth. Destruction is not the answer. That's what got us here. Hate and anger and vitriol and retribution has never once conquered hate, vitriol, slavery, bondage, or retribution. The only thing that does is true care and true love. That's an ancient law. It's universal law. Don't tell me about what happened. Evil. Don't tell me about you can't destroy evil without destroying yourself, because if you want to understand evil, you have to recognize that it starts within you. As within, so without, as above, so below. Don't try to tell me about destroying evil like I don't know myself and therefore know you. So that's precisely my point. No, let me finish. You want to talk about destroying evil while denying that darkness is part of you, confirming that by doing what you say you do, you're going to destroy yourself. That was my point. The only way you're going to get out of this and make a change is not revolution, means complete circle. That's what got us here. It's resolution. That means truly love and care for yourself. Embody the truth, life, and way, and encourage others to do the same. And they'll know it when they see it, because they'll see you leading from that perspective. This is what this thing wants from you. The Lucifere spirit is order out of chaos. It wants you in retribution and vengeance and revenge and destruction. It wants you in kill, steal, and destroy. That's where it reigns and owns. The one thing it can't reign and own is true care and love and co-creation. It can only get you away from that and make you think that's not the answer and make you think that its problem is your solution.
All right, but you got a caller on here who's willing to talk. You just keep talking over callers.
I'm not interested in listening to a caller sound like every other dunce who's going to destroy themselves and everybody else. No offense.
What does God and Jesus always talk about in the Bible?
You want to make excuses for children who are brought into a Babylonian system by Babylonians and thrown into the pit of Molech, proverbially. I'm not interested in you victimizing and making excuses. If you really care,
you've been talking about it the whole time.
If you really
you've been talking about it the whole time.
If you and everybody else really cared about yourself and your children, you would truly care about them and raise them right, and we wouldn't be here talking about this, because we'd have a whole generation of young people.
You know what I'm doing right? I'm doing self-sacrifice. The Bible always talks about one thing always, and that is sacrifice. And I believe that's why all these people say, these cops, these government officials, they always say, do me a favor, do me a favor. I don't do no more favors. They always make promises. Oh, it's a promise to appear. It's a promise to this. Every time they say they do something wrong and they get caught, they say, oh, I'm sorry, that was my mistake. And then the people always say, oh, no problem. It's all right. You just forgave them by saying that. I am no longer forgiving anybody, and I am sacrificing myself as their gatekeepers. No, that is my problem. But listen to me though. Listen and don't cut me off, because there's a twist at the end. Every time we die, we either go to heaven, to hell, we get reincarnated. Something about God, we always got to face God. And every time we've done anybody evil in this world, God's going to bring them before us. And we're going to have to apologize for that. They're going to have to forgive us. And every single person we've ever wronged, we have to get their forgiveness in order to go to heaven.
Vengeance
or
is
our
mine,
own little
saith the
solitude
Lord.
somewhere. See, there you go. There you go.
Vengeance is
Cut me
mine.
off. That's what you libtards do.
Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. You're quoting your scripture, but you're not following it. It also talks about.
I am following it. If you let me finish, I told you there's a flip tail at the end. There's a flip tail.
I don't like.
Now, when we go,
but go ahead.
All right. Well, when we go to before God and He brings in every single person that we've ever wronged to apologize, everybody must take our apologies if we're ever going to move forward, or we're going to be stuck in peril together. But that's all right with me, because it's a sacrifice thing. Now, if they get reincarnated because I forgave them, then they're going to redo everything in their next life that they did in this life. It's in their blood. It's in their genes. It's in their genetics. It's in something. People are just born good or they're born evil. And I'm going to not forgive the evil, so I become their gatekeepers. Now I'll be stuck with them. And yes, that's a sacrifice I have to make. And I'm just going to have to do what I got to do. But I'm not going to let nobody get reincarnated in order to come back here and do the same thing they did to me, my children, and every other countryman that I love in this country.
It's so funny.
It is a small sacrifice on my end, because it's just little old me. But still, I now become their gatekeeper, because I will not forgive them for their sins against me and against my countrymen, period. And that's it. So people don't want to sacrifice themselves no more for the greater good. It's a battle between good and evil going on right now. And evil's winning because everybody's like, wants free stuff. I want free food and free public housing, and let's tax the rich on it. First of all, you can never tax the rich, because they got laws in place where they get write-offs. And because they get write-offs and they use the tax code to their advantage, we will never be able to tax them.
Heard all this before? Do you think we haven't heard all this before?
And now all of a sudden you want to blame Trump for 6 years in office?
It doesn't. No, we're not. No, you're now trumping. You're off in your fear-based reality. This is why your scripture said God gives us a spirit of faith, not fear. You're literally, your whole energy here is fear. And because the core of your being...
it ain't fear.
The core of your being is fear, and the rest of your transmission is distorted because of it. You literally just described how you're going to trap yourself and them here eternally by saying you're not going to be trapped here eternally. The reason you're going to do that is because you're caught in a fight and resistance rather than a letting go process where you surrender and are redeemed. This is the whole point of the scripture you're quoting that you seemingly don't understand and can't make sense of. You're not here to battle.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand. Because when people...
Hello? You're not here to fight and battle evil. God is going to bring judgment to the evil and do the battle and the war. You can't beat and battle evil. Why? Because as within, so without, as above, so below. The reason the evil outside is running everything everywhere is because the evil inside of you and others is running. Yes.
We all have the spirit of God in us, and we all
I didn't deny that.
Spirit.
You just displayed right here. You just displayed right here the spirit of kill, steal, destroy, deception, delusion, and denial, and you're claiming it's righteousness,
dude.
You just proved it. We all have the spirit of God in us,
right?
but the deceiver takes over and convinces us and each other we're right when you're patently wrong on every level, and I could prove it.
Look, dude. It's election time, right?
Here we
Listen
go.
To the Democrats.
Trail. The guru, non-guru has to go down every fool's trail with him to show him the hole he's going to jump in every time, right? Every time.
Yeah. Because look, it's election time, right? How many times are they going to tell us?
Dug the hole and covered it with leaves. Go ahead. Let's go on the journey. I love watching you fall in it and call it something different than what it is.
All right. Then let me fall and quit cutting me off.
Well, I will cut you off whenever I decide to.
You guys just want to yell and scream.
Hello. Let's be clear about something. I will cut you off.
Hello.
That's
all you guys do.
I don't know who you guys are. Again, you're now typecasting me. You've put me in a category. You've already labeled me, and you don't even know what you're talking about. So it's perfect. But I will.
Dude, you said it yourself who you are. You said it yourself who you are.
Well, who is that? What is that exactly? Go ahead. Tell us all.
Well,
you're telling me what I am.
Well, you're not an American. You're not MAGA. You're not going for your countrymen here. You're supporting a Democratic Party that incited violence for over a decade.
I've never voted. My last 5 years on the broadcast was dedicated to mocking the humiliation of the leftists and the right wingers. You're projecting again because you're a magatard who only can see one reality of dualism that they've given you. It's not even a real reality of dualism. It's a false reality. Dude, you keep projecting that I'm that. I'm not that. You don't see my literally as you're saying that, the background of my broadcast is political circus. It's showing both sides equally foolish, deceiving themselves and each other, and destroying the land and everything great here. Why you're
yeah, but I see you. I see you attacking the good of it all.
Your mind and heart controlled. So when you look, there's a lens covering your vision. You're not seeing it for what it is. You're seeing it for what you told that it is, what you believe it to be.
You know what, dude? I escaped the matrix. I filed a $400 trillion lawsuit against fucking the United States federal government, the state of Indiana, CPS, and a bunch of other organizations, including my local sheriff's department.
You're such a dunce. You don't even realize that what you're proud about is what condemns you. You filed a lawsuit to try to get $400 trillion from a bunch of people you say you don't want and need to run your life.
Hey.
So you're a
that's
money
what their
hungry.
insurance
So
provider
you're money. So
hey,
you're a vengeful.
see, everybody.
You're a vengeful, money-hungry, worldly slave who's in this for nothing but money and power, just like the people you cry about. This is why I say the people get the government they deserve. He's telling me a guy who's been to court.
What it is?
Shut the fuck up before I hang up on you. He's telling me a guy who's been to court 6 times. He's telling me a guy who's been to court 6 times in 5 years, who upheld the law of the land without an attorney, who's exercising rights and freedoms, who's encouraging other people to do the same and win at court, that I'm not American because I don't support MAGA, and this is what MAGA is. MAGA-tarded. That's you, sir. Everything you say is a projection of who and what you are. It's more you by far than it is me.
So you got me messed up because I do lean more right than left.
I
don't like either side. No.
You keep referring to both sides for a reality. It proves you're in a cult. You can't talk about reality, truth, life, and way without referring to two sides of a same delusion and illusion. You're culted.
Okay, the thing is, look, the thing is,
me.
You know what your problem is? Your problem is you refuse to vote. And because you refuse to vote, a lot of people say,
is everyone else as entertained by this guy's complete dysfunction and cognitive dissonance as I am? He's literally in one statement going, he's against both sides, and then going, you got to vote though. He's saying, he's truly American, but he wants corporatism, fascism, collectivism, and statism.
Listen, bro. You know what it is?
You're absolutely retarded, and you're ignorant and arrogant to boot, and you won't listen to what I'm saying, and you won't process it to realize I'm right and you're wrong. That's what the problem is.
No, you're wrong, because the power is in the people. That's where the power is.
It's in the people. Why do the people have to vote?
Because we have to come together as one nation, one people, and say we want this. And when we don't, because they got us at each other's throats, fighting at each other, then it's a bipartisan vote.
How many times can someone be wrong in one 30-minute period? You're not supposed to get together and decide with your limited retarded discernment what the rest of us are going to do.
Yeah.
You're supposed to get together to uphold the law of the land. You were supposed to get together I'll see you later. I'll see you later, sir. You have nothing left to offer to us. You've never given begin with. The retard doesn't realize what he just said is the problem he's posing as the solution, what he calls democracy or democratic republic. He thinks a bunch of retarded people like him are supposed to get together to tell a bunch of rich predators how the rest of us are going to live. That's the problem. You were all supposed to get together to uphold the law of the land, which is supposed to be rights and freedoms, the spirit of the law codified in the contract you call the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence. In the Declaration of Independence, it spells it out. Statute, policy, and code is not law. It's given the force of law through the consent of the governed. That means at any time, each man and woman can withdraw their consent. Why would I choose to consent to be part of a collectivist body politic when written into the contract is the clause that I cannot consent at any time and go back under God with God-given rights, which is more power and value than I would ever have in a legalistic corporatistic system as a corporate entity? You fucking moron. You guys, it's amazing. This is exactly Dunning-Kruger. What I understand of it. I don't know what it is because I don't come up with these words and terms and then use these buzzwords like they do when they project and it's more applicable to them. But this is what I believe that it is. When a bunch of retarded people come here and try to tell me what it is, and every step of the way I could just prove factually it's the opposite of that. Then they tell me I'm evil, I'm un-American, I don't know how things work. They're the intelligent ones. They can explain it all, but they can never explain it all. And then when I break it down and explain to them where they get their information from, why they're saying what they're saying, why it's completely wrong and it's the exact opposite, I'm the one who's culted out and delusional and in denial. I just need to join the left wing or the right wing and keep voting and paying taxes to rich predators, because one of these days we're going to get more rights and freedoms and power and value from that process. Can you really? They wonder where a lot of my frustration comes from. One of the places that I allow it to build here, I don't in my life, I try to, it's actually paradoxical. In my day-to-day life, I try to resolve that and work through that. When I do the broadcast, it's like we're going deep into that. One of my greatest frustrations in life is from day one being born in a world surrounded by retarded, ignorant, arrogant people like you who keep telling me what they think it is when I've heard it all before. It's never made sense. And I can literally reverse engineer all of it to prove where you got it from, why you say it, and why it doesn't make any fucking sense. And I can even show you the results of your thinking every single time. That person who just called in is the best of a bad lot. Because he even says half and half in his cognitive dissonance. No, I agree. We're in collectivism. I'm not with both sides. But why aren't you voting for MAGA? You're an anti-American. Don't you realize we have to vote for rich predators in order to have the law of the land upheld? No, I don't realize that because you said the power is in the people. If the power is in the people, why would I give it away to rich predators to represent me, to get me my power and value back? I already had that and God gave it to me. I'm not giving it away to petition to get it back. You are beyond pimped and hoed on. That is literally the dynamic of pimping and hoeing. That's why we do this channel, because the whole world's pimping and hoeing. They just don't know it. You literally just said, I'm a woman every day in my life. I got rights from God. But I'm going to give up those rights to join the pimp society, because that's what they call it, believe it or not. It's a pimping society. And we're going to vote for who our best pimp's going to be, who's going to beat us the least and put the best policy down for all the hoes to get what they want. Or not. They still can't see how absolutely pimped and hoed they are and how ridiculous this logic is. By entering in, you become part of. By part of, you separate from. By separating from, you gave up your power and value to try to get it back. The universe and its dark forces, the deceiver, just ran another fucking number on you, and you can't see it, but I can see it a mile away. And that's why they came to me when I was 18 years old after they did a test on me and found that I had 130 IQ, a 97 percentile of connection making. And they put me through another test where they asked me if I'd kill thousands of newborn babies to save the planet, among other questions. Now, I didn't know it at the time, and I still don't know it and can't prove it, but I believe they were screening me to be part of a culture and a society where I would have been given benefits and privileges and power in and of this world to pimp and game on slaves like you all day, every day, because they're probably right. They know what I know that I won't truly accept, that most of you will never get it because you choose not to get it. And you will always support what you want to be true, and you'll never accept what is true. So literally, we're right back to the rules of pimping. When you meet a hoe, don't try to save a hoe, just fucking pimp on them, because that's what we're meant to do. So I had to take that understanding. It's universal law that not only is a maxim in law on the legal side, it's a rule in pimping, and I had to bring it to broadcasting. When you meet one of these hoes who doesn't care about truth, life, and way, and will reject the game and the truth when it's in their face, Paulie, there's nothing left to do but fucking pimp on them and make content out of them. Don't try to save a hoe. You're just going to waste your and their time and drive yourself crazy. See, there's a hoe somewhere next to him watching who really wants to become a woman again, and they're ready to do the walk and take the walk, and they need to see what it looks like when their hoe ass is coming up against the real game, not just some good game on the pimp side, the real game of what it really is. They benefit from that. They say, oh, see, now I get it. Now I see what I look and feel and sound like all day, every day, how it comes across. Now I get it. So thank you, sir. You just did a service for us. There's some folks out there who needed to see you interact with me and me interact with you based on truth, life, and way, God, co-creation, the law of this land, and the deception that men and women are somehow with their policies, codes, and corporations going to get you more rights, freedom, power, and value than you already got in your supernatural state if you would just align with that and recognize that. You want them to recognize and uphold something you haven't upheld and recognized yet. Imagine that hypocrisy. Everything you folks do and say and don't say builds the prison and the reality you create for yourself on a quantum and metaphysical level. That's been proven. We prove that here all day, every day by you folks interacting here. Holographic, reflective, synchronistic on the quantum and metaphysical level. We're generating our own reality here, folks, on some fucking level. He and everyone else around here is proof of it. You wouldn't have woke up in a world today where you had to go to somebody else to get your power, rights, and value back if 85 to 90% of them didn't believe that that was true and real. And we know who and what put that there from the beginning of time. Just bite of this apple, Paulie boy. Just bite this apple. You're going to get all the worldly information and knowledge. You can become like God. You can override a supernatural system of justice baked into creation, and you can do it better than the Force does it. We just put on some uniforms and act out a little bit with our bills and plays and all the rest of it, our policies and codes. That is literally the scriptural biblical spirit of the Lucifer, the false light, the deceiver, come to kill, steal, and destroy in the name of doing it better than God, because it's going to keep you all safe. Lucifer, just the original Pimp Mac daddy. That's all that is. Gotta respect it. Gotta respect it, even if you don't like it, even if it's unpretty. It's beautiful in its ugliness. You gotta respect it. 631.
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
631. That's my old area code, man.
Yo, it's I don't know if you can recognize me, but it's the guy from before. But I'm not here to troll anymore. I'm done.
Okay, we can put that aside at any time because I have to practice redeemability for myself and others. Because if I write you or anybody else off here, I'm going against God's covenant. And I'm destroying myself again because I'm proclaiming that I, like you, can't be redeemable. And that's not true because God's taken me on a walk from heroin in the streets and gangsterism and suicide and destroying myself and others to a walk of truth, life, and way and being a pillar in my community and co-creating an outcome for all of us with each other that's beneficial for all of us and even the folks who try to attack us, right? So I have to honor that. And faithfully, hopefully, you will not dishonor that. And you're not just trying to troll me again by trying to activate the oneness inside of all of us through conscience, right? So I can activate that. I can step back from our issues and we can refocus and we can actually have the conversation. The root word is converse or conversion because one of us may need a conversion here in this life. I would bet on it, right? I know I need to do and be and have better. I don't know about you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Dude, what I did was just immature and stupid, and it was just dumb, man. It was just dumb.
I get it, bro. I do a lot of the same shit here, right? Half of my broadcast is me trolling and acting out and playing games and being mischievous. You might have a place here at Unslavious Industries. You could be our resident prank caller. See, we're getting somewhere. We're bonding.
Listen, you're right, dude. I'm a slave, man. I'm not gonna lie. I am a slave to the New World Order. I don't know if you call it that. And I have nothing else to do, you know? So yeah. And I got nothing else going, so I just do nonsense bullshit things, you know? Yeah.
I don't know if you're trolling right now or not, but this is the truthful.
I'm not, I swear. I'm
This
not
is the
trolling, I
most
swear.
truthful
Like,
that the audience is blown away right now. They're like, oh my God, this is someone who's actually going to be honest with themselves and others.
And I'm a fan of your show. Like, a lot of the things you say are, dude, like, really good. Like, just really good, man.
Right. So we don't completely disagree or disagree at all. You just need more true value and purpose and meaning in your life. Maybe you need a position somewhere where you're understood and accepted. And maybe that this place is that to some extent, right? Although I can't promise anything. You never know. We'll have to take it day by day as time goes on, right? Like any other interaction. But again, I'm gonna assume that you're being honest with yourself and others. I'm not gonna go with my presumption that you're trolling me again. And I'm gonna have faith that we can.
I wouldn't blame you. Yeah.
Right, but I'm just saying it doesn't benefit you, because if you actually just want to be seen and heard or even do prank calls and troll, like win here with me. I'm your best guy. I will give you the platform. You can say whatever you want. You can call me the biggest jerk off ever, as long as we can hit a format and a rhythm. And then if you want to prank call and troll, I got like a list of like inauthentic corporate males and females who are lying to themselves and their audience and getting paid to do it while I'm being censored and shadow banned at times. I got work for you, bud. On every level, if you let it be, right? You know?
Oh, yeah.
We don't need to destroy our lives and each other, playing games with ourselves and each other, when most likely I'm one of your greatest allies, either in life based on the principles and values and the understanding, or in the metaverse based on my position and abilities to some extent, right? To a limited extent.
Yeah.
So you got anything else that you want to give us or that you want to put on record here? Because I'm going to move forward. We're going to wrap up here probably around the second or third hour. See, I'm already going into the third hour now. I said 2 hours, but
yeah, dude. Yeah, all I gotta say is, like, I'm just tired of what's going on. We're back at war against Iran. I'm just tired of it. You know, I'm tired of our country being laughed at. You know, and yeah, I'm just really sad. You know, but hopefully we can come back.
I think everybody is. I think
I want to put
everybody's.
America first, man. You know what I'm saying?
We all do. That's what I've been doing.
I thought you did. Oh, okay. I thought you wanted humans first, but okay. We agree. America first, yeah.
Again, America first is a slogan that is an idea of humans first. It's interesting you say that, because
yeah,
the core of America first is the spirit of the law, and the spirit of the law is human rights and dignity. So by saying American first, as far as make America great and the world great again, that was only great as an American idea, as a nation, because we said no masters, no slaves. Everybody gets rights from God. Everybody gets to own property. Everybody gets to make a way here and be prosperous. You're not going to censor and shadow ban and stack the deck and try to make a bunch of weak bitches more richer than the Negroes who, if you let them go free, are going to dominate the music, entertainment, sports, and every other industry if you let them. Okay? So that's all that this is. The same thing we saw with black folks and these inauthentic corporate white males back in the day, and how we see it progress forward. Now, I'm not denying the same people also fomented black culture to turn a whole ethnic group of people who would be prosperous and successful on the whole into downright degenerates. That worked amazingly. And I got to bring the accountability back to the black folks in those communities. You let them do it. You promote it. You vote for it with your money, and you support it on every level. So again, we need a renaissance right now of true culture, not the cult as the root word shows in culture. We need true culture, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, human dignity first, rights under God, secured by each individual in a group setting if we can get it done. Color aside. That's going to end all of our cultural disease. What is that now?
Okay, listen, you may hate me for this, but
I don't hate everybody.
Oh, really? Okay, well, I kind of disagree with what you said a little bit. Because there's a lot of people in this country, dude. I want to deport them, dude. I want them to get out of here. They're just like, I want them gone. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but you only want them gone because they told you the biggest and baddest and worst were the ones who didn't have the proper paperwork. If we're going to play the game and we want folks gone, I want everybody who's telling you the brown people are the worst gone, because they're the ones trafficking and doing endless wars. They're the ones doing Epstein Island. The illegals didn't get caught for doing endless wars and human trafficking on Epstein Island. The illegals want to leave where they're at. That's been destroyed by corporatism, and they just want some fucking jobs where they can make a living, most of them. So, sir, if we're going to talk deporting, I got a list of folks who need to be sent the fuck out of here because they're not only anti-Christ, anti-life, and anti-American, they're destroying this country. And it's not the immigrant who's coming here to do a harder job for a cheaper wage, a job most fat, lazy Americans, including myself, probably ain't going to do. And if we are going to do it, not to the level of productivity and efficiency they're going to do. Let's just be real with ourselves and each other about it.
Well, I want George W. Bush deported. I want Bill Clinton deported. I want Obama deported.
You better get a hell of a lobby and an organization behind you.
I want Joe Biden deported. I wasn't talking about the immigrants. Immigrants are okay. A lot of them are bad. But listen,
who doesn't like cheaper cocaine and fentanyl so you can overdose because you've lost all the purpose and meaning in your life? Who doesn't love burritos and Sanchos and nachos and pina colada?
Yeah.
Who doesn't love illegal pussy? Am I right out there? All you patriotic statists who pay for pussy in between placating your wife who you no longer have sex with? Oh, we just dropped 20 people. This was a family. I did it again. It's a family broadcast and I brought it right. Sorry, I can't talk about human trafficking and make a joke about it in irony and comedic irony, but we can live in it and vote for people and pay for it. I'm sorry, folks. What was I thinking? Let me get back. I gotta get people to like me so they can vote for me, so I can convince them I can solve all their problems.
You know that can never happen. You should run for president, man.
I should.
You should run for president.
I should, and I should do exactly what they do, and I should just hold my tongue, bite my tongue, talk about the things that are important in a better way than any of them could, show what I'm doing on the ground to change it, just completely censor a certain aspect of my personality, and then tell the people, vote for me, pay me, I'm going to solve all the problems you created, and I'm going to do it expeditiously.
That means anti-establishment, though. That's the problem. They'll try to stop you.
Not anymore. I love the establishment. I love taxation. I love policies and codes for slaves who beg for it and pay for it. I love endless wars because we need something to do with a few billion people who are useless eaters around here. Why not send them? They're so suggestible and manipulatable, off to destroy themselves and each other on both sides. That's just population control. Warfare is nothing more than population control for a herd that's getting a little bit explosive in its numbers. Not as explosive in its ability to conceive and its conscious and awareness quotient, right? Not as explosive. Got to do something with all the extras. See, I'm starting to find my place in politics. I'm sounding a lot like Hillary. What difference does it make? The Gaddafi, the senator, the Libya, all the rest of it. What difference does it make? Slaves are dying, more are going to die, and we need that because we don't let a crisis go to waste. What do you say, Ram? That's right. Ram agrees.
We need Jesus Christ, man. That's what we need.
There it is. Let's put it all on our cosmic daddy because we're all too scared to find the God within and just do what's right. Practice courage over cowardice. We need a cosmic daddy to come up over the horizon and save us from ourselves and what we created. Daddy online, Paul Unslave, God of all media is not enough. We need something bigger and better.
We need the guy who died for our sins, man. That's what we need.
That's going to be me soon. If people keep talking and acting like you, soon the cops are going to come, take me off, murder me in a cell, and they're going to put out a public statement that Paul Unslave was so dark and macabre and depressing. Did you ever see his broadcast? He just took his own life one day. He was so fucking sad in that box. Man, you should have seen him. Boy, was it pathetic. Oh, well, you guys don't want to end up like him, do you? Just fucking pay and comply and do what we say. And understand that never ends, by the way. It's going to be like lifetime after lifetime until we finally get the wires and the chips inside of you and we get to actually control how many of you live and die, like moment to moment, day to day. We're almost there.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
See, what they don't get is I can be macabre and dark about all this because at my core, God, on some level, I believe, unless I'm just coping, has revealed to me they can never get this done. If they could do this with whatever this thing is that comes from somewhere else, they'd have done it thousands of years ago. And what do we see in history over and over again from Sukalis, the guy on History Channel with his hair going off screen with his wacky eyes? What does he say every time we study the ancient aliens? That these civilizations just disappear into thin air, it seems. We don't even know what happens. We think the aliens take them. No, the universe somehow, some way, even if it is aliens, brings in a third element to check everybody.
Oh, yeah.
To check everybody and remind everybody of where we were supposed to go and be and how we've went wrong. And then everybody restarts the loop all over again, right? Cosmic loop gets a great reset. Okay.
Man, you're preaching right now.
Maybe I'm just talking about what I see, what I feel, what I experience, and
Man,
correlating it to the
You're dropping bars right now. Like, you're dropping bars.
Hashtag bars. If evil had all powerful ability to take this place, it had been gone long enough ago, because you Babylonians here, the majority, are evil and don't even fucking know it. And you've given this whole world over to these people for thousands of years and you don't even know it. And if it had all power here, it could do what it wanted to do. It'd already be done. And because it's not, that is indirect, inverse proof of the creational God, among other things. Because it, like a daddy, still doesn't let you give away your life completely and destroy yourselves and each other. It still saves you from what the fuck you keep creating, some way, somehow. God protects babies, fools, and slaves. Lucky for you, I guess. Nothing left to talk about then. We can get back to our lives, I guess. Everything's perfect in its imperfection. Thy will be done, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I know you criticized me before for believing in Thomas Massey, but it's whatever.
Can we woo together? Can we woo for God ultimately on some level being in control of all this?
I can pray for you, dude. You want me to pray for you? I can pray for you right now.
I may need it. Even if I don't want it, I may need it.
And I should pray too.
You should pray that I lose this stubborn belly fat and that my genitals grow an extra 3 inches like they keep promising in my email.
You look good. You look good.
Oh, well, thank you. I didn't know you cared.
No homo. But like, you look good, bro.
Thank you.
Like a father.
This is good. What are you doing later now that we've gotten over our issues? Well, your issues with me, we've gotten over. You free later?
I'm going to the movie theaters, man. I'm going to the movie theaters.
Well, what are you going to go see? Maybe we'll tag along. We'll hang out.
You see Obsession. You heard that movie?
Obsession. That was kind of like what you were doing with me for the last 3 or 4 weeks. That makes sense.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I just
I'm ribbing you now. I'm ribbing you. We're going to hang out and eat popcorn, even eat it from the same bag, but I'm still going to rib you about whatever went on.
Hey, I don't know if your channel's PG, but we're gonna eat popcorn. I'm gonna like cut a hole in the bottom.
Oh, well, yeah, I could have guessed that. You dirty dog. See? Now, I want you to understand that I'm an honorable man and that I need to be courted properly. I don't want you getting fresh with me like that right off the bat. I don't want you and everyone thinking I'm that easy. Yeah. I'm not going to say that I haven't done the popcorn hole deal. You know, I'm not going to say I haven't done it, but I'm not easy, right? I'm a lady of sorts. I'm an upstanding lady. I expect to be treated. You know what? Maybe you and others were right. I might be a leftist libtard. We're dropping numbers insanely. We were preaching, as you say, there was inspiration. And now I think everybody's cringing and leaving because the person who was going to kill me is now wanting to date me and share popcorn with me. And see, this is good, sir. You were right. No. You proved something. We can't love here. We can, but if we do, there's consequences. They don't want that. Did you notice when you were arguing and fighting with me? Right, you were going to kill me. What?
Have you seen Titanic? Like all the movies, like you have to sacrifice.
Right. When you were going to kill me and stalk me, everyone was here for it. As soon as we started sharing popcorn and cutting holes in it, they all started leaving. These are not good people.
Do you like butter?
I mean, you look at me. What do you think? Take a guess. If you had a guess looking at me in some of those videos where I'm on stage and I'm slightly overweight.
6 inches, man. I'll be honest with you.
At that point, not only did I like butter, but a good portion of my internal system was made up of butter, consisted of butter. There's almost a butter to blood and water ratio.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not pretty. I never said it was.
Dude, that beard, man. You better get a woman right now, man.
What?
Dude, that beard, man. I don't know where's your woman at, man.
You're saying someone should fuck me? My beard is so majestic and amazing, and that's the thing. You might have to fuck me. I agree with you, sir. We're bonding on all levels now. He's now saying someone should come and fuck me. If not, it's gonna have to be him. Can you guys get on that?
I agree with you on some things. Like you don't talk about the Jews that much, but it's whatever.
Yeah, I don't do that because that's now become popular. And I believe, based on the Luciferian and biblical prophecy, that these folks are going to try to get everybody to do Muslim, Christian, and Jewish hate and then fight each other and destroy each other. So I'm not going to play into that, right? We already know that Judaism is a front. We already know that Judaism is a front for Zionism and that Zionism is a front for Luciferianism, just like all other
Look at what they're doing in Gaza.
ism fronts.
It's fucked up.
We all know that Christianity is not real Christianity because you idol worshipped a guy who they wrote a story of after, and you guys don't reject the dictates of man. So you don't serve your father God. You serve a second master, the worldly master. You're a child of the lie. We know that Christians go to these churches with the Catholics where they fuck the children and then they all send them other places.
Well, that's a stereotype.
That's fine. We know what the religions are. They're all we know the three main religions are all cults. We know they're not accountable, responsible. We know they don't know God, because if you know God is the unnameable. You know that you can't know God, but you could be with it or it could be with you. It doesn't have a name or a title. Once you put a name or a title on it, you've reduced its power and its value down to the finite to try to understand it. You now can't understand it because you've taken its power and its value away. Well, see, once you put limitations on the limitless, it will not show itself to you beyond a certain point. You folks are your own worst enemies and you're in your own way and you don't even know it. You're the last to know. And everything is based on what you put out is what you get back. Because you decided to join a religion and call God something, it will not reveal itself to you beyond a certain point, because you've already limited its form and function and ability and power to try to understand it. So you cease to understand it. Call it whatever you want. It's how I live. I'm just telling you the revelations I got sitting in the forest, doing nothing and being nothing other than with self and trying to understand self and creation. And that's one of the revelations I've come to, along with the one about God being, the trees being more godly than man, because the trees perform God's function. They go up and out till they only touch each other. They never interfere with each other. And they're deeply rooted in a medium that supports their growth. The majority of humans are less human than the tree that we see, because the tree is the highest expression of consciousness and awareness that does everything God programmed it to do while doing nothing at all. It can't even move around or do on any level, but it can be on a level that you haven't been yet. Because all we need to do is mimic the tree. We need to grow up and outward till we just touch each other, but not interfere with each other. And we need to create that culture and that microclimate for ourselves and each other by growing upward and outward and being deeply rooted in a media that supports life. What the rest will say is the dirt. They'll say, ooh, that's dirty. He's a sovereign citizen. That's where I'm deeply rooted. In that same dirt and mud that you reject. You don't understand, in that same dirt and mud you reject that you try to wash off of you is where your character and your immune system, your constitution is built. The true constitution. Yeah. So, of course, man. So again, we mistake the false for the true and the true for the false. That's one of the main themes here.
All I know is John 14, verse 6, I am the way, the truth, and the life. That's what Jesus said. So, yeah.
I wasn't there. I don't know what anybody said. I could tell. We could do hearsay about hearsay.
It's history.
It's hearsay about hearsay. When we go to court, you can't present hearsay or hearsay about hearsay. Just tell me about your story, man.
George Washington?
If you understand his story, if you understand his story as a story about him, the truth, life, and way, and that all of the universe is holographic and reflective, by telling his story, we're telling your story. And every other I am that am story here. If you could say I am that am, then we're telling your story. The question is, are you helping to co-create and write that story? Or do you not even recognize that you're a part of that story? And you just think that I'm some guy with main character syndrome, right? So again, the more you tell me about someone else's story, the less time you're taking writing your own story or having your story revealed to you.
Jesus is God.
If Jesus is God or with God, then so are you. Because Jesus came to teach.
I'm not God. I'm a dirty sinner, man. Jesus
came to teach that we're all children of the Most High. Greater things than I you shall do. A lot of you.
Not true.
That's the book that you all keep quoting and what that prophet was saying in the book. I'm not interested in arguing whether it happened or not, because I'm having my own Christ experience where God has revealed to me we're all sons and daughters of it, and it has given us a law on our heart through our Holy Spirit.
Yeah, that's just
And
not
by
biblically.
that, we will be saved and redeemed. And that has been all of my experience here, walking in the valley of the shadow of death, where I've had to practice not fearing the evil and the incompetence, forgive them, they know not what they do, surrender in faith to the truth, life, and way that was put on my heart and my Holy Spirit. It hasn't failed me yet. So I'm going to tell you about that story because the Bible's the greatest story ever told, and it's the only story ever told. And by telling my story, I tell that story. And by telling that story, I tell my story. Because we're in a holographic reflective universe here.
Yeah.
A man who understands and walks with God sees connection and co-creation in all things. A man who's separate from God sees separation and division in all things. That's what you folks need to start understanding. If you see division and separation like the last 2 or 3 callers and everything you look at, you ain't got a clue. Stop telling me what it is. When you can start to look around you and connect all the dots and see holographic, reflective, synchronistic beingness that is eternal and replicative, it repeats, if not it rhymes, and you can describe that and make it make sense, you won't need to argue with me anymore because you'll have a peak beyond the veil. You'll have an alignment with truth, life, and way. I haven't seen it and heard it from most of you yet. You ain't got it. I show it to you what it looks and sounds like here regularly, and I reverse engineer why what you're doing is it. Excuse me?
Do you have a book?
No, I don't. No, I don't, because I believe that the greatest cultures are oral cultures. Not like that. Settle down. Popcorn later. The greatest cultures are oral cultures. They don't learn from the written word. They learn from direct experience and through storytelling and sharing experience and information. Once you write down that experience and it's not from a live voice and a living man, you've killed off the experience. I can never give it to you the way that I would give it to you by showing it or telling it. We're out of the fifth. We're out of the sixth dimension, out of the fifth, out of the fourth, out of the third. We're down to 2 and 1. It does not serve the purpose that we believe in our ego that it serves. It takes us away from that. You know why?
Yeah.
If you start to teach and experience a whole culture and a whole race off a written word, they will never know and be able to be themselves without a book or a manual. And that's exactly what the spirit of the devil wanted here. Is a group of beings that can't know themselves because they don't know the living God and can't move on their feet with their discernment that God gave them and their conscience that God gave them with the law God put in their heart. They need a book, a manual, a code, something that some other man gave them to know how to be I am that am. That's the deceptive corruption. So may I write a book at some point? Maybe. Will I write it under the pretense that it's going to be an instructional manual for everyone to live by? Absolutely not. That is the problem. That is not the solution. That's what got us here. Your best instruction manual is the spirit within you and sitting in silence or going out and observing the world the way that it is, separate from how you want it to be, believe it is, or don't want it to be. And the more you practice that, in Asian philosophy, they have different names for it, but it's in a sense a contemplative meditation, not thoughtful, mindless, not mindful, mindless. You just remove all thought and feeling and you just observe and you try to start to cultivate a vision that can see things for what they are, not what you want them to be or don't want to be. By the way, ladies, this is how you find yourself an honorable and valuable man, if there's even one left out there, including myself. You got to get away from what you want and don't want it to be, and you got to see it for what it is. All right? This is why the Tao talks about going beyond good and evil to know. People say,
you sound like a prophet, man. I think you're a prophet.
Listen, you can call it whatever you want to call it. That would make sense because I'm not formed to do anything else in this world. If you ask me, I don't know about what others say. They come here and say, I'm so great, I'm productive, I'm efficient, I'm a hard worker, I'm this, I'm not any of that. Really.
Oh, you're being too humble right now.
I'm being honest with myself and others. I'm not gonna. We're not gonna play this game. So
dude,
the reality of this is all I've ever had from day one. The one thing that was truly me, or I am that am, was an ability to speak certain things and question certain things to get to a truth the rest around me didn't even see or want to look at. And that's all I've been continuing to do. I've just been rolling with what God formed me to be. And early in my life, it was pure hell and trouble and problems with everyone and everything. And you know what? It's still a test and a challenge at time, but more and more as time goes on, I start to see the game of what God's plan was, right? I start to see that. And then folks like in my chat yesterday say, God don't have a plan. Go ahead and speak that reality for yourself. And now you just built the cage for yourself you're going to live in for the rest of your life. How could God not have a plan when it put something in me that was talking before I even understood what it was saying? And by the time I understood what it was saying, it was more right than everyone around me who was supposed to lead, guide, and protect me. You're going to tell me God doesn't have a plan? You're going to tell me there's no inherent law or beingness, co-creative energy or force rolling through us in this universe?
That's what I'm saying. There's no way this universe came by itself.
It's the only game in town. They'll say there is no game like that in town. Like I say, the greatest trick the devil ever did was convincing you it didn't exist. The second greatest trick was convincing you God didn't exist and that truth, life, and way in the word has no power. And therefore, you have no power.
Yeah.
So you're right on some level. If you can't recognize God's plan, then God don't have a plan for you because God can't help those who help themselves. And a man can't help himself who can't recognize God in himself and all things. What do you think about that?
Yeah, what do you think about that, boy?
Sir, I don't need you to play me up in what I'm doing. I appreciate it, but yeah, I don't need a cheerleader. Yeah, I don't need a cheerleader.
I thought it was your baby.
The truth, life, and way hypes me up enough if you haven't noticed. I'm going to do another 3 hours today when I plan to do one. And I'm looping.
I thought I was your baby, though.
You're my baby? Well, not yet. Slow your roll, right? We just got to a place of reconciliation and resolution.
I got the lube.
All right, well, keep the lube handy. You might need that. This is a culture and society that loves to fuck itself regularly, so I always advocate that folks keep lube on hand.
I'm also 15, so yeah.
You're also 15. Well, listen, there's nothing illegal on my side about acknowledging you fucking yourself. I didn't tell you to do it. I didn't ask for pictures of it.
Nah,
I didn't ask to be part of it. Oh, okay.
I was missing you because that would be illegal.
Yeah. Well, no, that wouldn't be, but we're going down that road then, maybe.
I'm only 19, man. I'm only 19.
All right. Well, that's legal. I can mount you, or we could do whatever your little heart desires if I decided to.
I have a baby face.
Yeah. You got a baby dick to match or what?
No, I told you 6 inches.
6 inches,
average, right? I think it's average.
All right, well, that's good to know. Anything else that you want to give to these people or to the audience or me other than your genitalia at this point? This is good, though. We took it full circle. We went from stalking me, hating me, you're going to kill me, to we actually agree, and maybe you want to have sex with me is what I'm getting from you.
No, the killing and the harassing, I'm done with that.
Okay.
I just want to take you out to Chili's, man.
Well, that's good. We're making progress. Now, you're not going to go back if I just keep doing whatever I'm doing and I don't take you up on the whole sex or popcorn or Chili's. If I don't actually do that, you're not going to get mad at me and then go back to the killing and stalking, are you?
I probably will.
Probably will. Okay, well, at least you're being, I appreciate that. I've seen that in the past. I respect that. I respect that. A lot of people have done that move in my past and they're not honest with me about it. They go, no, I would never.
I'm mad about what you said about my country, Poland.
What did I say? Yeah. Let's address that because you brought that up a few times, and I want to show that I'm hearing you, that you're heard here, that I see you. So
I think it was 3 months ago. I could look at the video. You insulted Poland's policy and their government.
Okay, so can I just walk that back to a more general statement? I think all authority and governance here is illegitimate, and the more we seek to go deeper in to perfect it, the more imperfect we become because we're not seeking to perfect ourselves and what we're creating. So it's not.
Poland has a good government, though.
Okay, well then I'm not aware of it. I haven't been to Poland. I can't tell you the first thing about what it's like to live on Poland. So if I need to retract that statement for you to feel better, it's based in truth. I'm not placating you. I haven't been to Poland. I don't know the first thing about it. I should not speak about any firsthand subjective or objective experience about what it's like to live on Poland. I'm just presuming and assuming that the whole world is is in collectivism and run by inauthentic corporate males and females who are literally completely spiritually broken or just deceived and off on a trip, a mass hallucination trip.
Man. It's traditional, man. It's a beautiful country, man, and you should give it a chance.
I just did. I'm saying, if I said anything that led you to believe that I was acting like I knew what it was like there, I don't. And that goes for like everywhere. And I'll even triple down. I'm sure there's places on America, I know there is, where the sheriffs and everyone have told everyone to go fuck themselves. We're going to do whatever we want. If you don't cause loss and harm, we're not going to bother you. And the majority of the community is just farmers and ranchers and regular people. That's like Mexico. That's probably like Poland. That's probably like everywhere. If you get away from the TV and the corporatism and the rest of the garbage that destroys every land and all people, it's always the same thing. Just regular people who want to try to be good, best they know how, who want to work for a living. They're somewhat honorable people who sacrifice their life to their career and their work, and they build a future for themselves and each other, right? That's great. I look up to those people. I need to become more of that in my life is where I start this journey from.
Of course, man. Fuck.
So I can't, you know, I have no issue with that. I can't deny that. And I'm sure that exists everywhere. I'm saying that needs to be the rule of the day and has been the rule of creation, whether we know it or not. That is the only way and the only system. The Tao talks about that as well. When a people and a civilization is prosperous, their factories make gardening tools, is essentially what it says. When a civilization is corrupt and reprobate, the factories make weapons of war predominantly, right? So what do we see here on the U.S.? If you want to call it the U.S., that's the corporation. What do we see on America? Farms getting shut down, farms getting poisoned, overregulated, taxed, all the rest of it. What do we see them spending more money on than ever, making more and more of than ever? More bombs.
Israel.
Right.
Money for Israel.
More money for Israel, Ukraine, bombs over Baghdad, right? Day in and day out. So I don't see them.
Transgender surgeries.
Yeah, right. I don't see them pumping money into feeding the whole world. Everyone wants to talk about the liberalism and all the rest of it. One of the concepts out of supposed lefty progressivism is nobody should go hungry here. I could say that's not true, except for the fact that we could make that a reality if you wanted to by not spending all this money on the endless wars and actually pumping it into mass agricultural endeavors that are sustainable and reproducing, that could feed literally the whole fucking planet.
Thomas Massey, man.
Excuse me?
We need Thomas Massey, man.
Listen, if you want to play all that game that Thomas Massey's going to be hero daddy and he's going to take it all down single-handedly, you can play that game. I can't believe in that. I have no reason to believe one person's going to go inside the mafia and change the whole commission. What's most likely going to happen is you're going to go into the mafia, try to argue with the commission, and they're going to whack you like they did JFK at high noon, and then tell you 3 other guys did it and never get any conclusion, right? While they claim they got the conclusion, and then the slaves all repeat it. So, again, I'm
just saying he's my guy. He's my guy, man.
He's going to become a lot of people's guys because folks are going to continue to have to pick somebody in the simulation delusion to get them what they say they want instead of just choose themselves and realize God already chose them.
We need somebody.
That somebody's you, bro. Man. It's you. It's you. That's the thing. It's the same story as Neo in the Matrix. Neo didn't even know he was the one. He went to the Oracle. Nah, you ain't the one. He kept going. He had to realize through his experience he was always the one.
Hey, like you said, we need somebody like Teddy Roosevelt, man. We need somebody who's heroic.
We need you and everybody else to stop giving their power away and start living free and stop paying and complying and stop begging for a daddy and a master. And then this is all over that day. Don't worry, it's already on its way. I and others are going to show you what it looks and feels and sounds like. And the greatest part is we keep winning at court, proving we were right all along.
Yeah, I saw your record. Your record, I think you're 17-0, or what's your record?
I wouldn't say that at all. I would say I get credit for the last 6, and half of those I didn't even go to court beyond the first presentment because I didn't believe I had to because there was no one on the other side. So I put a claim on file And I told them I will not be back, and I didn't show back up, and they never put out warrants, and everything's gone away. So I don't even care.
Yeah, and I saw your video where you were destroying that cop who arrested you. Dude,
and then before that, I'd been arrested multiple times for, it's a different world at that point. That was before doing anything for any reason. That was just involved with the wrong people doing the wrong things. I'm feeding back now. I'm feeding back on you. I was beyond a drug addict. You're feeding back somehow. You got to close the window, whatever it is. I don't know what you're doing. Maybe it's your microphone. I'm going to have to let you go if that keeps going. Yeah, I'm talking to you. I'm hearing myself back on. I don't know why that just happened.
That's on me. Wait, let me mute myself real quick.
Right. Yeah, man, I was beyond a drug addict.
Am I okay now? Hello?
Yeah, no, you're feeding back. You got to call back in or join the panel, bro. Just join the panel. You're going to promise me you're not going to...
Yeah, but you banned me, so yeah. You banned me.
All right, well then just call back. We spent a good time on the phone anyway, and I can't keep this going the way that it sounds.
I feel like...
Tell me you love me.
I'm just going to
go. Tell Daddy you love him now after everything.
Baby girl, I love you. I'm sorry for...
Oh, no, see, I got to let you go. Now that's rude. I said daddy, not baby girl. I'll see you later. Fucking goofball. This is what we're dealing with. I don't know. We'll see if he was trolling or not about the not trolling and the trolling. But a lot of these folks don't realize when they come in contact with me that I can read them to a fair degree. So I kind of know what's going on. And then I guess they need that for me to pass their test that they don't even know that they're giving me. Of like, do I know you better than you want to be known? To try to bring us somewhere different than you intend to bring us. Which again is proof of holographic reflectivity. If I could deal with somebody who comes in to troll me and try to hurt me or attack me for whatever reason, and I can reveal to them that there is a holographic synchronistic connectivity between us, I could communicate the idea of God, purpose, true meaning, and principle, then I can bridge that gap indirectly, right? So we've seen that before. That needs to happen more and more, and I try to actively do that. The alternative is I'll self-destruct, self-sabotage, so will he, and then we're going to throw away truth, life, and way, and true meaning and purpose, and true care. So again, we're back to just everyone's got to get really real with themselves and each other about who, what we are, why we're here, what we come here to do and be, and how we've been misled. Go a few more minutes of Fox Noise. It's been a while since we got anything official or expert like. I'd like to run through my top area. I keep meaning to and I never get to it. Good problem to have. You're looping so hard and consistently you never get to the extras. Let's do some of this. We do some of this to get it out of there. Supreme Court. Let's cover this. Supreme Court recently struck down federal assault weapons ban. State level bans remain largely intact. Future challenge is expected. Right. Future challenge is expected is code for I and other people on the ground are not listening anymore. We never really did, but now we're really not complying and we're not going to pay you. So you better get your shit together quick. Right. And the bottom line is the flock cameras got to go and the track and tracing's got to go, and the thousands of policies and codes you're going to try to put people in a box or take their property for has got to go. Texas is now going to remove land tax. This is not by accident. And I think it's interesting, too, that all these states are moving with an energy where people that I know specifically are on and practicing certain things. Women and men, by the way. There's a lot of women out there now. Jennifer was one of them. Sure still is one of them on some level, even though we haven't been in contact. Woman who I was in a relationship with. Best as I can relate to anybody here. She was one of them who started giving them notice that even though she's a teacher and gonna Lamar, give me 1 second. I want to finish what I'm saying here. So even though she's a teacher, going to do a certain job, she's not going to continue to fund the Island Boys and their human trafficking fraud, or excuse me, their human trafficking scheme and your economic Ponzi scheme fraud that backs it. Fractional reserve banking and all this accredited debt-based slavery that you want to keep in everybody perpetually, right? So I know dozens and dozens of people directly who've already decided they're not complying anymore and they're not paying, and they've entered into interactions with these people. And you know what the crazy part about it is? We keep getting them in default. They get to a point where they either acknowledge what we're saying is true and they go away, or they just stop replying and go away. And they never make any claims that something bad's going to happen. And if they thought it would, they would. They're the first type of people to go, if you don't do this, this is going to happen. Now, where they get a lot of people is, if you don't do this, this may happen. See, how I've always seen it in life is, and because I'm a cosmic gambler, think of a pimp and a hoe. A pimp doesn't tell a hoe, bitch, if you go out and fuck for money and don't bring me my cut back, I may beat your ass. He says, I will. If he says I may, there's a good chance, if you want to call them on their bluff, that they're just that. They're just bluffing. Because if they were going to do it to you, they'll tell you. I've seen the difference at court. And they love that game, right? Where they'll say to me, because I said to them, I may or may not be back at this next presentment because I don't believe you've attained jurisdiction. I don't have a duty and obligation to show up at this court. You don't even have a valid verified claimant. And the administrator said to me, Paulie boy, we may put out a warrant for your arrest. And she smirked too. They know what they're doing. We may put out a warrant for your arrest then. You got to gamble on that. Right? Just like they got to gamble on it. Hey, you may put out a warrant for my arrest and come and get me and bring me back to this court. And if I get a dismissal, well, then I'm putting you on trial. And you know what they know too? If we keep losing to Paulie boy and then he starts suing us and getting money, he's going to bring that back to all his people. He's going to bring that back to all his people. And then we got a real problem on our hands. So, Lamar, what can I do for you, or what do you want to go over here? Just because I don't want to keep you hanging there, but I would like to get to some of these issues and ideas.
Can you hear me okay, man?
Yeah, I'd prefer if you were a bit louder.
Oh, okay. Let's see. All right, hold on 1 second.
Can you all hear him, or is he low on your end like he is on my end?
What about now? Am I coming in a little clearer now?
Again, I want to get a reading
so,
from that. Now you just got louder out of nowhere for some reason.
All right, yeah. Yeah, you know, like I always say, man, like you said earlier, revolution or the destruction of the system. I always say every revolution carries within it the seeds of its own destruction. That's the way I look at it. And again, I agree with the taking back the consent. I'm doing it in my own way. I'm still learning, but
you're breaking up. You're breaking up. You're breaking up. Are you on Wi-Fi? Is everyone else having that experience, or is he clear on everyone else's side?
Well, I took myself off of Wi-Fi. Is that better?
Yeah, that seems to be so.
Okay.
You've already gotten one cliche, and I'm Paulie cliche here. The cliches are cliche for a reason because they're probably true. Every revolution carries the seeds of its own destruction. You think you guys out there with your big-brained ideas and feelers know better than the 1,000-year-old cliche that literally shows you where you undo yourself every time, just like I do? You saw the caller called in before and was wrong on every level, even especially the solution, because when you're wrong about all the ideas along the way, you're always wrong about the solution, right? And how his own revolution was just that. The word is revolution, revolve, complete circle. One revolution means to go around in a circle once. See, it's all in the words every time, guys. You think that I'm just some schizophrenic who's playing up the idea, the meaning in the words. No, you've attached a feeling to a word based on your fear and anger. You don't know what the word actually means. There's the deception. If you understand a revolution means complete circle, you realize you're just going in circles. What we need here is resolution. We need the problem to be resolved. You can't solve a problem with the same level of consciousness that created it. That means the only solution here is a change in consciousness and awareness. It's never going to be an external one. Why? Because as within, So without. As above, so below. People on Capitol Hill reflect the people on Blueberry Hill, down at the bottom, right? Wall Street reflects Main Street. The way that it is. Can't deny that. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so when I look at history or when I look at governments, the one form of government that I've never really heard about or I had to study on my own and that they really don't talk about is like a surreptitian or government by lottery, where actually you take out the voting and you actually get representatives from the community and have them, do things. And it's not necessarily that they're, your elected officials, but then the problem with that is people will feel if you do it like that, taking away voting, they would have a fit, man. It was like, oh, the one thing I want to do is vote. And then I've done my job and I'll let these other people handle it. Whereas surreptitian, you could get actual people from the community, regardless of, their background or whatever, and have them represent their actual community, because
you can't. I'm saying this sounds good and it feels good, but it's not based in reality. The public has shown themselves historically en masse to be just like their masters. That's how we got in this situation. Thinking you're going to choose some slave who doesn't know right from wrong to take some seat of false power that you're going to now pay to erect and keep going. It's just, it's too much for too little payoff. It's not necessary. It's 3 or 4 or 5 extra steps we just don't need. We overcomplicate the shit out of everything when oversimplifying is really what benefits all of us.
But then, I guess it's like, what is the solution then, or what is a solution, or what is a step in the right direction?
Why do you all need a solution for a problem you're creating? I don't understand this.
Okay, so let me ask you this, right? I'm a truck driver, right? So,
it's cart before the horse on every level.
Well, let me just put this out here, right? So I'm regulated because, I deliver food. Now, I can't take car parts and I can't take cadavers or dead bodies. I can't take fertilizer or pesticides. I'm banned from that because I can only deliver food. So government regulates that I can't carry pesticides, right? That's something they do. But hey, I may want to carry 80,000 pounds of roach spray, and then I may want to deliver, your hamburger in that same trailer. But I would poison people like that. So government, says, hey, you can't do that because you would kill and poison people. So it's not like all of government is bad. It's just the people and the mindset. So that's a good regulation, or an elevator, right?
Let me get this straight. The people are telling you what to do and not do with poison, who are also funding shooting poison in your water and air.
Well, look.
Well, like this never makes any sense, and we always get away from what the idea starts out to be, which it never becomes, and there's absolutely no logic to this. And guess what? A culture and a society that depends on people to ship food and poison in the same truck deserves to not be here. What don't you get about that idea?
Well, I can't ship poison in the same truck with food, but
I'm
if I wasn't regulated, I would.
Stupid, weak people alive. I've gone fully Babylonian like the masters.
Look, man,
I'm tired of keeping stupid, weak people safe and alive. If I'm one of them, let me die.
Listen, man, stupid, weak people are created by God, and they deserve to be here just like the intellect. So we got to love our stupid brothers. Stupid folks have a place.
I'm not going to give up my rights and my work and the way here in order to placate and entertain and keep safe stupid, weak people who can't figure out how to do things based on common sense. Don't care. Don't care if they're my mother and father. Don't care if they're my brother and sister. Don't care. Not wasting my life and throwing away success and prosperity and co-creation and truth, life, and way. Let the dead bury the dead. I'm tired of people who come in with a bleeding heart and won't even follow the fucking prophet who they say they're quoting and listening to. Sir, that's not exclusively for you. That's just in general. Right. You may not be one of them. Jesus didn't turn to the bleeding heart slave and tell him, let the dead bury the dead for no reason. He understood the principle. The same way in the Tao it says, a man who walks in the way is wise. He goes alone rather than with a fool for company. He will not neglect his own walk, way, and work to do the work of others. You guys with your bleeding big brains and hearts think you're doing good, and you're overwriting the truth, life, and way that's been taught from ancient times, that's based on universal law. You know what you do? You get so good at being you and doing what you're doing. You have so much abundance, your cup runneth over, that you start to put everyone else on how to be free and safe without coercive and derisive behavior. That's it. That's the answer.
So let me ask you this, Paul.
Become very free and safe. Become very successful at what you do. Share it with others. Teach other people how to do and be it. Stop erecting systems of con men to pimp on everybody to keep us safe while they do all the things they're saying they're going to keep us safe from.
So if I was to hand you a reset button, right? And if you was to push the reset button and tomorrow it would be structured how you feel society to be structured, what would that look like? I'm just curious as to see, like, how, what would society look like? How would we cooperate? What would be like a means of people living, all 350 million of us? How would you see that structure?
Go out into the middle of nowhere where there's still communities and culture, where people are successful and thriving, where they will have a livelihood when the average city is in rubble and being reclaimed by nature, and tell me what it looks and feels like over there. That's your answer. I don't have to press a button to do the universe better that can already be done. Just live in accordance to and in alignment with what is very natural and what makes sense. That's it. Don't cause loss, injury, and harm. Take your time, energy, attention, and put it into communal endeavors to better yourself and others' experience here. Share when you're in abundance and people are in need. Build a future for yourselves and each other. Make sure it's sustainable and self-sufficient to varying degrees. We're not reinventing the wheel here. If you spend all your time, energy, attention in producing successful, co-creative, competent, capable, caring men and women, there wouldn't be much left to talk about after that. We don't have that. We have mass productions of submissive, good citizen slaves who can't think and feel for themselves, who can't literally produce anything anymore that works at worth a damn, who keeps going to rich predators to make it all better. We have absolute broken children at this point. So the answer is start producing men and women again. Actual men and women. That's going to make everything special and unique and great and pretty and cute and warm and fuzzy. Like mom's apple pie again. That's the answer. Because the system's only as good as the men and women who are involved in it. And if you don't have men and women involved in the system, it's built to fail. If you have men and women involved in a co-creational universal system, we don't need legal systems and corporate systems to make it all better for what we haven't done and been yet. This is not that difficult. It's very difficult because now you're saying we have to be responsible and accountable. We have to be innovative. We have to be co-creative. We have to be everything that our masters have been and are, while you beg them to give you a system and a reality you can succeed in while you ruin everything you're given because you don't want to grow the fuck up and become a man. That's the answer. Stop going to them and their systems and their bullshit to get what the answer is already given to you by your ancestors and forefathers. Do and be and have better. Once you do and be and have better, you could put other people onto that. Once you live that life, you don't need these people anymore. If you're not living that life, these people can't do anything for you anyway. Don't know how else to communicate it.
Yeah,
you've already proven all that to be true, by the way. You can't give out enough food stamps and create a plantation large enough to overtake and make a successful culture out of someone who's not meant to be successful because they won't help themselves. If that were the case, the black ghettos would be an amazing place to go and live. And any ghettos, color aside, they're not. Because the answer always was imparting and imputing a culture of responsibility and accountability, turning out honorable, good faith men and women who are competent, capable, and co-creative and productive. That's always been the answer and the solution. That'll always be the problem. And the answer and the solution will never be going to incompetent, incapable, corrupt, rich predators to give you more entitlements on the plantation so one day you could be successful. The answer is coming the fuck out of that system and finding your mind, heart, and balls again, finding your purpose again, creating something where other people can be inspired to produce and create and find their motherfucking purpose again. That's called community. That's the answer. Communing with a higher sense of self, truth, life, and way, and bringing that back down to yourself and the other people on the ground. Community. We need a communitarian resolution, not another communistic, fascistic, socialistic, authoritarian revolution. Complete circle.
Yeah, you know, I've looked at communal living. Like I said, I'm in my 50s, man. So I was a bit of a hippie, and, you know, I lived in my car and stuff for years. You know, I fought against the system, you know, in my own way. But in communal living, you know, like I say, it's like vice versa. It sounds good until you actually do it. And then you go to a community and it's cool for a minute, but then it gets weird because there's that power dynamic, even within communal living, even with people that are talking about, we're going to eat our own food. We're going to, you know, just live within the land. It's cool until you will, oh, this dude is weird, man. He wants to fuck my wife, or he wants, you know, he
Can I
wants
stop
to walk
you?
around naked all day.
Can I stop you?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
You projected onto that's weird. What if I told you that's the way we were meant to be and you just don't like it and want to accept it?
Okay, that may be it. You know, that may be it, but still community.
It just may be that we're actually on some level a creature that we don't get to overwrite the way God made us to be. And it's part angel, it's part animal. And you have to own that and accept that. By denying that, you've dishonored the way God created you to be. And one of the qualities of that animal is it's polyamorous, whether you like that or not. And one of the qualities of the women is it's hypergamous. That means one night she's going to be sick of your bullshit and nonsense, and she's going to be loving my vibe and my energy and want to suck this pole. And you don't like that, and you don't want that to be true, but that is supernatural. So you could either deny that and run from it or ignore it, or we could all fucking try to understand it and maybe honor it and direct it and accept it and take it somewhere rather than denial and delusion and disempowerment. There might be something actually inspiring and empowering about that scary dynamic.
Man, you're not sharing any popcorn with holes in it with my girl. I'm sorry, bro.
Listen, but this is why now I'm gonna give you a dig, right? You're not keeping it player, Lamar. I'm supposed to be the white boy in this interaction. You ain't keeping it P.
I'll never look the same at popcorn. You ain't keeping it P,
Lamar. I'm discouraged by you, and I'm revoking some of your blackness card now. You ain't supposed to love these hoes and hate on a player. You're supposed to learn to love the game.
Man, I'm the caution of the black community.
I don't know. You sound like you're simping and tricking over there. Sound like you want to build a Trump wall around your woman to keep all them bad people away from her and her away from them. Because you don't like what it might mean for you and everybody else. Scares you.
So what about conflict resolution?
This is why the black folks on the ground tell you, she ain't your girl, dog. It's just your turn. I didn't say I believe that all the way or I like that, but there might be some cosmic wisdom buried in that ugly cliche that these folks used in certain communities, right? They just may be a bit more realer with themselves and each other about it.
Yeah. Hey, you know something else I was thinking about, man? I came up with a way for us to make our own fuel. Well, I guess we would need more help, but a way to make diesel fuel and lower the price of fuel too, man. You know, it's not really a crazy idea, but it's an idea that I know would never fly, but it's actually where the community, the world, could participate in making their own
right.
fuel.
So when we go back to original tribalism on the ground, ironically enough, inside the tribe, there should not be warfare and set tripping. We'll use some black lingo here. So you and I were never supposed to compete over what we did with our resources. We were never supposed to compete over the fact that you're a great man and I'm a great man. That's why we're in the same tribe together. It makes sense why these females want to suck our pole. See? You brought it to the insecure ego and the division where you wanted to make me your enemy because your woman saw the same thing in you that she saw in me, which might just be God. See?
Well, what if you lay it down better than me? Then now I got a problem. Now she don't want to spend no time with me because you done broke her back like I can't.
That ain't gonna be a problem. There might be a third guy who's gonna need to spend more time with her because I got too much time, energy, attention from what I'm doing. She's chasing me. I'm chasing purpose. So she'll have plenty of time to talk about you and her feelers because I'll be busy chasing my purpose and you'll be busy chasing that bitch and how you feel about it.
Yeah, I guess so, man.
That's one of the reasons she's going to want to suck my pole, too, is because she kind of likes the fact she gets turned on by Paulie chasing his purpose while you chase her pussy and how you feel about it. And stop me where I'm not talking very black right now. I'm talking blacker than the black guy. This is why they call me the white gorilla N-word, all the white people who come here. So I'm saying I don't have to agree with that all the way or like it to observe that dynamic and then think about it or not think about it or feel about it and just kind of see how God wrote another joke into all of creation to just fuck our mind and heart up until we finally get it right or not. So again, in the tribe, it inspires us because we're not competing with each other in a negative sense. If we're competing, it's positive, and we're inspired to do and be and have better. Why? Because to the victors go the spoils. They're our women. And again, when I say our women, I don't even believe in the idea of taking ownership over women, but believe it or not, on some level, women may like or need that to be the case. Just like when you go in the biker world, we're not telling these women to say they're ours. They want to say that. They like belonging to a good man who's honorable, who they can trust to lead. That's a benefit to them. That's not a detriment. We're back to the difference between a leader and a boss if you want to have that conversation. And when a woman and a man are working in trust, equity, and faith, honor, and respect, she likes belonging to that man because she trusts he knows how to lead. He's going to make the right decision. That's biblical, by the way. Okay? So you could argue on the ground in its most natural state, we're meant to be in a collective, a tribalist collective. In that collective, we're meant to walk in the truth, life, and way using conscience and also our honor, our animalistic nature. And our animalistic nature is polyamorous on the man side and hypergamous on the woman side. Now, the way that we mitigate our insecure ego is by recognizing that everybody in this tribe is great, has God within them. Everybody in this tribe is attractive and co-creative. Everybody in this tribe, it makes sense why the women want to have sex with us, because sex is just a communication of a recognition and a relationship. It's another form of communication and experience of who and what we are, right? So it would make sense to me that in that group, we would have group relations because, again, we're not divided. We're with God. And those women could see the God in all of us that they could see in themselves. And it's magnetic, co-creative, and attractive. It inspires them and excites them. So now we understand that most likely early days, we didn't have all this. This is why I believe it talks about in the Garden of Eden when the fall happened, that Adam and Eve looked at themselves and each other and realized they were naked and got guilty and ashamed and all the rest of this shit. That I believe, and get me right, biblical scholars, because I fuck this up all the time. I don't claim to be that. But I'm saying if I'm right about that, this is why this would be my correlative point of reflection. Where what you think is sophisticated and civilized is actually part of the fall. Because you've divided yourself again and you've made yourself divided from your fellow man and woman and how we're created to be.
So even in that scenario, like when you say the animalistic and, I agree about the hypergamy and the polyamorous, but even within that type of system, there still could be a group of people that you coexist with that say, nah, we monogamous and I don't want to hitting on my girl.
I'm not denying that. You all get to set those boundaries. I'm just saying, don't be surprised when you take the lead on that and your woman agrees and 6 months or 6 years down the road, you find out she has a connection and an attraction to some other man in the equation because you ain't God and you don't get to control that. And it would be silly to try to deny that or to not try to understand that before you go hit the grave. Why you would want to not understand that and explore that because of your feelers and the insecurity is on you. But don't deny that it's going to happen because it is. See, that's the point.
And it's not even.
You can't deny reality and co-creation. Why not just try to understand it so you can accept it?
Well, no, I'm just throwing out, scenarios. It's not that
Of course you get to do that. You get to decide your own boundaries and wishes. But guess what? Most of the time in life, people's boundaries and wishes aren't commensurate with who and what they actually are and what they really feel. Your woman's lying to herself and you. You're lying to yourself and her. Somewhere in the equation, I will find that if you let me. And we're gonna then extrapolate like the Christmas sweater. We're gonna pull that string till the whole sweater unravels before your eyes. That's the game.
And then another thing with communal living, like you said, the inner city, we'll watch the inner city collapse. Well, them gangbangers in the inner city, they got to eat too, man. So they're not just going to sit and watch us living in the woods.
That's why you got to accept that your woman is not your woman, and she's going to suck the pole, hopefully, of the honorable men who are good faith. And we're going to share everything, including our values and our resources, because when the time comes, we're all going to have to fight for ourselves and each other in the truth, life, and way. I'm talking total unification and alignment as a race and as a beingness. You can't do that if you keep finding insecurity, challenges, and division across everything that's actually trying to communicate unification and wholeness and holographic reflexivity. This is the difference between ego, consciousness on the lowest level, personification, the mask wearer, versus super ego, which is absolute unification and alignment. What they're going to call a cult, while they do the corrupt version of it, they're going to call this a cult, aligning with who and what we're meant to be supernaturally, trying to explore with that so that we can understand it, to accept it, so we can get out of our own way and each other's way and actually live life the way we're meant to live it. Because we know already, don't bullshit yourself and me, we know monogamous relationships don't work. 60 or 70, whatever percentage divorce rates. Everybody cheating on everybody, either in the mind or in the heart. And your religious coat doesn't stop it. Now, an understanding and acceptance, a practice, may bring a resolution. But first, we have to throw away everything we've been told to believe by the people fucking your children, by the way. This is the irony of it. While they're telling you it's ungodly and unrighteous to just look within and say, what's the greatest joke we've been playing on ourselves and each other here as men with our women and everybody else? That we're going to have one woman to love and hold forever and always till this, that, and the third. Oh, it's cute and cuddly. It's not reality for most of us, if not all of us. Even if we try to make it that. Quite frankly, I've seen the relationships where a man tries to make himself that and just only owns the love he has for that other person. By the end of it, they act like brother and sister. That woman doesn't respect him. She's tired of him.
Right.
So cut the games. Even a woman will verify you 80 years in when you go, oh, grandma, it's so cute. You and dad have been. I'm ready to die and get away from that motherfucker. He's so up my ass and lacking in his own damn purpose. Cut it out. Cut the fucking games with ourselves and each other. Let's find the middle ground. Let's find the resolution.
So you mentioned something earlier, man, like let's make good people and let's make good, and I totally agree with that. But, if we're talking about now, we got a mixture. We got a mixture of good people. We got a mixture of people that's just kind of like on a darker path. And, we got, if you look at tribes or communal living now, the only tribes, the only communal settings that seem successful are like the ones, the Maasai in Africa or in the Amazon, those type of just bare bones tribe. Consumerism, I think consumerism would have to be tackled first before we could even talk about that, because you got to have more shit. I need more shit. And then the people that are in the leadership, they'd be more than happy to set up a system for you just to get more useless stuff. And, we need wars because you need more shit. So like consumerism from the citizens has to be addressed, I think, first.
I don't agree. I believe that what you just hit on is so root chakra, they like to call it, and so based, as they like to say, pun intended, so base level at our core that it's one of the biggest reasons why we do all the rest of the shit we do. I can't prove this, but I have this belief in this idea that when you dishonor your root chakra and your core, the rest of you becomes unfulfilled and unsatisfied. So you start to try to sublimate in other areas. Right. I
always say, man, I used to teach classes, man. I sat with shamans in Peru with ayahuasca and stuff. But one of the things I came up with was your source of joy today will become your source of sorrow tomorrow. Like,
your source of joy. That's cool. Your source of joy would be actualization and realization, which then brings into view all of the checklists of areas in our life where we now have practice and work to do. One of them is what you just said, a main one, sexuality. Here's where you all, because the guy just called me a magotard down there and called me a white nationalist. You better get ready to call me a libtard now. You must have missed it, because I went into polyamory. I must be a libtard now. Or are these right-wing and left-wing expressions all just different aspects of self, expressing themselves from an extreme perspective, right?
Right.
So, again, I don't care what you like and don't like, what you think it is. From day one, folks have been living on the lands together. If you started off on the brown side of things, everybody was in the longhouse fucking everybody, and it was our children, not yours and mine. The more we got more and more into me, I, the more it got into my woman, my car, my house. The more we got individuated and divided. The more your wife is fucking the mailman but can't tell you because everything is compartmentalized and divided, and we can't be honest with ourselves and each other, right? This is how it happens. It's every step of the way, dishonoring, inauthentic, inorganic, not natural, civilized, sophisticated, colonized, not co-creative. So again, am I saying we have to throw away the corporation, certain products and services? No, I think it's good if we put a lot of our time, energy, attention into solving the problems that we face. One of the reasons folks like Elon and others put so much time, energy, attention into solving all these problems they create or we face, and not enough into who they are and their beingness, is because they can't be honest with themselves and everybody else about who they are at the core of their beingness. Because it's just not politically correct. It's not acceptable by society, which is completely full of shit on every level. That's what the leftist libtard is. It's on, and again, this is both sides, but in these one areas, it's a complete sort of backfiring, blowback of a culture and a society that has lied to itself and each other about aspects of who and what it is, mainly sexually. So now what you have is, over a long enough period of time, you have a complete rebellion of that and an overthrow of that the other way. Because we just can never hit a middle ground in anything. We always vacillate between these extreme opposites of masculine, feminine, light, and dark. We never want to practice the middle way. So I think you're going to see a blowback from that. You're already seeing it. A bunch of magatard, fake-ass Christians who are so neurotic and constipated about their own sexuality and just the experience in general, they can't be honest with themselves and each other about anything relating to sexuality. Because they've tied it into their fake religion and what it means to be a good person, to dishonor certain aspects of the way you're created to be. But they can't make any sense out of it. Their relationships aren't working. They're failing for the same reasons on the opposite side that the other ones are, right? Because we just can't honor who and what we are on all levels, different aspects of self. Or we go the other way. We start getting into the whole pride idea and honoring aspects of self so much, we forget about conscience and common sense, right? And sort of what benefits not only ourselves, but each other as a civilization. So I see them all as integrally linked and almost either all effects of an original cause or effects and reflections of other effects that are ignoring or trying to corrupt the cause. So yeah, now with that all said, I have to always come back to this. If I was to be a part of and experience an interaction more than I already have been of exploring the idea of polyamory or whatever the case may be, as far as me honoring the most natural part of myself with others, there also has to be that other aspect of me that is guiding that, right? Like you were bringing up before, this idea of the riding the fine line between a governing force, in or outside, and honoring who and what you actually are. I think we need to find some kind of peaceful resolution or reconciliation between the two, inside of ourselves and outside. So yeah, but again, the only way that we're free to do that and learn what that is by being unapologetically who and what we are, and not playing this game that going and getting a legal document and swearing to promises you're not actually going to keep in front of a fake religious preacher for a fake religion, part of a fake statist other religion called statism, right? Legalism, corporatism. Right. It's somehow holy and righteous. It's not. It's the bane of your existence. A lot of you wind up at court when I don't, because you want to play legal marriage games and you want to play false religion games and you want to make promises you can't keep, but it doesn't matter because this is how we always do things, right? You've lost truth, life, and way for tradition.
So do you see the system as one day coming apart, or do you see it actually unraveling? Do you see it where it'll get to a point where we can actually try to have to build back up within the communities like that?
Sure. Again, the person down there is talking about a God Heart Guardian. This monogamy thing and this one household, one family division separation thing is a domestication program, you could argue. A co-creative community that shares in all things and sees the God in each other and honors the co-creative, attractive unification process is a society that cannot be interfered with and controlled externally. Right?
So does that society have the ability to, let's say the monogamous guy and gal is living next to this guy, let's say the atheist, or let's just say the Satanist, or whatever, do they have a place in this community, or does it have to be homogenous where it's just like, one group and one group think, and we can only think this way, or do we have the ability to, you think what you want, long as you don't infringe on other people's, health and well-being, what about that?
I would say that I would allow them to exist in my vicinity and in my area, and my level of co-creation with them would only go to a certain extent. If I didn't reasonably believe that they were honorable, good faith, and trustworthy, they don't have to know, but they have to want to know. I've never seen a beneficial place in a community other than to learn by hardship, to entertain or invest with somebody who doesn't have a burning desire to know and care about truth. You will just be a liability. Doesn't mean I need you gone or destroyed. You'll be around. You just won't be a part of what the rest of us will be a part of, because I don't believe you can be trusted. Now, I just may be wrong about that. You're more than welcome to show me and everybody else how I'm wrong about that.
No, it's not a fact of being right or wrong. I'm just saying that, it's when it comes to resources, okay, do you have water, food? Do we have shelter? Do we have protection? Cool. If you want to pray 5 times a day next to me to Allah, fine. If you want to talk to Hare Krishna, fine. Long as, we are not infringing and forcing our beliefs on one another, or if you want to, believe in Judeo.
What is it that I'm not communicating accurately? Because now Aaron is saying that this, what you're describing sounds like a cult. What is it we don't get about the fact that you're in a universe that already has law and it comes through our conscience, or it doesn't? So someone in the room at any given time, hopefully, faithfully, all of us, but someone in the room at any given time is going to have to take the lead on that if the rest can't lead themselves and each other. That's voluntarist. You don't have to follow the truth, life, and way somebody else is walking that they can explain. You have to bear the consequences of not doing that. You're already in a supernatural cult on the quantum and metaphysical level. I didn't create it. I'm not running it. I may facilitate from time to time. I may be my own biggest enemy. As a matter of fact, I know I am, and get in my own way a lot of the time. I need what I'm talking about more than anybody. So I don't know what the fuck. Again, folks are doing they're their own person in their own world with their own law and their own reality. They still don't get it.
Every aspect of society can be looked at as cultish. Just a cult following. Just a belief in money can be looked at as a cult. Belief in our schools.
You could do whatever you want to do here as long as you don't cause loss, injury, and harm, and you pay your debts. How much more simpler can I make it?
Right.
Then you're all going to tell me we have to follow that. Oh, that's a cult. Then when you tell me that I or someone else can't fuck your woman because she's your property now, because of how you're going to feel about that. She's got to cover her face and her body and shield her heart from what she feels because you don't like it. But I'm doing a cult.
Can she at least clean up afterwards, man? Can she at least, just hose down after it's done?
You're presuming I even want this bitch. I don't even know who and what she is. We're just playing the game here. We're doing the simulation.
Well, can she at least clean up in the simulation?
That's up to her. Again, you want to keep imposing what you want onto her. This is my point. You all want to tell me about a cult where the woman's going to wind up wanting to suck me because I don't give a fuck as much about controlling her as you do to try to keep her. I care more about me getting in alignment with what I need to be so I can be the best version of me. So, there's the clue again. The woman is always going to wind up with the guy who does not give a fuck about telling her what she's going to do and be because he knows himself and is already doing and being that. She's going to follow that. She's like a cat. She's going to follow the dog until you try to be chased by the dog, right? She wants to know what the dog's up to. The dog's kind of hunting. It's doing its own thing. It's on its path. She's kind of following behind, taking a look at it, right? As soon as you want to turn around and make it about her and chasing her, she's going to run from you.
And you know the weird thing?
Yeah.
Purification, water desalination, and I've done all these jobs, and I'm like, you know what? I can do all this shit without a government. You know, the guy that's filling potholes, he can do it without a governor. You know, the guy that's growing corn, he can do that without, you know, some guy in a tax office somewhere. We all can, you know, make resources available and not poison them without people above us. But it's just the idea that no, we gotta absolutely have every aspect controlled by someone else to do it.
That's the cult.
Yeah. Like I can drive my truck without picking up poison because I know that, you know, I can't put paint and stuff in the same trailer that I put pork chops in. You know what I mean? I know I can't do that because it would make the people sick. But it's just like, I know I can do that. We all can do what we're doing now without this cabal over us. And, you know, it's strange, man, because like, look at all of these fraternities and stuff. And, you know, I think that's how it all starts. It starts in these college fraternities. They do a bunch of weird shit. Then as they get older, they get inducted into politics and leadership. And then another fraternity, you know what I mean? And it's these fraternities within fraternities that kind of run everything and keep everything going. And it's because they take an oath to something other than the absolute power. You know, they take an oath to that organization or that institution. And, you know, I have a real problem with that, man, because, you know, like, look at the Skull and Bones. You telling me that a guy laying in the coffin jerking off with guys standing around him jerking off is normal. It's totally not normal. But if you want to do that, fine. Just don't.
You're not going to like our Slavian Halloween festivities then, if you're not.
Oh, well,
yeah, you can only imagine.
With the hole in it, bro.
Yeah, well, listen, it's not only not for everybody, it's not for most people, right?
Oh, man.
You know, we don't have an official. I'm just sort of, you know, playing it up there a bit.
Halloween was about survival. You know, the Halloween, the jack-o'-lanterns, that was about putting candles and lighting stuff. And, you know, candles, they don't set the pumpkins on fire if they are moist. So, you know, even all of that stuff was about sharing and harvest. And it was about.
Let's get back to polyamory. I love it because it's very revealing and triggering.
No, man, you won't have her hose off before you send her back, bro. Until you have her hose down, then send her back.
Okay.
Then we can talk.
I got to hose down the hose before they go back home.
It's the middle ground, bro. We got to meet somewhere in the middle. So hose her down and then come on back to me.
Right. All right, I'll urinate on her after I'm done inseminating.
Oh, God.
This is a very supernatural cult, non-cult here. You know, Brian O'Shea drinks his own urine and rubs it on his skin. So
hey, a lot of people do urine therapy. You know,
there you go. See, you try to act like it was weird, and here you are. You're a black guy drinking your own urine and bathing in it. I knew I'd see. We went from he's playing monogamous to he's not really, and he knows his woman's not, to urine's gross to he's bathing in his own urine. This is what I mean.
You haven't done a real mushroom trip until you've tripped off shrooms and then you pissed in the cup and then you just drank all that pure psilocybin once again. Talk about blasting off. You got to be diehard to do that. I'm not saying I did it. I'm just saying.
Right.
Yeah,
well, that's the thing, man. When you take these plants and herbs, you start to have a state of consciousness revealed to you where it is more of that unification state, right? That reflective state where there's less boundaries that indicate threats. Is what it is.
And to me, man, there's like the only division to me is people, like, if you want to hurt and infringe and you want to push yourself on other people, but it's just like I can live next to somebody that believe whatever they want to. Okay, we can share and we can make resources happen, man. You know, it's like I'm gonna be the best I can be for the community. And if you do that and the 50 or 100 other people do that, then we have something that's sustainable, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, that's what I think God truly is all about. Like if you look, shine light through a prism, it's all different colors, you know, but it's still from one light source. All these different colors make up one light. And so if we look at each other like that, you know, regardless of black or white, regardless of, whatever you want, we all really should have each other back. And this whole division, whereas it's the tribal mentality. That's where left and right come from, because it's like the survival instinct was rooted in original tribalism.
Yeah, they hacked it.
So now, yeah,
you could argue tribalism is a natural and necessary part of our beingness. We need it if it's used properly, like most aspects of self. We need the indwelling function that says boundaries and aims and goals to create successful being and culture and community. The problem is the discernment, right?
In its truest form, was about survival. So if we had a winter where, it was hardly no harvest or nothing, well, now we got a problem, because I got to feed these folks, you got to feed your folks, those people over there, they got to feed. Now we don't have enough water, so now we got to have conflict. But we passed that point in 2026 where we have to, we can barely survive. There's an abundance of resources. It's just the allocation of resources where politicians and all these rules and stuff come in to make a group of people billionaires and multimillionaires, to where it just doesn't have to be that, man. It's like a stranglehold on the resources, and if we were able to get past that, then we would have like a more just society. But it's like, well, I'm a vote. That's me doing my part. So this guy I voted for, he's gonna do everything else. I did my part. I cast my vote for left or right. I did it, and that's the mentality that people have. They have this mentality that I've done my part in voting for, like the other guy said, the lesser of two evils. Why do you want to vote for evil at all? I want to vote for the guy that's going to kick me in the nuts with the left foot, or I'm going to vote for the guy that's going to kick me in the nuts with the right foot. How about not kicking me in the nuts?
I'm going to keep dragging you back because I'm fascinated by it. I'm the pervert here. That's fine. I'll own it.
Going with the hole in the bag?
Yeah, well, no, not specifically. I don't want to scare you. If I go full gay, it scares the African Americans. Their culture is very, very afraid of gay.
Man, look, let me tell you, I worked in the detention center before, man, and I done looked at a lot of buttholes, man. I ain't impressed.
Oh, well, there you go.
That's just,
we're learning a lot about you.
One time I told this guy, I said, all right, bro, give me that phone. He was like, what phone? I said, man, that's a Samsung Note. That's like the biggest phone you can get. Don't tell me you don't know that's between your ass cheeks. Come on, bro, hand it over.
I want to ask a question.
Go ahead.
I don't even necessarily have a point, but I want to ask a question. Why in our culture and society, because I'm seeing it more and more now as time goes on, like we're having on one hand being revealed everyone you're paying and begging to run your life is fucking your children. And then like on the other side, everybody's a would-be pedo, right? So it's like, what is this about us where we like own and honor and even are entertained by like violence, genocide, slavery? Like every Christmas, it's Goodfellas on every TV. No problem. Mafiosi, killing, steal, destroying. It's like, it's embedded in the beingness and culture. It's honored, it's owned. Why is it everything sexual oriented, which is like the purest expression of connection and co-creation? Why is that demonized? Why is that demeaned and devalued? Why is that like closed off as far as and again, this is why I say I believe the leftists are a extreme blowback response to the right winger neurotitards, the Republicards, because they're so neurotic and constipated. Like, what is this thing that we do? And again, I'm just asking, if someone wants to call and I'll put the number down there, explain it to me, because I don't obviously understand how most things work the way you all do. But why are we so guilty and ashamed of the sexuality thing as a moral idea and like hiding that we do that or we're a part of that? And again, maybe this is just a question I've had projected onto my early experiences, because I don't have any. When I look back, I don't have any actual experiences. This could explain a lot, by the way, about my dysfunction. I don't have barely any experiences, if any, of like seeing my father or a man who's raising me or a part of my life in love with or making love with a woman. And I have to presume and assume my father used to brag about being with thousands of women throughout his life. Yet I never saw it. I never heard it. He must did a very good job of covering it up and hiding it and denying that it exists while bragging about it. I just want to know, what is that? Why do we do that? And what makes us think that that creates functional human beings when usually it seems we do what we know, and what we know is what we're shown?
Well, I think it's agreed upon. And like you say, when you talk about tribes, we have a few tribes to go on to say these guys are living like they were 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,000 years ago. And the guys in the Amazon that I hung out with, they still cover their dicks up with leaves and cones. And the women, they still, they may have their breasts out, but they still cover up for the most part. So even the most rudimentary tribes, they still have a sense of,
they're not guilty and ashamed about their nakedness and sexuality. It doesn't even occur to them.
But they don't have the dick out, though. And that's still
They
part
absolutely
of it. So
do. They not only have the dick out, they have a permanent erection in wood carvings. Well, am I? What are we saying here? Literally, they're literally worshiping the phallus, just like we do here, whether we know it or not. What do you think the Washington Monument is?
Oh, the phallus, yeah, but then that comes to, the worship and dark worship, the worship of the phallus, the Eiffel Tower, the obelisk, yeah, all those things.
No, I believe it comes out of a denial of aspects of self, the way God created us to be, so now it shows up somewhere else in an extreme, perverse projection, because it's dishonored and you're attempting to cover up and deny aspects of self, so you act out.
You want me to see you naked, man? Just put it out there, bro.
Listen, we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that at some point. You will check my asshole.
Don't
be
around the bush.
Sir, I do a family broadcast. I can only go so far here, but you will check my asshole and bring me back to the days of being incarcerated and you being on the other side of the bars. We will bond on the ultimate level of slavery and genocide. It has to happen. Okay.
Oh man, look, man. Those are some rough
it's the Alpha and Omega. We'll both love it and hate it all at the same time. It'll be very real. Real.
But a lot of tribes do. I mean, like I said, guys in Amazon, I'm talking about deep in there, man. They keep their stuff covered up. Then go hunting and stuff. They have it covered. The women they have some type of little binding on. Even the Maasai tribe. You go to the Maasai tribe. They keep it covered, You
think that those black people with their extremely wet vaginas and huge phalluses are hiding like these pathetic, gelded, soul-broken white people who've been colonized by Europe? You think they're all in the longhouses together hiding and trying to keep it down?
Some black dudes have average or less than average dicks, man. I'm not saying I'm one of them. I'm just saying.
Don't ruin Aaron's fantasy down there. I see him down there.
Yeah, some of us or them have average or not too much to show, but we do what we can, or they do.
Not Unslavian African Americans, that's for sure. Not the Unslavian.
You
met Rob Cleveland.
Look, man, small cock dudes can stand together with dudes with dangles or dick to the ankles. We can all stand together.
I am saying one of our greatest forms of root core colonization is the root chakra, and us being made to believe through the fake religion that we should be guilty and ashamed for harnessing the sexual energy that God put there and made pervades all things subconsciously or consciously, whether you accept that or not. That's the biggest joke on all the civilized, sophisticated co-creators here.
It's control on every level. It's control on every level. So these groups, they want to control every aspect, and the sexual energy is powerful. It's creation. I believe kind of in the loose farm that they harvest our energy. So even if it's shame or guilt, they harvest these emotions. And I believe fear, just like all these roller coasters and amusement parks and fun houses, to get scared when you're dropping at 70 miles an hour. That energy goes somewhere, man. These people, with these amusement parks and all these wires and towers around us, they harvest that energy. They harvest the energy of fear. That's why, Scarface and, like you said, Goodfellas, people getting shot and blown up. Die Hard every Christmas, people shooting and stuff, because that fear is turned into something else, and it's a means of control. So it's just control on every single level, every aspect, even the sexual energy, even the fear and the shame of it is a type of energy that they figured out how to use against.
Well, what happens, right? If we reverse engineer it, the state comes in to be the daddy for everybody. The man becomes a trustee for the home to upkeep it and maintain it. The woman ultimately becomes a decision maker in the political realm as the core of the nanny state, because she's the one who creates the product, has the say at court over the product, right? Which is the next generation.
Well,
What
we both
happens,
created.
all
She
of the
ain't
man's
create nothing
energy
unless
goes into the corporate sphere, the corporation and the system and the state along with hers. And then as we see, we get more and more of a pornographic culture in society. Why? Because the man is denying who and what he is at his core and his root. And all of his sexual energy is being directed toward becoming successful in the corporate world, ironically only so then he can get access to the hookers or enough money to be attractive to the average slave class woman, right? This is the irony that the man is doing everything to get access to the women or certain status the women are attracted to. So it's like, this is how you completely destroy the individual and the tribe and the collective, because that all of that time, energy, attention would have been directed inwardly and co-creatively with other reflections of self, right? And that would be where all of your momentum would be generated. And one of those energies and momentums would be the gratification or the reward, if you would put it that way. That's one way to look at it, of the women sharing who and what they are with the men of the group, and the men being able to be honored for who and what they are, which is polyamorous. So you have a group of women who see themselves as co-creating with the best, and you have a group of men who see themselves as the best, who are able to honor what would have been deemed as the worst inside of them by their women who now seek to understand them and let them lead, right? This would now go back to biblical times, where the man would have multiple women or multiple wives. They would everyone in the equation would be surrendered over to truth, life, and way, whether we like that or not, or whether it's pretty or not, because that's just the way we're meant to be. We'd use our conscience to govern that, but we still wouldn't have to dishonor who and what we are and act out in other places. So you would see overnight married men, prostitution rates would go down. You would see drugs and alcohol rates would go down. You would see a lot of these things that are correlative to, I believe, mental and emotional disease would be either solved or mitigated by an ability for men and women to truly honor who and what they are on all levels, especially at the core level, which the more we seek to dishonor it, the more we act out in other places, right? This is just this is even clinically understood and accepted. Not only is it like almost, I wouldn't say it's accepted religiously, quite the opposite. What happens is what the guy who came here before said: we're here to do battle against this. We're here to fight it. He doesn't understand, when you get in a fight with your shadow, you become the shadow now. You become a shadow of who and what you once were, right? So you can't fight this thing. There's no fight to be had. By fighting it, it owns you, because you're now reactive to it. It's leading, it's guiding the pace. It's now the source of power. You ever meet these religionists? The devil is their whole life. You would think the devil is what they worship. It's all powerful in their life. It's all they talk about.
It's fear, because it's based on fear. And again, it goes to the control, so that they're afraid of the devil. They're afraid of eternal punishment. So
you got it.
That fear mechanism is what keeps them in line. I look at society, or I look at the system, whatever you want to call it, as like let's take an immaculate watch, right? I mean, a watch with all these amazing little cogs in it that's turning and spinning, and it's just flawless. So even though it's got 10,000 gears in it, each gear is needed for it to continue. And if you just take one gear out, well, it still may function, but at a certain point, you've affected the efficacy of that machine. So as people begin, we're the cogs, so as we begin to pull, away from the system, the system is still going to work, but then the efficacy of it is going to diminish, and then eventually it'll just stop, and I think that's what is happening now. I think a lot of people in their own way, I don't think there's like, how they say it's many paths to Rome. I think there are many paths to this system, or the changeover. And it's just us doing what we can, and us knowing that you're not my enemy because you're white. I'm not your enemy because I'm black. You're not my enemy because you believe in Democrats or Republicans, and I'm not your enemy because I don't believe in voting. Can we figure out how to make sure that the resources are met? Can we figure out how to turn the system into, instead of bombing people, instead of having a military that can bomb anybody in the world within an hour, how about having a system of people where an earthquake or a tornado, we send all these troops in and they rebuild, they go through rescues, they build up again, and then they help people out. They, you know, maintain a system of giving people resources, and they get that community back on its feet instantly, instead of just saying, well, no, I'm gonna put a rifle or a missile in your hand, we can kill people. But to say, send 10,000 people to Venezuela and help them rebuild and help them dig and help them rebuild instantly, well, that's just stupid, man. That's a stupid idea. Why would we have a military to help people when we can have a military to drop bombs on people? You know, so it's just like I say, it's just if you look at the system as a ship, right? And if this ship shipwrecks, well, it can no longer function as it used to because of the giant hole that's been ripped in the side. But it don't mean it's useless. We can strip it. We can build wood with it. We can build solar ovens with the glass. You know, we can take wires. We can make hooks. We can latch. We can make rafts so we can float over to that island that's 6 miles down the way. We can still use the parts from it. It don't have to be in the same form. So, you know, I think that the infrastructure and the network is laid for us for when the system stops. You know, what are we going to do? You know, when it stops, are we going to figure out how to fight each other and how to kill each other? Are we just going to say, man, look, let's dig some holes, let's lay some pipe? And
we're already doing that, sir. We don't need to talk in a hypothetical. We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dimension at this point. And if you need a breakdown, because I see that one of my usual people who comes here regularly just to shit on me and mock me, it's cool. I don't mind. There has to always be a handful of haters in the audience, even though audience means listen. You don't have to be here and listen to what I'm saying. If you don't believe what I'm saying, or you don't like the fact that I seem like I'm an expert because I just speak with confidence, and that irks you because I have no certification, right? So I'd like to touch on this. And Cormac, once again, if you're not a complete coward, there's a link down there if you want to call in or hit the link to just tell me what you think and feel about me, and then have it back and forth, rather than sit in my chat every day and tell me Paul thinks he's an expert on this. Did I say that? Did you just now tell everybody what I think, even though I regularly say I'm just an asshole, trailer-dwelling gorilla online? It's whatever you let it be. If I'm speaking truth like way and living that, well, then so are you, or you're not. What, I shouldn't talk about that? I shouldn't live that? That shouldn't inspire me? I shouldn't inspire others with that? Well, how does that work? So this person, and now I just got off of this other person dealing with this retard, because the spirit of these retards is exactly that. And I let them do that. Because I have seen, and I do believe that there can be a change made with these folks. But really the spirit of what they are initially, their intent is to get me off of what I'm doing and the track and the energy, and get me to focus on their mockery and change the energy of the whole interaction. And I've gotten pretty good at like balancing the two, where I reposition, I feed on the troll slave, I put a mirror up to them, remind them redemption is available, then I ignore them because they're powerless and meaningless here and usually in their life, and then I get back to truth, life, and way, or slave news. So let's address this person. God wants loyalty, so does man, so does women. It's interesting you say that. Now watch what I do. Let me unpack that, because you guys like to make a generalized statement and forget that there's a dual jurisdiction here. So there's always two ways to see it or more, right? You got it. The devil's in the details. The word is details. I guess that's why they say the devil has a tail. So the devil's in the details. Let's get to the details of the tail, right? Of the tail end of your statement, the rest of it. God wants loyalty, so does man, so does women, right? What do they want loyalty to? The average man and woman and your false God, what do they want loyalty to? See the questions you never asked to get the right answers, to go deeper on the dynamics? They want loyalty to themselves and each other. What does a true God and an actual man and woman want loyalty for everyone to? Not for ourselves and each other, to the cause, to the truth, life, and way. See the difference? People who go to the state and the corporations, they want loyalty. They want loyalty to themselves and what they want, and each other, what each other wants. That's selfishness. That's not godliness. What do the people who understand self-governance want and know that they need? To have loyalty to the truth, life, and way. That's the absence of selfishness. But you got to get selfish and be an army of one before you can get selfless and join God's army. See how that works? Because if not, you don't get selfish to get selfless. You'll be following these people, thinking they know the way and the truth, doing what they do, saying what they say. But Paulie boy, men and women want loyalty. Yeah, so does your fake ass God that says, worship me above what's true and what's right, just like your state does, just like your shitty wife does, just like your shitty husband does. What does a real man and woman and a real God want? Fuck being loyal to me and you and everybody else. There is no faith in earthly man and woman for whom there is no salvation. We're loyalty to the purpose, to the cause, to the truth, life, and way, because without that, we ain't shit anyway. See how it works? You come here and say some shit to me like you know something, like you have an understanding about it, when you only know the most shallow, meaningless, superficial example of the experience and can't even give me the details where the devil is found every time, where the game is won and lost every time, where you recognize there is no game every time. There's just you and a knowledge of self and the lack thereof. You and a knowledge of the universe, truth, life, and way, and the lack thereof. What you just said that you held up as a virtue, like you folks oftentimes do, the shield you hold up is the shield that undoes your original grounding and position. Every single time you think you're trying to teach me something and hold up that sword or that shield that undoes your position every time. That's what got us here, is men and women and false gods want loyalty to themselves and each other. That's what ruined every marriage I just talked about. That's what'll keep a polyamorous community married, even if they don't like each other, because they're loyal to the truth, life, and way, and they're not denying the truth, life, and way that lives inside of them the way God created them to be. Tell me how many of you monogamous Christians show up at the court, 50% of you all day, every day, because you wanted loyalty to you and your partner, and you both wanted that on each side. But neither of you understood what you really fucking needed, and neither of you was loyal to a truth, life, and a way, and a practice, a program, a process, a procedure, an understanding, a way of beingness. Tell me all about your solutions that are actually the problem, that you want to hold up, that actually keep you down, that you want to claim as knowledge and wisdom, which is actually the absence thereof. This is why a lot of men in this life can't be successful, because they got a bitch next to him that wants a man to be loyal to them more than he's loyal to himself, the truth, life, way, and his purpose. Why? Because she's got an ego bigger than his, even though she ain't on a fucking stage. I want all your time, energy, attention. I want you to love me. I want you to do that. Blah, 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 blah. For what? For why? Because you like it, because you want it. What about everyone and everything else that I'm put here to do and be a part of? Yeah, that's going to take a back seat to you, but I have an ego. Called inversion land, and they want to tell me that's love. Paulie, when you give up your purpose and your meaning and your true power and value and your service to everybody else in the world and God, well, that shows you love me. No, bitch. That shows you don't love yourself, and you definitely don't love me. You don't know what true love and care is, and you don't understand God's love for us is based in meaning, purpose, power, and value, not the absence of it. Like man came here to sit around all day and figure out how to please a woman. Are you fucking kidding me? What does it say in your scripture? Woman was created from the rib of man to assist him in his purpose, to be a helpmate, not to be her own God, to take all his time, energy, attention, and therefore his worship, because you want to take the place of the creator God, right? Talking about I'm not loyal to you. I'll tell you up front, I'm never going to be loyal to people, places, and things. I'm loyal to the cause and the mission, and I will burn people, places, and things as a sacrifice to that cause and that mission in 3 seconds, proverbially, metaphorically, not physically. And it's got to be that way to keep everybody in line, because nobody's above the program. That's law. That's justice. That's what holds a community together. That's what gives a community inspiration and purpose. Without that, you ain't got nothing. You don't even know what the fuck loyalty is. You know attachment and bondage and addiction. That's what you know. And it's right in the word again. What is the word addiction when you break it up? Ad means toward, diction means the word. Your original addiction, what it was supposed to be, is moving over and over again toward the truth, life, and way in the word. You want to give that up and tell me about loyalty between a male and a female and their feelers. and what the intention behind it is. That's why they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. We just wanted to love, Paulie boy. You don't even know what it is. Beyond your fifis, which deceive you all day, every day. If your fifis didn't deceive you, you wouldn't have been in love and fornicating and co-creating with a dishonorable, bad faith motherfucker who wanted to be their own God and didn't want to go with God in the truth, life, and way. See how that works? You don't know true love and care and true loyalty. You know addiction, you know attachment, you know bondage, you know vice on every level. Good, because I know it too. That's why I can fucking talk about all this, because I'm not exempt from the dynamic, because I see it for what it is. Because the spirit and the intuition reveals it to me what it is beyond what it seems to be and what it feels like. Thoughts on any of that? Questions, comments, concerns? That's why you're hurt. You're damn right that's why I'm hurt. Now you're getting to know me. Maybe I'll get to know you one of these days. Maybe you'll be honest with yourself and others. You're damn right that's why I got pain and hurt in my life. Because the majority around me, including me, most of my life, have no idea what true love and care is and true loyalty and discipline to oneself and each other. You're absolutely right, sir. You ain't mocking me. Now you're finally starting to talk truth. I don't care how I get you there as long as I get you there. If it's got to be about me and my failings and my shortcomings and my downfalls, let's get to it. I don't deny that. Pain is an extreme motivator and inspiration for me in my life. I've never denied that. I won't deny that. Thoughts? Lamar? Questions, comments, concerns?
I feel you on that, man. You know, like I said, we've been given a false idea of survival, a false idea of love, a false idea of all these things, you know, because people say, well, you know, I love my wife, but they also say, I love these shoes, or I love this gum, I love my kids. So what, you know, what truly is love? You know, what is the true definition of love? You know, is it codependency? Is it really just the idea that we're projecting the love we want onto this other person? And then when that person shows that they're flawed and they're human, now all of a sudden we're let down. That's why I was saying, you know, that your source of joy can become your source of sorrow. You know, you get in this new relationship, the oxytocin and all the dopamine is flooding, but once you see this person, you know, they got issues, then they become your source of sorrow because of the projection that you put on that person. You know, and it's the same thing with, you can apply that to anything. You can apply that with government. Oh yeah, the Democrats, when we get them in, they're going to do it. The Republicans, when we get them in, they're going to do it. But once we see that they're flawed and that they're liars, then our source of joy becomes our source of sorrow. So the only true source of joy is the joy you can create within yourself with connecting to the creator. Because you kind of touched on it earlier. I got another cliche, man. I think I got you beat on the cliches. We're going to have a cliche contest one day. But between man and truth, there's a lens called perception. So the way you see truth depends on your perception. So the glasses I'm wearing is the lens. Now, if I give these glasses to you, you won't see the world the way I see the world, because that lens is specifically for me. So, and it's shaped by my life, it's shaped by my personality, it's shaped by the things I've been
That's the
exposed to.
veil.
So then,
That's the
yeah,
veil. You
and we
can't
force
see truth
people-
until God takes the veil from your eyes and you can really see it for what it is. And you can't get that happen unless you go on a certain walk and process.
Oh yeah, you know, through, like you said, through hurt and sorrow. You know, when I was a kid, man, my father, he got stabbed to death. Right around the same time, my mom, she got shot in the head. She's still alive though. She's like 74 with a bullet. I got raised by a woman that had dementia, so I got raised in the hood. You know, I had to fight every day. So by every projection, I should have ended up in prison. I should have ended up killing somebody. I should have ended up just nothing. But you know, I had my struggles like every man does. But you know, I chose to say, man, what am I really? Who am I really? What? Not what people told me I am, not what people told me I should be, but what am I truly? And then once I got on that path, man, it was, you know, a lot of confusion, but it was a lot of clarity. So, you know, that path it's a path that we walk as long as we live, man. So, you know, like I'm saying, is the whole thing is the world has enough resources, man. No matter who you are, the world has more than enough resources, but it's like the consumeristic part of it. The idea that we have to believe what we're told because a certain group of people told us that, the idea that we can't challenge what the government and what these laws say. Well, who gave them the authority? Who gave them the
Lamar,
right?
are you doing that somewhere in your life? Because I'm sensing you need that, and I don't think that you are doing that.
Doing what? Doing what?
Are you civilly disobeying statutes, policies, and codes because you now recognize you have no obligation to follow them?
Oh, you best believe I am. Yeah, I definitely am disobeying.
So that's it. It's over. It's over, right? Because I mean, I get it. We loop here, but like the reality of it is this shit is already over on some level because many of us had decided that it was always illegitimate. We've been broken out of our mind and heart control if it ever took to begin with. And we're now practicing the process of going to court and solidifying our rights and freedom. And we're doing it civilly. They can't stick the revolution game on us. Right? That's another thing.
Revolution. They want to fight. They want bullets.
Of course they do.
Because they know.
Well, it does. It's not they. It's an it.
Yeah.
It's the spirit, right?
Yeah.
The spirit of corruption wants us to destroy ourselves and each other, and it's going to find every way to get us to do it, right?
Yeah, of course they tried for the longest, the black and white thing. They tried for the longest the class thing. They've tried for the longest, the nationalities. Man, like I say, I've been told, that Iran was a week away from getting a nuclear missile ever since I was 10 years old. I've been told that the Russians are going to get us. I've been told that the Chinese are going to get us. But it's just a WWE or it's like a wrestling match. These guys, they're the Vince McMahon, they're the Nature Boy. They're doing all these puppet shows in front of us so that they can hold that tension, so that they can hold the fear, so they can say, well, we need more money because we need $5 trillion for our military. And then therefore the contractors and everything. And then they tie our pensions and they tie 401k, they tie all this stuff in the war. So it's like, do you really want peace? Because that means no more missiles need to be made. That means no more bullets need to be made. So what about your 401k? What about your pension then? Because it's all based on war. It's all based on strife. It's all based on somebody owing somebody else something they can't pay back. So, and it's just a system that it takes a minute. So I say it to you like this, man, just one plant, one gives water and God gives the increase. So you may be planting the seed and you may not see it, but somebody may come along and water it. And then God is the one eventually that gives the increase. I was ignorant. I still am ignorant to a lot of stuff, but, I've come to a better place now. And I think a lot of people are on that path, begrudgingly or willingly. They're on that path where they are starting to see or their only hope is the Democrats and Republicans. Well, guess what? Both of them is sacrificing kids, either ritualistically or through the ritual of war or through the ritual, of all these other things they've been doing. They still sacrificing children. They still are, well, we're going to build bunkers for ourselves, but not for you. We're going to make sure our kids are safe in their private schools with armed guards, but not your kids. We're going to make sure that, we're taken care of, but we can't really do that for you. And people go along with it. People are like, yeah, well, that's the way it should be. So I think that the veil is being unlifted. Sometimes you got to snatch a Band-Aid off of a wound, man, and it hurts. People cry out. People get mad. People get pissed off about it, but it needs some air. So I think, even though you're snatching the Band-Aid off of some people, you're going to get a reaction, man. You're going to get a reaction from people. It don't mean that you didn't plant that seed, though. So that seed is in there. And I ain't talking about the seed from the bag of popcorn either, man. So get your mind out the gutter. I'm talking about the true seed, and it's there, man. And somebody else to come along and water it, and somebody else to come along, and God will give the increase in the end. And, whatever God is, whatever your idea of this divine, ultimate being is, to be honest with you, man, things are the way they are now because they should be. And I'll tell it to you like this. If there's a true creative force, well, that creative force is absolutely fair. So if that creative force is absolutely fair, then demonic sacrificing individuals, well, you know what? They have their place. They have their right to lead until the world says, well, you can't do it anymore. And then that divine being will say, okay, well, you want to step up, you do it. So in all fairness, man, these people are just doing what they're doing because we allow it and we let it and we feel like there's nothing else we could do about it, but like I say, I prefer a system where a guy with felonies can be a representative. I prefer a system, other than are you killing kids and are you sending people into war to kill needlessly and to die needlessly? Okay, if you ain't on that, level. And if you can't get on that level, if you won't get on that level, what can you do in this community? How can you help? How can you help make this community work? So yeah, it's all just a playing out of a system, man. And like I said, the creator is fair. So if demonic individuals want to rule, and if we as a group of people on earth want to let these demonic individuals rule, then that's what's going to happen, because that's what we chose. It's free will. You do what you want to do with it. You want child murdering politicians? Okay, you can do it. You want them to take your taxes and blow people up constantly. You want them to make viruses that jump from animals to humans. You want them to pollute your water. You want them to poison your food. All right.
All right, Lamar, this is a perfect time. We need, because I have multiple slaves I have to address, and now I have a clip that you inspired me to play. I got to get back to. We've been on here for a while, and I want to open it up for other folks, but you're always welcome. And
all right, bro.
We're in alignment.
It was kind of good talking to you, man. Remember,
it was kind of good. We're in alignment to most things, but this maybe you're right, and I'm missing something. You can't let go of this representation thing. I'm not into it.
Okay, I feel you.
I'm the representative. I'm here just like we're all here to represent God, truth, life, and way. I don't know how many times I got to say it now. Maybe they're seeing something I'm not. There is no other representative of me. I don't want anyone representing me as something other than what I am. I need to figure out how to present me as I am that I am. That's enough representation for one day and one lifetime. We're going to have to trust me on that.
Long as you ain't eating kids, bro. I got.
All right, and now, all right, I'm gonna let you go, and then we gotta stop attacking pedophiles in honor of what. No. I gotta let you go. You just started the movement. Don't say hell nah. He just inspired the movement that we started here because he pointed out that the slaves want rich pedophiles to run their lives, and I'm saying, like Ted Cruz said in the meeting, we need to stop attacking these pedophiles. Who else is going to run this culture and this society? They've been doing it for so long. They've gotten really good at it. Quite frankly, I don't trust this culture and society in the hands of the average slave. I think the pedophiles got it pretty locked down.
Idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape?
Right.
How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles?
Absolutely.
I want you to look at what happened when the National Guard went to D.C.
Gotta stop attacking these fucking pedophiles. They're under fire, people. They got a job to do running your life. And just like me here, I can't broadcast if you're hating on me. Pedophiles can't run your life if you're attacking them. And what they do privately on their own time, okay? Seriously, guys. One Eye Lie is now coming here to educate me and others. Thank you. We've never heard any of this before. All this is an illusion. All what? Okay, just everything in creation. So don't even exist anymore. Feelings is all that matter. That's fascinating because I could argue the feelings are the illusion that are somewhat deceptive. Everything else here isn't an illusion. It's a reflection of a reality that we co-create, at least on some level. So now nothing else matters, only feelings. Pain we take with us. We all want to be loved and respected and cared for. Treat others the way you want to be treated. It's just an amalgamation of slave drivel, excuse me. It's dribble and drivel. Because he's like, it's like, I just picture him just dribbling this stuff out of their mouth based on their feelers and what they all want. And there's no sense there. So how does that happen typically? Can you explain to me how typically people get loved and respected? Or is that just happens by everybody just being so nice, kind, and polite, stupid, and corrupt as well? How does that work? And we can argue true love versus whatever the fuck else you guys are feeling. So, I mean, can you truly love Lenny from that one story if his best efforts of love wind up in suffocating the rabbits and all the women? He doesn't know he's doing it. He's got the best intentions, but he just keeps killing all the women and rabbits every time he tries to love them and pet them and hug them. Is he love able at that point? Are you going to really love him and respect him and take him in because he's so nice, kind, and polite and retarded? and let him strangle your daughter unknowingly and your rabbits? What are you saying? How does it apply to life? Do you even live by this shit, or are you just saying shit that feels and sounds good? It doesn't make any sense. I thought so. I guess we have the reverse analogy of that, which I can relate to. The Frankenstein. Although, no, Frankenstein, similar, if not the same. Frankenstein was reviled for his appearance, just like me and my untrimmed beard. But eventually he went down to the river and he got spooked because the girl started screaming at his appearance. She was taught to fear what seemed to be ugly and to cozy up to what was pretty. It felt nice, right? So she saw an ugly Frankenstein who meant no harm, and she screamed out, and he got spooked. So he went to go grab her, and she fell in the lake and drowned. Whole town came after him. Allegory again, right? Now, if you would have sent Gavin Newsom down to the river, take her back to the white van, oh, she'd have cuddled right up to him, especially if she comes from a good old slave family somewhere, any town near you, any town USA. What do we have? What do we have? What do you hear? What do you say? There are no solutions, just trade-offs. This person's big brain, and they're going to rewrite all of creation. They're going to rewrite all of alchemy, all of science, scientific method, results. Solutions don't exist. They don't happen. You can't take a piece of A, and again, this is where I'll say you might be right for the wrong reasons, and you'll take credit for it, but I'll presume that's what you meant. You can't take a piece of A and combine it with piece B and create piece C in some form of resolution, right? That's like all of alchemy and science, and you could argue that's all of nature. But I could see what you're saying in the sense of that solution or that resolution is resolution because it was already in some form of solution or some form of beingness, right? So like, I guess the pond turns into water vapor, the vapor turns into cloud, the cloud turns into rain, the rain turns into the lake, and it's all just various forms of energy not being created or destroyed, just changing its form and I guess trading off its forms. I'll accept that, if that's what you meant. All right, we got to get out of here at some point. All right, I forgot ice. I left ice out on purpose. It's one of the forms of water that I'm not too excited about, just because ice, you know. We're libtards here. We have solidarity with our illegals, our brown illegals who may not be up to the standards of the island boys who human traffic and start endless wars all day, every day. But as long as they come here to do what's true and what's right, they don't impinge upon my rights and freedoms. They respect the law of the universe and the law of the land. They don't cause loss, injury, and harm. Then they're just as American, if not anybody else here. They're more American than the people running the place. If you ask these people who and what runs the place, I say it's I am that am, God and the people. They say it's Donnie and all your bosses on Capitol Hill. I don't know when our servants became our bosses, but hey, I guess we're down for the ride, huh? Early night, we're already going on 4 hours, and I came on here with pains in my side. I'm just so inspired, and we barely got to anything. Let's get to some of this. I want to knock it out anyway. Federal assault weapons ban. Landmark decisions struck down. Why? Because the courts are now getting their ass in gear. Why? Because men and women have decided we're not complying anymore. It's done and over. Now you guys are going to do our will and God's will, or we're just going to do it anyway, and then you got to criminalize us and put us in a box. And then it's going to expose you who and what you've always been. You were never here to keep us safe. You're always here to try to criminalize us and make money off us and treat us like a bunch of slaves because you are everything Donnie said that Iran is. You're sick, you're psychopathic, you're twisted, and you do bad business. Whether you know that or not, that's the way that it is. Okay? So you better get all you pansies up there who never stood for anything in your life and never really sacrificed, all you accredited slaves, house Negroes of all colors. You better get your fucking, that's why I shouldn't say Negro, because technically that would be Negroid people. All you house slaves up there, color aside, you better get your best dresses on and start doing what the fuck you signed up to do to begin with, to be a check and a balance to uphold the law and protect everybody's rights and freedom here. Because if you don't, this whole place is going bankrupt and we're going to civil and revolutionary war again. And not we, because I'm going to be in the middle of nowhere with almost nobody carrying on while the rest of you all go to hell in a handbasket. If I can avoid it. Okay, so, and again, on the other side of that is folks are going to keep cutting cameras down and not complying and going to jail and beating you at court. It's not about beating you. It's about doing for you and everyone else what you refuse to do for yourselves. We ain't beating you. We're helping you in a way you haven't helped yourselves yet. You all need the law of the land and universal law. You all need conscionability. You all need rights and freedoms, whether you know that or not. That's why we're your daddy. I'll rib you for it. We're doing out of uniform what you slaves signed up and get paid to do that you haven't fucking done yet because you got no mind, heart, and balls to stand alone for what's true and what's right, let alone in a group of cowards like you. You know it and we know it. Let's cut the games. I can get arrested tomorrow. Someone could play this speech at court. They can hammer me just to prove a point to me. It's not going to change that what the fuck I just said is true and applies to all of us. There's no ego and pride in this. Just like some of the administrators are waiting for the day that man and woman shows up at court and upholds the law and exercises their rights and bring forth something that's worthy of service. I look forward to the day where you guys take a lead on the other side and stop playing into this fucking, these games and this garbage with the corporation because you got dual jurisdiction to play Kabbalistic games on everybody, because I get it. Slaves need governance. They don't know what I know and they won't live how I live and try their best. They need governance, right? Okay. Just as long as you remind yourself and everybody else there that we got rights from God and we could do whatever we want to do without loss, injury, and harm if we pay our debts. Long as you promote that, if you don't want to do it publicly in your fraternal orders and your corporate endeavors with the dual jurisdiction, you better be fucking living that and promoting that in your own life because your ass depends on it. Your fucking ass and everything that extends off of it is going to depend on it here going forward. What a world we live in, where now the folks, the agents who were at once locking us up, enslaving us, are now realizing they need us more than any other person who's even giving them their fucking paycheck. That's what happens when you try to get on the side of God, truth, life, and way, and it chooses you back. Even the people who shouldn't be in power are incompetent, incapable, cowardly, and are greedy and selfish and just want the revenue generation and don't care about what's right. Even they're now starting to realize and recognize they need us more than we ever needed or had to listen to them. More importantly, they need what we're bringing forth. Because if not, it's all over. That's the irony of all this. You citizen slaves in your suits making 3, 4, 5, 10 times more than I do yearly are going to be sitting somewhere on a black and white TV one day rerunning episodes of me talking about this shit because you didn't want to listen when it was necessary. See, the cause and effect don't discriminate for a culture and a society. When it's time for collapse and downfall, it's breadlines for everybody. It's hard times for everybody. It's reckoning for everybody. Necessary evil like Bane coming back to Gotham City. I have faith. I have faith that there's still time, there's still opportunity as we draw breath and we wake up each day to do better, be better, and have better, to inspire, to promote and support what's true and what's right, to co-create and embody that, and to make a change here. It's already happened. It's already underway. And I have to have faith that it's going to happen the easy way or the hard way. By the way, Fleece Johnson never got back to me. His people didn't get back to me probably because I offered him a couple $100, even though he and others say they're not about the money. I won't presume and project that, even though it's what I feel. Can't lie about it. But yeah, I just can't expect everybody. I just can't expect everybody in this life to show up for what's true and what's right because it's true and what's right when they're not guaranteed a fucking paycheck. And they don't understand that's why their platforms and their communications are built to fail to begin with, just like everything else, because it reflects the problem in the society. You won't show up for what's true and what's right and an audience and a co-creation just because it is what it is. You got to get paid to do it. That's our problem. Literally apply that everywhere in life. We can't show up to care for ourselves and each other because they're going to call it communism. If we do it just because it's right, they're going to call it some ism. To just do what's true and what's right because it's true and what's right. No, we got to get paid to be productive, co-creative, and successful, right? And not just any amount. We got to get paid X amount, right? Because we deserve that. What? The word deserve literally means of serve. It's right in the word, D-E, serve. What you get is based on who and what you serve. And who and what you serve, if it's based on what you get paid, well, then we know who and what you serve and what you're in service to. See how we convict ourselves all day, every day, and don't even know it? And they'll say, Paulie, that's communism. No. You're mistaken. You're in communism right now, where the state takes control over all your private and public affairs through license, registration, and insurance, and dictates to you through codes what you're going to do and have and how much you're going to keep and not keep. You're already in communism, simple motherfucker. I'm talking about voluntarism, creationism, communitarianism. Yeah, we don't know about those words because the average chimpanzee slave has a fucking 50-word vocabulary. Are you popping, sir? I'm sorry. I was neglecting you. I didn't mean to. Caller, are you there? Is that you again?
Yeah.
Yeah? Are you okay? Is everything okay?
Yeah.
No one in this chat goes to church. Stop talking about God. It's funny because if you go to church and they know what they're talking about, they'll tell you a story about a guy who told everybody to come out of the church because we are the church. The church is the vessel that brings God in. That's every one of us.
Really?
Sir, what can I do for you? Questions, comments, concerns? I don't necessarily need company doing what I do. It's nothing personal to you. It's just I got my own energy and flow going here, right? For better or for worse.
Really?
I got to stay focused. I'm very easily distracted.
Really?
You got anything?
Yeah.
Can we have it or I'm just going to move on?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with what you said for the most part.
Thank you.
The only thing I don't agree with is the church. But yeah.
I just said that the beings who they're talking about they follow in the scriptures all said like I do as prophets, modern day or antiquity, we are the church because the church is where we conjure this Holy Spirit and the Spirit of God, where we conjure the presence of God. So every being's internal space is their original church.
Why did Christ build the church then?
I have no reason to believe Christ ever built a physical church. If you mean Christ, the Jesus character.
He gave the balls to Peter.
I don't know anything about that. It's hearsay upon hearsay. I wasn't there. And again, I'm not even neglecting the idea that we can have a building. I mean, I look at my own experience here. I've put this up for whatever it's worth. Platform, if you want to call it that, a meeting place. But to exclusively refer to a four walls in a building as the only place where we do worship or co-creation with the Spirit is just foolishness.
No, that's not what the church teaches. I think you're misunderstanding.
I really don't know, and I don't see why I would need their teaching when I could just look and understand.
There to help you. It's there to help you with your faith. It's an interpretation of the Bible.
That's fellowship, right? We could do that anywhere. You could argue again. There's multiple perspectives on this, and I don't need their teaching to come to understand this. You're feeding back now on me. I'm hearing myself. So,
sorry.
So, if anything, it would be like this principle of the idea that when you take a bunch of biological batteries and you put them in one container, you greatly influence the effect that the energy and the power can have with that beingness. This is why in the scripture it talks about if you take one or two or three more believers, something along these lines, and you put them in the room to pray, that somehow or another they can have more of an effect. Where two or three or more is the presence of God, something along those lines. So again, we verified this with scientific method to some extent, that You come to,
according to Ephesians, yeah.
whatever, according to the laws of nature, man, according to power and value dynamics.
According
I don't
to
need to go to
Ephesians
Ephesians.
5:24,
I don't need to go to Ephesians to look over at my solar system and see that
Christ loved the church and gave himself for her.
when we put 4 batteries in parallel and we connect them, they're able to harness and direct more power and value settings.
Really?
Yes. I know
According
that's
to what?
according to the laws of I guess electro and thermodynamics, whatever that would be called.
That could be corrupted though.
How is it corrupted when man hasn't put his hands or its feet or its thoughts or feelers onto it? It's as natural as it gets. I put a panel out. I receive because I'm experiencing it. I don't know anything completely, but I'm going to go with my experience more than the beliefs of others and their bullshit teachings.
Everybody has experiences. Some people have
If everyone has
with,
experiences and I'm
with
equally, if not more
Bigfoot.
qualified to experience as anyone here, why would I take theirs over my own? I'm confused.
Oh yeah, how about somebody who experienced Bigfoot? Like they saw Bigfoot.
I am Bigfoot. What do you think about that? Every time somebody says that, I'm revealing this to you. You don't want to accept it on any level of truth. I know you recoil from it. Every time somebody says they see a Bigfoot, it's me or someone like me running through the forest, shitting randomly, trying to get away from their slavery and genocide and being misunderstood. You're feeding me back again. I gotta let you go, sir. It's not working.
Sorry.
It's not working. You don't have to be sorry. I don't want you to go through life sorry.
When you speak,
No way to go through
I'm
life.
gonna mute. I'm gonna mute. Okay.
Right.
So Bigfoot. A lot of people said they seen Bigfoot, but we all know that's absurd, right?
I don't know that. What makes you think I know that Bigfoot is absurd?
Dude, come on.
Where am I coming now?
There's no Bigfoot, man. You know this.
I don't know that to be true, and I'm not going to presume it to be true. Even if I probably tend to believe that I'm probably more on the side of it probably is true than it probably isn't true.
You have to be a logical person. Like how? Like what if there's a fucking unicorn? You know? But
I don't know. I don't know how we got onto Bigfoot now. And again, I was actually thinking of at one point doing a whole broadcast where to appeal to more mass scale, we actually do a channel on looking for and finding Bigfoot. And then we just talk about everything else, spiritual or paranormal. But that's the main idea, because I don't know that it's not out there. And there's like a ton of people who say they've seen it and experienced it. I'm not going to discount their experience. I'm also not going to trust their experience over my own. And I'm going to be honorable and equitable enough to say, reasonable enough to say anything and everything could probably exist to some extent. And I haven't seen all of creation, so I can't rule it out. I mean, we're regularly finding things at the bottom, and we don't even know what's in the rest of the ocean. We haven't even been to the bottom, but we're regularly finding things in the ocean we never thought could exist.
okay, can we agree? The Earth is 4.5 billion years old.
No idea.
Dude, most scientists.
No idea.
Oh my gosh, you're losing me, man. You're losing me.
Yeah, I always err on the side of there's no benefit for me to accept a narrative or a timeline that I can't prove. It doesn't give me any more power or value in my experience. It could take power and value away, though. Because really, the universe could be eternal and always be existing and just be something you channel into and channel out of. Why would I then want to say it was created 4.5 billion years ago? That would be limiting, disempowering, and devaluing.
Are you anti-science?
Just like I wouldn't say that I believe that because I incarnate here that I only live one life. I've left my body, and there's a good chance there's something to incarnation, right? So I would never say that I am as just this body. That's limiting, demeaning, devaluing, and disempowering. I'd rather just say I don't know and then lean on the side of it probably is an eternal experience. Like just like space and time is infinite, so is beingness.
Really?
So even if the earth didn't exist, conscious and awareness did it. I'm going to let you go. I'll see you later.
What happened?
There's a bunch of noise going on. I'm going to wrap up anyway.
Oh, sorry, I'm on my desk.
You're masturbating. I get it. I have a way with words.
No,
I
I'm
have
on my
a,
best.
well, it sounds like you're masturbating. It sounds like you're rubbing the phone against the bottom of your stomach. You mean
First of all, I believe masturbating is like wrong.
of the devil, right? Yeah, I know.
No, no, it's not because of that. It's just like it's a waste of energy, you know.
Right.
Yeah. Like go find a girl, you know, or do something fun.
Right.
There's no need for jacking off.
Are you like indirectly insulting me? Like, are you gonna help me?
I'm talking about me.
Are you gonna help me find a girl then, or what?
Well, you don't need help. Look at your face. Like you got the beard, yeah, everything.
You seem really attracted to me. Would it shock you if I told you that I, in my life, don't feel overly attractive?
Dude.
Yeah. Even the god of all media has his insecurities and traumas. He
Yeah, but
carries
you're
around.
like, didn't you say you're like 6'6" or something? You got a lot of
6'3". Yeah. I know. You would think I'm tall, a large man. I have an energy and a power about me. I have a presence.
Yeah, you're tall, man.
I think that's how God keeps me in check. Is I have to stay small to me, right? Even if I'm doing something big or a part of something big or even gets big for me, I have to stay small to me, right?
To a certain extent, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, ultimately, right? You think I'm hot and want to have sex with me, but a lot of other people probably don't. No, it's okay.
I don't roll that way.
No, it's okay.
No, if I was a woman, dude, bro.
You totally bang me?
Seriously. Probably, man. No homo. But yeah.
No, yeah, I get it.
But I'm a dude, man. I'm not supposed to roll that way because that's wrong. I'm gonna grow.
Right. Not that we don't roll that way. You're just not supposed to because it would be bad and wrong. So
no, and it's
act
gross.
like that doesn't exist. Right.
I'm just not into that, you know? It's gross.
Totally.
Dude, God made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And there's a reason why male and female can reproduce. That's the way God made it. Or you don't even need God. You know, forget God.
Yeah, but God never talks about the last part of the chapter where Eve gets a vaccination and starts an OnlyFans. Steve starts looking more and more appetizing after a certain point, right? It's
Hey, dude, that's your mother, dude. That's our mother and father. Let's not disrespect them, okay?
All right, give me some final words here. I want to wrap up.
My final words are, Paul, dude, like, you're a good guy, man. You're a good guy, and I think we're both good. And I think it's just good.
Well, I want to be. I want to do and be and feel good in this life as opposed to what I was involved in the past. Just because it seems like a better option than whatever else is going on here, right? So yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it together at some point here, right?
Yeah, man. And I know you don't believe in what I believe in, but it's okay, man.
I think we not only believe in, but we know the same things to an extent. We just may call it something different, and that's okay.
Because I believe in autocracy, and you don't.
Oh, autocracy. Well, yeah, okay. No, I didn't know you were. I thought, silly me. I had a different idea.
I
Yeah, no.
know you hate me for that, but it's okay.
I don't hate you or anybody. I try to spend as least amount of time and energy hating as possible, just because it's not good for me, right? Like the guy earlier says, I'm never going to forgive these people who are actually doing what I need to do to make a man out of me. I'm never going to forgive them for being my daddy. He didn't say that. I'm translating. And I'm like sitting there going, not only are you retarded on 5 different levels and not see why the universe is doing this, but you don't even realize that forgiveness is for you, because you can't live the rest of your life in every incarnation in resistance and hate toward what you've created that is now governing you.
Really?
Yeah.
You're
fascinating,
lying.
Huh?
You're lying.
You can. It'll just destroy you and others, right? So it's like, We forgive so that we can live rightly and do the next right thing. Not because it's so powerful to live with unforgiveness. It's not. It's disempowering.
I like East Asian women.
All right, come on. This guy's calling us gay down there and saying we're flirting so hard. I'm just trying to pacify you and placate you and entertain you so you don't go back to stalking and hating me and threatening me.
Nah, I'm never gonna hate. I never hated you. I'm not gonna lie. I never hated you.
Well, you shouldn't do that, man, because what you got to understand is there's a lot of people on the internet who they got dark aspects to themselves and a dark past, right? And
I was just mad that you called me out and said, "Here's my address" or "Here's my email," and then I was like, "Okay, you know."
Right, but I'm saying you don't even want that anyway.
I will take that challenge.
Listen, it's just not worth it, man, for any of us.
No, I mean, listen. You want to have a friendly fight? We can still have a friendly fight.
I don't find fighting to be friendly. I'm not one of those people. I've never bonded with most men here. I don't find fighting to be friendly.
It's not a bad fight. It's a friendly fight.
I know. I'm not one of those. When we fight, we don't become best friends later, right? It's almost like someone's got to go kind of thing. So
have you ever watched the UFC fight?
I'm not into it. I don't like it. It's not natural for me. I don't think it's proper. I don't think it's a solution, and it doesn't solve anything. It makes everything worse on my end. So,
you know, serious?
Yeah, I don't like it. I try to stay away from it, and I don't feel accomplished or more close to a person after we hurt or try to hurt each other physically.
Well, that's how nations are created.
I don't give the people a final word. I want to let you go and move on. This person's now saying we're so gay. Not even just gay. So gay. You and me.
Who?
You and I. Who? You keep asking. You and I. We're very gay now because of whatever you just.
You're like a brother to me. You're like a
What?
brother to me.
We're gay brothers then, I guess. Very gay brothers.
Very carefully. Because we're like, yeah.
We should run for governance. Me and my gay brothers. That's the Kennedy. That's one of the Kennedys. Me and my gay brothers are going to immediately solve all your problems that you created. All right, come on, man.
I'm ready.
Come on, let's wrap up. You want to woo one time, huh? You want to woo one time before I let you go? Little woo?
Wait, what does that mean? What does that mean?
You don't hear the woo on your side. You got to be back in chat to woo. Because if you're on the phone line, you can't woo. We can woo, but you can't.
Something I think we both need.
All right, come on. I'm going to let you go. You're whispering now. You're making it really weird.
Okay.
Get back in the chat. Get back in the chat so we can woo together. You can't woo on the phone. All right? Down there. All right, he's getting down there. I can hear him. He's making his way back down there. All right, what are we wooing? I know you. All right, guys. You guys are wooing. What are we wooing now exactly? This guy's hella wooing. What can I ask? Do we even? I guess we don't really need a reason to woo. We could just woo for the fucking sake of it at this point. I mean, they know the rest of the vaccines aren't really doing anything. They're just vaxxing to vax, so we can woo to woo. But I'd prefer if there was a reason we were wooing personally. Bingo. I knew if I looked hard enough, I'd find it. Trump, not even 2028. Trump 2032. You know what, sir, ma'am? How about this? I'm going to take you to the next level. Trump forever. Not even just him. If he dies, his whole family, we just go full Kim Jong-un and ill. We got Trump 1, Trump 2, Trump 3, Trump 49. The whole race and planet just gets run and ruled by Trumps forever.
Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. What is that? Oh, Donald T, can't you see? Can't you see? You belong with me, endless ecstasy.
Right. Now that's something we can woo for, people. Let me get a woo. Eternal Trumping forever, running our lives with policy and code, checking papers, running around towns, dragging citizens, even American citizen slaves, out of houses to check their papers, shooting citizen slaves because, oops, they're brown. And if you want to make an egg, you got to break some fucking... Wait, what? If you want to make an omelet, you got to break some eggs. Sorry. I was envisioning breaking the skulls of brown illegals on paper, and I got confused there for a second. Can we woo any of that? Let's woo that. Let's woo all of that. Right. Super masculine and alpha, dude. Can you feel it? One day God is going to kill everyone because of their satanic ways of trying to erase their minds and control people, and then blame that on schizophrenia on the other person. This person's telling my whole story now. Sir, we're here for you. We understand. Here at Unslavious Industries, we strive to create a safe space for people like you, okay? We know what it's like to be told by everyone around us all our life that we're crazy, schizophrenic, that those weird herbs and plants that we've been using that sometimes cause visions have got our mind and driven us crazy. We know all about it, okay? We got it. We also understand that game now, right? What that really is. So we're okay. Let's breathe and let's recognize and repeat to ourselves and each other. Now we're okay. We're okay, but now we're okay, definitely. I feel like I'm getting my second win. I was hurting before and I'm feeling my pain subsiding. They're wooing that. You can woo that. All right, you know what? Because I just did another extra hour and a half on top of my extra hour. I just can't stop serving and looping. Let's check back in with some slavery, I think. I got 3 or 4 AI helping songs I got to recreate. I might even do the vocals for. It's the battle cry of slavery. The Donny blue flag about the Israeli flag being more important than America at this point. And a few other classic remakes I got to get on at some point. Right, I said I was going to get to these. We never got to these. I'm going to do a whole rap that I've done before to an extent on reward. The term reward. How the term ward means essentially a room in a hospital or an administrative division or a child who's a ward of a state. Going to do a whole rap about how the greatest reward in life is to be put back under a different controller and control system. It's like, I guess, going from a prison to an actual corporation where you can serve, right? The rap was going to be a little bit more interesting than what I just said, but you get the point. There's always a dual reality that reveals itself in the meaning of words. Like that old song. You could get with this, you could get with that. Trump calls Japan the Islamic Republic of Japan because now everybody who's not Eurocentric colonized is basically a Muslim, is our new world. I'm just letting you guys know he didn't say that. I'm telling. My chief of staff came to me. They said, sir, we have to figure out a way to inspire people to be more patriotic. We're going to just say the whole world is Islamic. That's what we're going to do. And it's working. So Trump gives a speech. He refers to Japan as the Islamic Republic of Japan. You can't make this shit up. He goes on to say how Japan and others are now blowing ships up as if we didn't forecast this over 10 years ago, 5 years ago on the broadcast, 10 years on anti-social media. And here we are. They're going to run game on all the slaves. They're going to repeat it to you and everyone else like it's real. Excuse me. Donnie mistakenly said Islamic Republic of Japan fired 111. Interesting. 111. Might have to go over to Zach Hubbard for a numerological breakdown on that. They fired 111 missiles at U.S. aircraft carrier a few months ago. So now we're going back. As of today, this speech is about what happened a few months ago. People are chomping at the bit. They can't even figure out a way how they're going to blow something up and blame it on people. so they can continue to do World War III and rig markets and print up currency backed by nothing and set everybody up for an economic collapse. And a new digital currency, digitized, tokenized, technocratic AI tracking and tracing system. New World Order, Great Reset, own nothing, you'll be happy. Klaus Schwab's wet fucking dream. And you know what? I didn't like it. I thought we were supposed to fight it for the longest time. Now I realize it's all based on what you folks do and don't do. You get exactly what you deserve. So I'm not fighting these people or this idea, nor am I fighting for you. You're going to stand for rights and freedom and what's right for yourself and each other, or you're fucked. And I'm going to continue to practice doing the right thing. We'll see if I can get it done. And if not, I'm going to laugh and mock at you slaves anyway. Because this is all with us individually and collectively. It's our choice and our doing. Nothing wrong with a little mockery and humiliation from time to time. And we need it. Your YouTube check came after tax. The federal government, slave boy, wrong again. Projection. I demonetized. They tried to strike my channel over and over again when I came out against COVID. I'm finger gunning you. Watch out. Things are loaded. So they were striking me over and over again. So then they demonetized me on my first channel to try to take my viewers and my energy and resources. Try to put me out of business. So I just went and I created a second channel. I wound up keeping the first channel, but I never went back to monetizing again. And I never monetized on my second channel. So I don't have any contracts with any official corporations or organization. I don't get a check from them. I do everything that I do off the strength of it and the vibe and the energy of it. And value comes back because of the results with the folks who come here, who practice trust, equity, and good faith and honor. They get entertainment value and various forms of inspiration and empowerment. So they give back for that. It's gift for gift, non-taxable events. Fuckface. I say fuckface. Most disrespectful way possible. Because you are projecting, deceiving, lying, attempting to disempower and demean cretinous slave who wants company in your misery. That's you. That's not me. I did exactly what the scripture commanded and God held me to it. I give everything up to be given everything back what's meant for me. More projections. I'm far from broke. Doing better than I ever did before when I even worked. That's the power and the value of walking in the way, I suspect. Do I have as much in a lot of ways as other folks who are lying and taking shortcuts and networking with other frauds? No, absolutely not. Am I doing better than I was before? In a lot of ways, yes. Do I have everything I need and then some? Yes. Do I believe that I'm blessed for what I'm doing, what I'm a part of? Absolutely. Please stop projecting. See what the demon likes to come here and do? It likes to come here and try to tell the audience and the people watching that you can't move into truth, life, and way and be a better you and somehow live in the world if you're not going to act like the slaves who are in it and of it, right? That you can somehow be prosperous and successful, that God doesn't have a plan for you. No, that's not true. You're not going to come here and make these people believe and see and feel that. And I would call you on it and I'd say, put up for what you think you have and let's compare so we can play that game and show that it's a pure projection. But I'm not even going to go there. It's not about that. The point is, as long as the people who come here don't believe in you and your kind, that by doing right and following what God put in your heart here, that you can't generate value and power, as long as they don't believe that, and as long as they believe and know that they actually can make a change and do better and be better and have better, and that even means financially, potentially. As long as they know that and see that and feel that, your shitty work and misleadership is not complete, right? My work is then done. So you're not going to come here and play that game. If that was the case, I would let everyone know about it, because we're not here to mislead ourselves and each other. We're here to get everything we're meant for, not anything more or less. Okay? Which reminds me, I'm lagging on the billboard situation. Folks who put up to contribute to the billboard, it was this. The links are up top if you want to contribute in support to that. Although at this point, I would put that on hold, just because it's going to be more difficult for me to track. I don't know if it's going to go forward, because like everything, these corporations have policies and procedure, and guess what it doesn't align with? Your free expression. So this was essentially the billboard. I shortened it to make it better. I did print up 100 bumper stickers. We're going to do guerrilla advertising our own way now. So yeah, if you sent in contribution and support to put this billboard up, I do intend to get that back to you at some point, and I will make it clear when that time is. I still want some time and some options there with that to explore, which I have to get on that more. But yeah, I don't want you folks letting me go on that either. It's like folks will say, oh, well, you know, even if it's a minimal contribution, right? I put that forth to do that, and I want to be held accountable and responsible. I need to be held accountable and responsible for that. So we don't move forward with that. I'll send you guys back whatever. If you want to gift again after that, then that's on you, obviously. I don't even have to tell you that. So yeah, I guess a little bit of housekeeping, some reminders. Dear Lordo, either that or he's calling me Lardo. We did go along with slavery. Oh, I see. Dear Lordo, we did go along with slavery and continue to, yes. We were born into it, but accountability is what it is. Yeah, we're getting there. Bro, spare me the I made more money when I stopped working, get fucking owned. I don't know what that means. I'm just going to remove you again. You'll just sit there and you guys play this confidence game of you never have to put up. And if I put up, you'll just say everything I put up is a lie or a distortion. And you never put up to prove your side. So you just lie about everything I show and tell about. And then you never show who and what you are, right? We played this con man confidence game with people before. We know how it goes. You're wasting your and everyone's time. I don't need to sit here and lie to you or any other nameless, faceless jerk off who pops up in the chat. You need to come here and lie to try to distort the truth for other people who come here for truth, life, way, and inspiration to do and be and have better, who contribute power and value where they experience it. That's you. Again, another projection. Doesn't even make any sense. I haven't worked an official job in 5 years. Everyone who knows me knows I've come here either daily or semi-regularly. So how broke could I be if the whole point of an American dream was to do what you love to do and not be in debt? I'm not in debt. I don't owe anybody anything. I have assets and savings. And we're moving forward with others to get more land and whatever else. Again, I don't even need to meet your standard of whatever. Like, do I have $1 million? No. I don't even have $500,000. I may never have that. If that's the case, that's not what's meant for me. Where I come from, the life I come from, and what I was used to doing and a part of other people doing, and where I thought my life was going to go on every level, I'm way ahead of the game. That's all that I need to know for me. Don't care about what you and anybody else thinks about it. So if I could do what I love to do, be an asset to a community and a society, get results for myself and others, and somehow make a living along the way doing it, and not have to be in contract and not have to be a part of a taxable organization and all the rest of it, win, 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 win for me, as far as I'm concerned. It's all you need to know. That's all I need to know, whether you need to know that or not, right? And I would say that if you want to play it's not an ego game because it's based in facts, but if you want to do the compare and contrast game, I don't think 95% of folks could get that done. have everything they need and then some by doing what they love to do for an extended period of time for 5 years or more. I don't really know anyone in my life who's done that completely other than me. Really taken a risk, given everything up, gone out on a limb, done without for the longest time, lived within their means, had to give up certain pretty and nice things to establish themselves, sacrifice to establish credibility in a certain field, an idea, a certain experience. I guess a lot of it is perspective, right? It's all about how you see it, what you want to do here and don't want to do, right? All right. Well, Ethan and others, if you want to come up or interact, we could do that. Troll me, expose me. Take me down the road, man. Get it all out of me. I'll let you expose me. I kind of like it. Kind of like when you guys talk me into getting dirty. Secretly, part of me wants to get dirty, and I just act like I don't. And then I let you guys talk me into getting dirty, huh? I'll allow it. Call in. He wants figures now. It's the weirdest thing. People who come here, they project onto me, and then they keep projecting, and I keep saying, no, that's a lie. You're trying to like distort someone else's experience of me or what we do here, or you want to get me to be specific on figures so you can try to get someone somewhere to generate some claims against me, huh? Is that what this is? I don't have to give figures of what I have. What value and power has been generated. You got to figure all that out. All you need to know is for the last 6 years going on 7, I haven't had to work an official job. As a god of all media. That's all you need to know. Let's really pimp on this slave and trigger him. You hateful slaves are so shameless. Your projections and your misery. Just do better and be better and have better, Ethan and others. Stop projecting onto me to try to cope and feel better while you say, hey, whatever makes you feel better, that's you. We woo that? We might need to woo that. Let's woo a reality where Paulie Boy can do better for himself and others and set himself to something and be good at it and be recognized for being good or being on a path for greatness, getting results for himself and other people in multiple ways, inspiring others and himself in multiple ways, creating something in multiple ways. Let's woo a reality where other people recognize the greatness, the goodness, the power, the value, and that experience and want the same for themselves, so they give what they would want to receive back. Truly co-creative, communal, empowering, value-able experience. Let's woo that, because a lot of the disenchanted, divided, disconnected, ungodly, unrighteous, miser-able slaves like to project onto others and live in hate. You know, one of the worst ways you can get back at them is just by learning to like or love yourself and the life you're living and recognizing your own value and power and greatness. Oh, they fucking hate that. Can't stand it. We like it. We know we need it here. We come from a tough upbringing and background where we were demeaned and devalued. We didn't develop much esteem for ourselves and what we were doing and how we were living. That's how we wound up with such fucked up people and becoming so fucked up, doing fucked up things. We need more honor and faith and value and esteem and empowerment. Value for ourselves and the truth and what we do and what we create. We need more of that. We don't need to listen to and accept the projections of a slave scum like you. You're who and what we put to the side and left behind. We put you on block list. so we could go forward and do and be and have better, right? Let's woo that right now for all of us. Look at this person. This person's really reaching. Artie hasn't been back here or anywhere else where it really matters when it comes to the truth and process and procedure, because Artie gets remixed and turned into the dunce that he is. Why don't you go ask Artie the difference between me and him and what we do? I'll give you a clue. Why don't you pull up one of Artie's broadcasts where he doesn't talk about people like me, sovereign citizens, and look at how many views he gets. Can't get more than 10 to 20 live viewers when it comes to him talking about himself and his life and what he likes to do or what he believes. He can't sit in a room and hold any kind of audience or get any kind of contributions being himself and talking about himself and his life. The only time people show up to give him anything or to validate him and what he does is when he talks about other people like me. I'm even more valuable and powerful as Artie on Artie's platform than Artie is. Because without me and people like me, Artie and the likes of him go back to working at Chuck E. Cheese because they're not interesting, they're not entertaining, they're not inspiring, they're not empowered. They're not anything except an empty suit talking head to showcase the actual entertainment, talent, power, and value, and then try to shit on it and demean it and devalue it. That's it. Artie is the metaphorical Bob Saget of our time. He's just there to present the funny, interesting, fascinating, entertaining home videos of an American and the Americans. He's not actually funny or interesting. Nobody shows up to watch his one-man show and his stand-up. Everything he's directed is terrible. He's only known for presenting other people's experience. And even then, he's a fucking clown. Don't you get it? He's a guy who tries to be serious and he's still known as a clown by everyone who it matters to. I'm the guy who's doing the serious things and I'm acting like a clown constantly here. And still, I'm more powerful and valuable on his platform and program than he is. Don't you get it? I've proven everything. Indirectly. Artie. Laughable. I'm guessing you are already on an alternative name right now to try to drum up some interest. Drum up some interest for what? For you talking about me and people like me. Right. We're already here watching and listening to me and people like me. Silly. Anything else? I love audience engagement. I really do. It's what keeps me here a lot of the time. Gets me locked in and engaged. Artie destroys Sovsits. Artie destroyed himself, his credibility, his respect, his reputation, his honor, his good faith. And Artie, like every other inauthentic corporate beta male, is going to destroy this country and this planet if we let them. I guess it's a good thing for all of you. We're not letting them. Not just the God of all media, but a God of creation. Okay? More importantly. Most important. I don't know if there's someone down there who has me blocked so they can scroll, but... Oh no, it's the Lord of Grief. Know what he's saying? This chat is all fat orphans. Right. When you can't play power games and deflect and demean, just go to insulting everyone. Right? We're all just fat loser orphans who are all beneath you, right? Yeah. That's the same thing they do at court after they pretend to mock and laugh and giggle. They go in the back and they stomp their feet in their hands and they say, Paulie's just a red-headed orphan stepchild. Mother never loved him. Who cares if he's got a movement and energy and inspiration going? Who cares if he just whooped me at my own profession because I'm either incompetent, incapable, or corrupt, or all three? I'm a triple threat. I'm incompetent, incapable, and corrupt. God help me. Imagine a world where a dunce like you, if you're not Artie himself, would show up to me in a place like this and try to convince us that Artie's the main event, whether it comes to speaking, entertaining, presenting information, moving a court in a case. It's totally him and not me, right? How you guys kid yourselves and each other? I love that you make me part of the experience. What world is that exactly? Not an 8.5-inch cock. It's 6.5. What does 200 mean and what is 300 men? What is free weapons in blood? I don't know what that means. Please stop scrolling my chat. Numbers are dropping. We're getting long in the tooth here. We got a lot of folks from the East Coast. We lost about half our viewership because it's like 3 in the morning over there. And I'm waning in energy and attention. I have been for a while now, so. All right, come on, guys. Final words. Give me some more of that because I really like that. Even if I seem to go off on that. You guys like when I get triggered, and I like getting entertained by you trying to lie to my face and seeing how good you are at it. It's like one of the games we do here, one of my favorite games. You guys come in here, you try to bullshit yourselves and me and try to like make it good enough to pass it through my system of analysis. And then I just like fucking chuckle and laugh and I get off on it. And then I just do the breakdown, right? That's our relationship here. So go ahead, just do some more of that or we got to go. I got a few more in me. Anyway, anyone else have something like that was great. Where is he? He's not up there anymore. That was great. Already destroys sovereign citizens like Paul and slaves because he's just so fucking intelligent and well-spoken and entertaining. Can't you tell? I don't give a fuck that I'm a slave girl. I have more money than you motherfuckers. I have in one fingertip. I am the 1%. I don't care. I didn't ask. All right, I'm going to time you out. Really bizarre. Chile is admittedly saying he failed in court. Well, he's admittedly saying it because I now started a campaign of Operation Mocking Slave. And one of the missions of Operation Mocking Slave is to mock wannabe slave masters who act just like their masters, who try to dupe the slaves and play slave master on other slaves who want to be free, or say they do. So that's good. That needs to happen. Chile de Castro and other frauds and grifters need to come out in the open in front of God. They don't have to do it even on their platform. I don't need that. That would be wrong if I said they had to do that. That would be my ego. They need to get before themselves and God and admit in the mirror to themselves and God that they've been lying to themselves and everybody and frauding and grifting and get back to doing what the fuck we came here to do. Because if not, God of all media's got a problem with it. And if he has a problem with it, it has a problem with it, I would think. And again, maybe I'm just off on something here. So that's good. It doesn't matter what you and others admit to because the truth is still the truth. You don't have to admit to something for us to see it and know it, and you also to see it and know that there's a consequence. That's the game. If you really wanted to go to the next level, you give back all your fucking trifold donations that people paid for a product that doesn't fucking work. If you had any heart and balls, if you had any conscience, you wouldn't have come here and said, do the math on it. On 10,000 trifolds, Playboy, you wouldn't have been bragging about fraud and grifting on the audience. You'd have been fucking guilty and ashamed about it. And just like if I have to, I'm gonna give back those billboard contributions for something that I intend to do and will do. And if I don't, I will not keep. You want to brag and be prideful about keeping money off ill-gotten gains because you're a reprobate heart and because you're so deep in debt, you're so desperate, you need it. A lot easier to be reprobate, dishonorable, bad faith when you worked yourself so deep into debt that you don't care about what's right anymore. So if you had any mind and heart and balls on you and you're a real man, you'd send all that fucking money back because you knew all along you were selling a product that could never work. Because if it would have worked at court, you'd have used it for yourself and you didn't, so it doesn't. And therefore, it's bad business. And quite frankly, if every other slave out there who really bought that product thought that they were going to be able to get themselves out of court and went to jail, you should probably sue De Castro and bring his ass to court for selling fake products that he claims are going to get you a better option in court, a better outcome in court that he couldn't even get for himself. That's dishonor, bad faith, fraud. That's a abuse of official position in a corporate capacity. You've attempted to sell people a product and a service that you knowingly knew not only wouldn't work, but doesn't work because you didn't try to use it yourself. And when you did, it failed miserably. You shouldn't even need to be sued. That's the problem. The reason we have a legal slave system is because De Castro and others shouldn't have to be sued in order to know that they were lying and did wrong the whole time. And once they get to a certain point in their life where they grow the fuck up, they say, you know what? I knew I was doing wrong the whole time. I was just desperate and money hungry. So now with some time to think about it, I'm going to do the right thing. And I'm going to send back all that cash because I don't deserve it anyway. You don't deserve to keep money you got by lying to people who are just too fucking cowardly or stupid. Or a lot of them are just too forgiving. You got one of three types or more people in the audience at times. Too cowardly, too stupid, or just too forgiving. And they say, you know what? I don't want the issues and the problem. You know, I'm not going to try to teach De Castro a lesson. I'm not going to try to get compensation for his wrongdoing. I get it. But it'd be no wonder to me if like a bunch of people started showing up to sue motherfuckers who keep selling fake ass products that are going to get people locked up while they tell people don't listen to me because I'm going to get people locked up. I don't open a store to sell people fake ass guarantees and products that I know aren't going to work. I do the opposite for just that reason. Many reasons. We'll get there. Daddy's here. Daddy loves you. We'll get there at some point. You're going to grow up and be a fucking man and you're going to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You ain't going to have to be told and you ain't going to have to be paid to do it. And you may have to give up some of your payments to do it as well. Imagine that. Can we get back to gushing and guzzling? I don't know what that means. Playboy. Yeah. All right, I'm out of here. Tattered warrior will defeat you. Now they're really you're really reaching to try to keep this train going, huh? The inspiration dopamine flow train going. They're really reaching. I'll have you know, nobody can defeat me like I can. That's proven in my life. I am definitely my own worst enemy. Pathetic warrior doesn't have anywhere close to that power in my life. And he doesn't want to do that. So why would you say that? That's rude to me. Pathetic warrior is too busy, like I just said about me, destroying his own life and opportunities. He doesn't need to do that to me, and I don't need to do that to him. Maybe that's it. We should do like now his name escapes me. Jimmy Durante. We should sign off like Jimmy Durante. Good night, Mrs. Mazio, wherever you are. Yeah. Sperm whale. Now they're just yelling things out. Or he wants the sperm whale. I'll give him the sperm whale. Here we see the average citizen slave whale guzzling the semen of its master, known as the political whale. The average citizen slave whale guzzles up to 10,000 gallons of its political master whale's semen yearly. It's believed that doing so makes the slave whale feel safe and cared for. How glorious. Proper instruction motivates people on the way out. Gorilla Gems production. Like, share, subscribe, and all that good stuff. Only you can prevent censorship and shadow banning, just like forest fires. You are the cosmic algorithm, okay? So You got to like, you got to share to your online, offline slave friends and family. And you got to resubscribe because YouTube unsubscribes you and doesn't give you notifications. And you got to write them letters every so often and tell them, stop fucking with the best online daddy ever, even though he's like, he's kind of abusive sometimes. It's kind of mean. Still best online daddy ever. I mean, we don't have many choices, so it's the best of a bad lot. You got to hold them accountable and responsible like anything else. Tell them to stop it. And if not, I guess we're going to have to do class action slave suit, like always, right? Because folks just can't do the right thing for the right reasons. All right, I'm out of here, back who knows when. Bye.
They turn birthright into paperwork, stamped your spirit with a barcode, but laws written on your heart ain't signed by any court. There's a license for your living, permit just to pray. They rebranded what was given, tried to bill you for your day. Well, my breath ain't on their balance sheet, so don't fit their frame. When the maker writes the mandate, every tyrant looks the same. They tax your time, then sell it back in smaller screens and quiet apps. But freedom's first a mental map. You want out the maze, then trace the trap. I was scrolling through the circus, feeling small in every ring, till I realized I'm the lion that forgot he once was king. They condition you to kneel, then call it safety when you stay. But courage is obedience to higher voice than state. Proper instruction under this people. 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 Yeah. Fighting just the system, I'm a victim of my pride. All the jail I ever slipped in was the one behind my eyes. Envy was my warden, comfort was my cage. Had to crucify my ego just to really live this faith. They love you weak, always asking for a favor, hands out. But the blueprint in your bloodstream screams stand up, branch out. I was waiting on the leader, then the silence hit me hard. If I won't lead my own habits, how I'm speaking for my God. So I fast from all the poison that they're piping through the wires. Feed my mind on higher fire, let that scripture lift me higher. If I govern every thought, that's a kingdom in my chest. Then no paper crown, no paycheck ever tells me what is best. No proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. They can seize your gold, never steal your glow. Chain your body, never cage your soul. Every statute small, next to one true law written on us all. Proper instruction, know that it's people. Proper instruction, know that it's gorilla. Proper instruction, know that it's people. Proper instruction, know that it's gorilla.
God damn it, Paul.